I'm not going to be saying too much unless anyone comes on and wants to chat because the music's gone. The music is no more. It's proved unworthy. So we're going to do a social experiment. Let's see how shallow or how intelligent the British public are. The content on this show depends on you, not me. We'll see where it goes because nothing's happening tonight. No one's gone live. No one with any interest to me. So I thought I'd pop on here. See how we go. I can vape away and drink all night. I'm basically on here just to abuse my StreamYard, to be fair, because I'm right at the end of my monthly views or my 20 hours. My 20 hours is basically up. I think I've only got away about 3 or 4 days and then I get another 20 hours. So we'll see how it goes. See what we bring in. But it's not going to happen. The show's not going to happen unless people come in the chat or on the panel. So if you're not going to put any input, you might as well just leave. Unless it gets entertaining, of course, and then you can listen in. But if there's no entertainment to be had, there will be no show. Hi, Dave. I'm going to be taking my guns in next week, Dave. I'm struggling a bit at the moment, and they're not cheap to get repaired. So I'm going to take two of my guns in, the pistol and the rifle. You know about the rifle. Pistol's a BB gun. It's just got leaks on it, but I can't change the gaskets. I tried my best, but I think it's just best to put it in shop. Nice to get 100% out of your equipment. I'm mental wealth. No, not yet. Yellow brick road. I mean, not yet. Yellow brick road. No, not yet. Mental wealth. My friend, when my friend comes back Tuesday, she's going to order another 10 ton, and then I'm going to get back on it, and that should be done within a few days. And then everyone can use the track whether they love me or hate me. All my hard work's gone into that, labour free. I've even invested money into it out of my dole money. And yet there's still people here that choose to think that I'm a nasty person. Yeah. No, it's just one of them things that do you know what? I'm just happy, to be fair, Dave, that they can be fixed. Yeah, it's getting drier, but the holes in the track are so bad because we had some guy come up here the other day. Do you know what? I fell out on my next door neighbour months ago, right? And she's so vindictive and nasty. She's sucking up to all the guys down the end. and she's going, poor me, and they've literally come up here twice last week when it was really wet and just absolutely slaughtered the track, and I'm fucking disgusted. They're like bullies. I'll show them up though because I've got YouTube on my side. They might have a couple of old boys. She might have a couple of old boys on her side, but I've got YouTube on my side, and everyone will see what nasty, vindictive people they are. I've put all my time and effort into that track, my dull money, planning it, having the skills to be able to do it, and that's not easy. And they've just come up here with a massive 4x4 with off-road tyres and ripped it all up this end. No, I'm still waiting, Dave. Do you know, I was talking to someone today, one of my other friends on here, because I've got quite a few friends on here, to be fair. And they actually offered to take me down to the water tap on the river. So I might even, if the weather's all right, I've heard it's going to rain, but if the river's not running too fast, I might do a little live going down the river on my boat tomorrow to fill the tank up with water. Yeah, it's fucking hard work as well, Dave. And when you think about I've got a shovel and my car and I'm chucking all the stuff, I've chucked 10 tons of hard, well, I wouldn't say it's hard labour, yeah, but crushed limestone, 10 tons of it I've put in my car. I've put £100 towards of it, and I've spent 50 quid on petrol. Excuse me, diesel. And yet we've still got scummy people on here that want to abuse the track before it's ready for everyone to use. I can't believe what they've done, how they've trashed it. I got a big grin out of her the other day, like walking in her garden all smug with a big grin on her face. Absolutely disgusting. But I'm going to expose it because it clearly doesn't want to be on camera. It told me when we was friends, don't get me on camera, Paris. I don't want people to know where I live. But trust me, that thing is going to regret doing what she done. It's spiteful and it's nasty. People keep saying to me, Paris, you've got to charge. But look, at the end of the day, if you don't want to offend me, I want 180 a day. Now you're going to shut up about talking about paying me wages, or we're going to get it done for nothing. Don't insult me with £20-30 a day. If you're going to pay me 180 a day. Okay? If you don't want to pay that much, don't talk about wages, because I don't want nothing. It's for everyone. People just don't get it. They try and be polite, but they want to insult you. But anyway, we're going to talk about the boat and the thick or not. That's what this is all about, because the music's gone now. I'm quite insulted with the amount of people that I get on when I play my music. I charge my batteries up. I choose all my records. I take the time and effort to make a show. People come in to just see what I'm doing and then they fuck off. Yeah, I've got a few fans that I appreciate. But I've got a lot of trolls that just like sitting there in the background. Hi, Gavin's PSVR channel. Never. What is that all about? Never heard that one before. Gavin's. Do you know what I've done a drone one tonight, right? And I recorded it and everything. And it didn't come up on my DJI mini drone. I'm fucking gutted. I went all up and down the track, showed you all the lakes, the fishery and everything, and I brought the drone back and I flew it into my camper van and showed you all around my camper van with my drone. I was well chuffed with it. And then when I tried to download it, it wasn't there. I was gutted. How fucking gutting is that? Nothing ever goes right, does it? But if you don't know technology, you don't know technology. I've obviously done something wrong, but I kept looking at it and it was recording, but it just didn't seem to download. Yeah, you're right, mental health. I had fucking trolls 6 years ago, but it just seems to be the same ones. So it's like I'm not that good at getting trolls. I just got the same freaks. Does anyone want to come on the panel? It's entirely up to you. We could talk about anything. We could talk about my future projects, the projects I'm giving up on, the shit I'm throwing away, the shit I'm trying to keep and hide from the council. I've been working on my camper a little bit. I've been doing a bit of tidying up under the bonnet, and I've put some sticky stuff on one of my frames in the bathroom, which looks really nice now. It was a really dull grey frame, but I noticed that you can unclip it from every corner, so that basically you've got a flat frame, but like with curves on, so that you can put sticky stuff on it. So I've put sticky stuff on all four sides and then put it all together, and it actually is quite cool. Yeah, I'm not that vindictive, to be honest with you, mental health. But I know how to play the game. She makes me laugh, right? It's like I can just imagine what she's done. All the guys down there, it's like, oh, they're all picking on me up there. In the week when she goes to work, she stays down there on their land in a camper van, and in the weekend she comes home. It's fucking sad as fuck. Tried to stare me out today. It's fucking pathetic. Didn't last long though. You can't stare me out, especially if I know I'm in the right. She's gonna get it though. See, the trouble is she's got all cameras around her garden. I'll just go over there and punch fuck out of her. Don't get a little picture in your head like it's some little slim, gorgeous bird with big tits and a big arse and all that. This is a big, fat geezer bird. Walks around like a bloke, wobbles along like a geezer. Reckons, probably true. I believe it to be true. She reckons she's got the karate championship in England a few years ago when she was younger. But she could fucking swing fuck all. I'm fucking livid with it. It's a horrible, nasty bastard that constantly thinks, how can I get one over on them? And I'm not having it. I ain't having it at all. You watch his space. Kaylee tried it on and look where it got her. Stinky knickers. Does anyone want to talk about the stinky knickers boat and the dick and the boat and the dick? No. People obviously don't read the title. Do you know what? I fitted a fucking pump, a water pump for that cunt last year. It was leaking and pissing water in her boat, and I fitted it for her. I told her to get the kit and everything. Get the kit. Don't buy the pump. It's going to cost you a fortune. Got the kit. I repaired the pump, replaced it all and everything. Replaced all the woodwork that had got soaked and everything. And this scumbag, oh, don't get me going. Well, there was a situation, right, where me and Stinky Knickers was actually going to war, and I corrected her on something, right? And I goes to suck my fucking dick. And she took that and she milked it all over the internet. She milked it left, right, and centre. So everyone thought that I asked Kaylee to suck my dick. It was nothing to do with that at all. I corrected her on something that was an absolute lie, proper slapped her in the face, and I went to suck my dick. And she took it literally. But not that long ago, she was saying to someone, "Oh, I want £100,000 off of Danny Jones, AJ, and Eric, and blah blah blah, whatever." And she goes, "Give me Paris's boat." So I played on words. It's a social experiment to see how many people actually come on when they see the right titles rather than Paris tunes and chat. That's all it is, Dave. But they're going to make a big meal out of it like they always do. Yeah. If you ever hear the name Stinky Knickers or Kaylee Anef, don't ever think that you can bring her to your way round of thinking. If she thinks you've got money and she thinks she can mug you off, she will play you like a good one. So don't even enter the game because you will lose. I ended up in court because of it. But he didn't win because I know I was right. Didn't even turn up. Wasted all my dole money, my time and effort. But these people don't give a fuck about that. At that time, she had children and benefits coming in left, right, and centre, but they've all been taken off of her because it's a scumbag. Don't know how to bring children up. I'm not anyway, Dave. I'm just doing a social experiment to see if there's any point in actually coming on YouTube. I clearly have got YouTube wrong. Some people come on here, get thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions, or whatever. I get 5 or 6 people. So I'm clearly doing something wrong. Speaking the truth, probably half of it. Yeah, probably. Where's Emily? I didn't see Emily. Oh, so fucking right in front of me. Hi, Emily. Sorry. I was like looking up and down, but I didn't see you right in the middle there. Welcome to the show. Does anyone want to come on the panel, or is it just not worth it? Don't associate yourself with Paris. You'll get a bad reputation. I was trying to get my little scooter going today. I can't get the fucking thing going. It's like every time I tackle it, there's different problems. Now I'm getting no spark and no petrol. It's driving me mad. I might just fucking set light to it outside someone's garden. It's not registered to me. I don't know how you pin it, to be honest with you. Better wealth. I could put it up. I could put it up like this. I go like that and do that, but I don't know how you pin it. How do you pin it? Let me just double click that to see if that is. See, I don't fucking get. How do you pin it? I can star it. I can put it up there. Where's it gone? Oh, that's it down there. But how do you pin it? I don't know how you pin it. It fucking winds me up how these people. Do you know what? It winds me up, right? How people don't like helping people. What's that there? There's a pen there. What does that do? Edit layout. What does that do? New layout. No, you know, I just can't. I can't be bothered with the effort unless someone says, "Oh, you do it like this," blah blah, and then I'll do it. But like everyone seems to hide the fact of how you do it, so I don't bother. Don't bother asking anymore. I'm not important enough. But the link's there anyway. I put a star on it. Just look for the star. Up there about 3 times now, the link, so it is what it is. Yeah, I've done that. Then choose, but it doesn't say pin on mine. It doesn't say pin. When I do the 3 dots, it says put user in timeout or block user. There you go. That's all it says. Put user in timeout or block the user. That's all it says when I do the 3 dots. I wonder if it'll do it. What about if I go on the 3 dots actually on my profile there? Edit name, edit audio, avatar, stop. No, see, that's not it. I can't be bothered to put the effort in. Mental health. Unless someone tells me exactly how to do it, I can't be asked. I just put it up now and then. Oh, on YouTube. Oh, wait a minute. Let me try that. You might have a point there, Elf, to be honest with you. Let me just put my iPad on. Can I do that, though? Let me just do that. YouTube. Hang on, you're going to have to bear with me. Oh, okay. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for it. Oh, look, here I am. It is live. It's Paris. I'm going to go for it. Oh, God, let's turn the volume down. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's gone on Google. Why has it done that? Oh, hang on, let this process go through and then I'll. Oh, God, everything's going round and round. Ah, that's probably where I've been going wrong. It's going to StreamYard. Oh, God, fuck off. Not you, mental. I'm talking to my iPad. Let me do it on my phone. My iPad goes to oh God, I can't remember now. It goes to a different browser and it's all complicated. Right, let me try that. Come on. Right, do that. Turn the volume down. Come on. Let's go back to StreamYard. In studio. What is that? Just give me a minute, Harry, please. Oh God. It's creating another account. Entering studio. Oh my God. Oh, go away. Go away. Not you, Harry. Ah. Ah. Have I done it? I pressed on the link rather than actual my name. Have I actually done it? Can anyone tell me if I've done it? Device not connected. Your device is not connected, Harry. Connect your device. Sort yourself out. It says on my computer you're not. Oh, thanks, mental health. Oh, I really appreciate that. See, I've been educated and I appreciate it. I could have turned around and said, "You've got an ulterior motive." Harry, connect your device. Oh, he's gone. It's probably not the right Harry anyway. There's all sorts of Harrys going on around. Is that actually up there? It don't show it on StreamYard. Forgive me for my vape, but like sometimes I just get angry and I need to vape. Oh, thanks, mental health. So you lose that every day, don't you? You're never too old to learn. I'm 61, you know. Does everyone? Let me look in the mirror and see how awful I look. I might put the camera on. I actually mean it. I'm looking in the mirror. Oh my God, I do look a bit awful. But that's all right. I had a shave today, so that's the main thing. Where's the camera? Here we go. Here we go. Hi, everybody. My camera's slightly out. I've put it closer because I haven't got my record player next. Oh, what did I just do there? Sounded like I broke the PC then. Because I haven't got my record player, my camera looks quite close to the telly now, but it's still out of sync. I have to look at the monitor because I punched the monitor on my laptop and it doesn't work anymore. What's that? But yeah, how's everyone doing? I hope everyone had a good weekend anyway. Mine was quite chilled. I've done a few things. What ears? I've got ears. I've still got ears. I never used to wear ears, but only my own. Oh, we've got Dave coming on. Hi, Dave.
How you doing, Paris?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I've got Tony on. Let me just single out Dave because.
How you doing, Paris?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I've got Tony on. Let me just single out Dave because.
How you doing, Paris?
Dave, you've got an echo. You must have YouTube on in the background. Let me just single out Dave.
Yeah, chat behind the scenes. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Tony.
Paris, just now I heard you say about some Harry person. That weren't me. That's probably Convid.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because they wasn't connected anyway. But I did say that.
Yeah, you did say probably a fake Harry. That's why I've changed my name and to call myself Tony to come in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just point out what a sad cunt.
Yeah, I know they seem to do it a lot, don't they?
Yeah.
Dave, have you sorted your record out?
Oh, yeah, Dave. Hello, Dave.
Welcome everybody to the show. Did you see that rifle? What Dave's got?
Yeah. What? Paris.
Wow.
Paris. I'll just say hello to Dave here because Dave done that video about his rifle, but it was a proper video talking about it in depth and blah blah blah. But Matt and combat exaggerate as if like he's trying to threaten people and showing his gun. He wasn't. He was talking normally about his gun and specifics.
Well,
you know.
yeah, but if they're gonna feel threatened by an air gun, it's like, get a life, will you?
I know, Paris. This is pellets. You'd have to be
Yeah.
shot. You have to be shot at point blank range in certain places repeatedly to actually get any damage.
Well, you can actually kill someone with one of them, but
Yeah, exactly. But you've got to be shot at the right place
yeah.
at close
I
range.
know
Obviously,
someone that did get shot and got lead poison, but like that was
it's not a
years
shotgun,
ago.
Paris. You know, it's not a fucking Mac 10. You know,
Yeah.
you got to be shot in the right place from the right
Yeah.
range to call something. I
Well,
know.
look, I ended up in court because of my guns. To be fair, with stinky knickers.
Oh, she just exaggerated some stuff and made it out what it was saying he wasn't. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what
I was going to
that's what I
hang
tried to do with
dry
Dave when he done his video
and
about his gun.
and everything.
It's ridiculous. Dave's video was a proper video about a gun. Gun specific.
Well,
Emily, Paris, before that video, yeah, I already knew from Dave mentioning it. He goes to a gun range, yeah, and fires at a gun range to practice, yeah, with some friends or whatever. That's where he uses it. He's not walking around with it.
Well, at the end of the day, you can tell by the way Dave talks that he is.
He's not a complete lunatic. Yeah.
Harry, your device is not connected. You're either a wrong un or you just not done stuff right.
Oh, Harry's coming as well.
Harry McCarthy, yeah.
Harry McCarthy.
Yeah. Right. Should we go for it?
You go for it.
There we go. Hi, Harry. Hello, Harry. You got 3 seconds to talk. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he's gone.
The picture's
he went
confident
before
in
I
his email.
kicked him.
What a
He
sad
only had
gun.
3 seconds.
Harris, that picture was him and his email.
Was it?
Yeah, what a knobhead. He's emailed me behind the scenes, harassing me with both his email accounts. That's how I know.
What is wrong with people? Why can't they just like try and be nice online?
Because they get off on it, Paris. They get off on it. They get off on stitching people up, upsetting people as much as they can. They love it. It's a playground for them.
I think it's just because they're sad. It's not because they get off on it. It's because they're really sad and they want to try and make everyone else sad.
Yeah, Paris, you're right. There's that, but they do get off on it as well. It makes them feel alive and stuff. Yeah, we're both right. We're both right, Paris.
Yeah,
we're both right to whatever extent. Yeah, you could be more right. Don't matter, but we're both right to an extent. Yeah.
Yeah. So what have you been up to the weekend, Dave? Anything exciting?
Well, I watched the coronation yesterday. And I had a nice little drink with Emily.
Did you find that interesting or did you find that boring? Hi, Popsy. Welcome to the show.
Bit of both. A bit of both.
Yeah. Do you know what I found really funny, right? You know, like when Prince Charles was waiting to have the crown put on his head and he had to keep reading that card. I mean, like, he's the king of England, right?
Yeah.
He's looking at the card like he can hardly see. I can imagine massive writing on them cards, right?
Yep.
And he still couldn't read it. To me, that was an illiterate person that shouldn't be on the telly, let alone running the fucking country.
Yeah.
It's like
Paris, what I felt was right.
Like, stop being so proud. Put a pair of glasses on and learn your word.
Or
we
get a monocle.
People in films. Yeah, but we get people in films that learn whole lines. And this Muppet couldn't even remember a few words. He had to have a high-ranking priest of the church or whatever you want to fucking call them. Hold a card right in front of his face with great big words on it so that he could read what he had to say that was his declaration to this country.
Yeah, even
He
Paris,
didn't even
you're right.
bother.
Paris,
It's
you're right. Prince
disgusting.
William done the same thing, kneeling before his own dad. Yeah, they should have been speaking from the heart, already known it. They had to rehearse it all, but they should have known it. But Prince William was the same. He wasn't even looking at his dad in the eyes. He's looking at a card. I promise, my liege, blah 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 blah, you know, and kissed him on the cheek, like. But you can see him looking at a card. Yeah, it's like fucking hell. If
At
you
the
really
end of the
invested,
day,
yeah, you know it by heart,
yeah,
and you're
they
familiar.
must have a stressful life because they're all fucking going bald. Is it genetic
Yeah.
or not? I don't know. I mean, the stress levels that they create for themselves because they don't want to have a happy life. They want to rip everyone off. They want to con everyone. They want to work the system to the bone.
Paris,
For
they own the
what?
system. They haven't even got to do anything. Is this ridiculous?
Well, they don't really, do they? They did once upon a time, but they
Yeah,
don't.
you're right.
now.
It's just like a
their
symbolic
soul.
thing. It's symbolic now.
All they are a badge.
Yeah, you're right. It's now just like a symbolic thing. Paris, you're echoing. You're echoing.
No, you're echoing. I ain't done anything.
I'm not. Someone else is. Someone's jumped in echoing.
Oh,
If you-
Dave,
that-
you're
that-
still
that- there's a
echoing,
volume on
mate.
that.
You must have YouTube on the back, Dave.
Yeah, I think you must have.
Yeah, I think that was Dave because he was echoing earlier.
Yeah,
and he's
Dave.
just done
Dave. You got to do what you could do. Turn the YouTube volume down. Because when you get in StreamYard,
Yeah.
you still hear the live, but in StreamYard, and you can just
the
turn
way
YouTube.
I do it is
Yeah.
I make StreamYard small so I can see YouTube and then kick YouTube out and then I make
Yeah, Paris, I'm on StreamYard now, right? I can click on comments and private chat. So the private chat's between you and me and whoever else is click the link. But you click on comments and that's a live chat now. So you can see it all there. And obviously on StreamYard I get volume and I can hear you talking to me and whatever else. So you don't need to have YouTube open at the same time. But if you do, just turn the volume down. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, mute it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I do when I use another device. I mute that so that it doesn't.
Yes, exactly.
play back.
Yeah. So do I.
That's what I do when I use.
Hello, Dave. Is that Dave? Is that Dave?
I mute that. Yeah, he's still echoing, Dave.
Oh no, maybe not.
He's trying to work it out. Do you know what? It's so frustrating when you don't know, isn't it? It's like, what is it? What is it I'm doing wrong? And it's like,
I remember, Paris, like back in 2021, I found a show on Gales Live once, right? And all I had to do, because I was on a mobile phone, all I had to do was plug some earphones into it because the microphone is picking up and reverberating what has already been broadcast. But when you put the headphones in, it counters that. I didn't understand that. And it was madness for a little while.
Yeah, it drives you mad, doesn't it? And then when you realise it, you think, bloody hell. It's that simple, but it's like anything. When you don't know, it's complicated.
So, Dave, if you're listening, either, I don't know if you're on a PC or your phone. If you're on a PC and you've got two tabs open, StreamYard and YouTube, turn the YouTube volume down, mute it. If you're on a phone, put headphones in into your phone and it'll stop all that echo stuff.
Yeah,
That's all you got to do.
hilarious,
if you're on a phone, put headphones in into your phone and it'll stop all that echo.
Mind you, you use a mic as well, don't you, Dave? So that's
That's better because the volume that makes a difference, Emily. You turn the volume down, isn't it? Yeah.
You can't work it out. It's annoying, isn't it? It is annoying because it's like I've only just learned.
Oh, can you hear Dave?
It's annoying, isn't it? I've only just learned
Paris, no, it is. Paris, have you got? Is it just me and Dave tuning in, or someone else?
Yeah, it's just you.
It could be Justin taking the piss, or someone else.
Every time Dave unmutes, headphones.
Hello?
You've got YouTube running in the background, Dave. I know it's frustrating. He's gone now. Oh god, it's frustrating when people are telling you. Yeah.
Is it just Paris? Is it just me and Dave that are logged into StreamYard to talk to you, or is it someone else still there?
Yeah, Dave's gone there anyway.
Oh, it's just me and you, yeah.
It's like every time Dave unmutes, we get the echo.
Yeah, so that means Dave's on his phone. So what he needs to do is plug headphones into his mobile phone because his microphone is picking up outside noise and it's echoing you and everything else. That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
So you cancel out with headphones.
If you're on your phone, Dave, put headphones in.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. That's as simple as that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just said in the chat he's gonna be 2 minutes. He's gonna put headphones in.
Oh, well, yeah, good, Dave. Yeah, there you go. Right, sorted.
Yeah, do you know what? I was listening to Dave when he was praising my channels up the other day, and it was like talking about get people, like not me, but he was saying people in general get a mic because the quality sounds better, right? I've got a mic, right?
Yeah.
But the mic I've got has got the big phono plug.
Yeah, the big one, yeah.
Yeah,
Paris, you can get an adapter. You can get adapter, it plugs in and makes it smaller.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I ordered the adapter online, right?
Right.
But I ordered the wrong one, and it's
so you ordered the big one, didn't you? For the small one to plug into.
No. What I'd done, I'd ordered the small one to go into an even smaller one, right?
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Whoopsie.
So what I'd done, I went online and I worked out what size I needed, 6.3 down
Paris,
to 3.5.
I've got the exact adapter you need. A big one into a small one. I've got exact adapter you need. I've got it sitting here.
Yeah, I ordered it, right? So I ordered the second one, right? And then it come and I thought, oh, great. Went down to the post box, got it, plugged it into my phone nose. I thought, fucking great. I've got my laptop. I went to plug it in there and I hadn't even got a plug on the fucking laptop.
Yeah. Because on laptops at Paris, they're all the small adapter on laptops, yeah.
But it hasn't got one for a mic on a laptop.
It hasn't even got that, not even for headphones. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, headphones I have. But
so you can plug it into headphones. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wasted my money because I remembered when I had a PC, you could plug all that stuff into your PC. But on a laptop, you've only got a facility for headphones and everything else is USB or HDMI and stuff.
The headphones
like
is a small socket.
A mic.
Yeah, the headphones is a small socket on the laptop, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I've got that now anyway. But like, why do I want headphones? Unless I'm listening to music.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I was gutted. It must have took me nearly 3 or 4 weeks to get that bit, the right bit, and then
it was wrong.
I went to plug it in, and it hasn't even got a facility for a mic. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. But that's online shopping for them. They should tell you what you need to know. Often I find when you go on online shopping, they'll tell you, like, you read reviews or the product description, they'll tell you all sorts of stuff that doesn't matter, but what you really need to know is not even there to be found.
Yeah.
Unless someone in the reviews has actually like got some sense and made a review and told you exactly what you need to know. You read it and you know straight away. Bang, that's exactly what I need to know. Bang. You know, oftentimes you don't see it at all.
Do you know what else I found as well? I go on YouTube when I want to find out how to solve a problem, right? And I've been trying to solve this problem with a generator for ages, right? And I've found by logic, I've actually found that a lot of people lie about fixing things online just to get the views.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I know that because of the knowledge and when you put all the dots together and something don't make sense to you, there's no other way than them lying about fixing things. There's no other way. There's a few things that I've tried to fix, right? and then I've worked out all the troubleshooting, what people have said, and how they've come about. And I'm just like, nah, you ain't fixed that. You've just come up with something that someone else has done. You've put it on your live, and you've made out you fixed it. And
Yeah.
then people follow you. You get all these views and these, and you're absolutely lying, completely lying. There's
Yeah.
no other way of getting around what they've done. They
absolutely.
absolutely lied.
Yeah. All I care about is views, and his views is money and
Yeah,
boosting
but
their channel, their profile.
but I never thought that people would even go to that level with problem solving and fixing things.
Yeah, you'd think that would be like something that we left alone, but yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, but yeah.
Well, it's like I worked out a way. I was trying to fix this generator. I mean, I know a lot about engines, right? But
Yeah.
the small stuff I kind of don't get, right? There's like a petrol pump on a generator that runs off of the back pressure that comes from the engine, not above the piston, below the piston. You get back pressure, so you have breathers and stuff like that. But what they've done on a generator is they've used that back pressure to work a petrol pump to make the petrol go through into the engine, right?
Yeah.
Which makes sense to me because you don't want to start using energy that you're producing from the piston for anything else other than giving you power for the generator.
Yeah, of course,
So I've come up against a few different problems, and then I've watched videos, and there was loads of bullshit on there, right? But there was this one guy that actually phoned the company up, and it did relate, but it didn't relate to my problem. And what he actually done, there was a pressure switch in the engine, the oil switch that turns on the red light when you've not got enough oil.
Yep.
Now, what he done, he disconnected that switch. He just pulled the wire off, and then the engine started up. But he's not solved the problem. All he's done is got round it because he can blow his engine up.
Yeah, of course.
And not know it.
Yeah.
But and then when I put two and two together and I saw this pump and I couldn't understand how it worked, and then we was going back to this presser switch and I was thinking, hang on a minute, this obviously works on pressure. So I worked it out that if there wasn't enough oil in the engine, you've got a bigger airspace in the engine so that you're not getting enough pressure to work this petrol pump.
Bang on, Paris. Bang on, Bang on.
So I'm like, hang on a minute. So I worked all this out and I thought that cunt was fucking lying about what he'd said.
Yeah.
He absolutely lied about what he said, but he got loads of views for it. Hi, Dave.
How you doing? Is that any better?
Yeah, Dave, it's perfect, Dave. It's perfect.
Dave. Yeah, well done. Yeah.
Let me just turn the TV down a bit. How you doing, Paris? How's things?
Yeah, I'm all good, thank you. You?
Right. Let me just turn the TV down, and I'll be able to get
You
rid
got
of this.
these fingers on, have you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah. Hello, Emily. Squeezies. Dave, you sound loud and clear. You sound perfect, by the way.
Okay. How's that? Any better?
Perfect, Dave. You sound perfect.
You could do with being a bit louder, Dave. I don't know if I can turn you up or is that your end? I don't want to make things more.
Dave, you can turn your volume up. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I can't turn you up. I don't think. I don't want to get involved.
How's that? Is that any better?
Oh, brilliant! Yeah.
It's better. Oh, we got Convid wants to come on.
Oh, does he? Let him in. Let him in.
Yeah. Is he real?
No, he's not real, but let him in. I'm just joking, generally.
Hello, Harry. How are you doing, sweetie?
That's Justin, Paris.
Welcome to the show.
How's your barge?
Yeah, it's still here. It's a narrow boat. It's a narrow boat, not a barge.
I know,
You're going to take me
not
for
what a
a spin?
knobhead.
You're going to take me for a spin soon, Paris?
Possibly.
Take me up the river?
I might actually be doing a live tomorrow with me going out on my boat because I need water and we can't use the track yet. So
You need water. What do you mean, Paris? What, to collect it, to pour on the track to make it softer?
Hello, Tony. How you doing, babe?
I've run out of water.
How you doing, Tony?
Oh, you mean generally, Paris?
You okay, Tony? Looking forward to you coming round, sweetie.
Everyone say hello to everyone anyway.
Hello, Tony. You haven't come round yet, Tony. You made all that effort to find my address and you haven't turned up.
Come on, let's all not be nasty on there.
No, I'm looking forward to it,
Paris.
God,
this guy, Paris. Yeah?
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Paris.
I don't want to leave you out, Dave. How you doing, Dave?
Paris.
No, Dave.
Convid's dug me out before, Dave.
No, Paris, yeah?
Why don't people say hello, Paris? Why don't they say hello? What's wrong?
Talk to you, Paris.
Hello, Convid.
Why doesn't Dave say hello?
Paris.
Hello, Dave. Come on, it's not that hard. Dave, you got to remember, Dave, it's only YouTube. Don't get so upset about everything.
Yeah, but Convid, just because it's only YouTube, it doesn't mean you have to be horrible to people, does it?
I know. Isn't it horrible what Tony did to me, eh? Doxing my name and address. God, dear. I wouldn't do that to you, would I?
What about when you threatened to go to a woman's house when it happened?
I wouldn't do that to you, would I, Tony? I wouldn't dox you.
Yes, you would if you could, and you have done.
No, I wouldn't.
You threatened a woman to do it to a woman.
I wouldn't do that.
You're
to you,
Tony. Paris, this is why I'm ignoring him, because he's a sick, toxic cunt.
You love it. You love it.
And that's why Dave doesn't like him too much either.
Sorry, Dave, I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear what you just said then, Dave.
Say my name.
What did you say, Dave? Sorry, mate, I couldn't hear you. Dave?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Paris.
Come on, people.
Paris.
Come on, let's
Paris.
Stop sulking. Stop
Yeah,
sulking.
Right,
come on.
You see where Justin just mentioned about me revealing where he lived and everything, yeah?
How you doing, Tony? How you doing, mate?
Right. He threatened to go to Emily's house.
How you doing, Tony? How you keeping? You keeping okay, Tony? You doing all right?
Convid, Tony's trying to talk.
Yeah.
He won't answer.
Let's do one at a time.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't want to talk to me. He doesn't like me.
Convid, just let us talk one at a time, and then we'll.
I know.
Yeah, Paris, can you hear me?
It's so complicated.
Paris, can you hear me? Right, so what I'm saying to you is, yeah, Justin just mentioned something earlier. I exposed him, but that was after some time, right? Being an arsehole, right? When I've done that, he threatened to go around Emily's house, scaring her. Because he thought, oh, right, it's all her fault. He's trying to threaten the woman because he's such a pussy, yeah? He's disgusting, and he scared her.
Yeah, that's not right, is it, Convid?
No, it's not right. And also, she's gone through particular things, and he knows that. So he knew he was going to scare her like more than normal as well. And that's why he said it. Yeah, he you know. So he's trying to act like all cocky now. Oh, why didn't you come
Cheer up!
I couldn't.
Stop being so grumpy.
I couldn't turn around his house. Yeah, because he ain't worth going to prison for. Yeah.
Stop being. Oh, what's that?
He wouldn't talk like this to my face anyway.
Oh,
yeah. But he's been such an arse. With Matt
Tony,
Taylor.
cheer up! Stop being so grumpy.
I'm not being grumpy. I'm just talking normally.
You won first prize, didn't you? You should be delighted with yourself.
I am.
Good. Be happy then.
I deserved it. But she won first prize as well.
You did deserve it. You're real. Everyone else is fake, and you're real.
Yeah, but you don't know when to shut up, do you?
No, you can't say that, Convid. Everyone's fake. I'm not saying
I'm. Tony says. Tony says that he's the only real person on YouTube.
I never said that.
Oh, yeah, well,
who else is real then? Who else is real that you've met?
I'm real.
Real. I've said Grobnob's real. Grobnob's honest about who and what he is.
The mouse is real, isn't it? The mouse.
Yeah,
the mouse
is real. The mouse is real.
Oh, have you heard what the mouse has been saying about you?
I don't care.
Oh.
I don't care.
But it's
Right.
real then. It's real though, yeah?
I don't care. I've addressed it recently as it goes.
But you just said it's
Right.
real.
No, the mouse hasn't said a whole lot about me. You're exaggerating.
How's your
Right?
mate Paddy? How's your mate Paddy getting on?
He's not. Would you, my mate Paddy, right? The
He
mouse.
did? You went
The
on,
mouse, the mouse
went
is
on-
real. The mouse doesn't pretend
you
to
went
be
on
what
live
it's not.
chat.
Nor
You
does
went on the
Bob-
live
nor
chat
does
live.
Paris,
You had a
actually.
lovely
Nor does
You had
Paris.
a lovely chat with Paddy, didn't you? You were saying, "Oh, we miss you, Paddy. How are you doing?"
I never
Is
said
that
that.
Paddy McCarthy?
I
Yeah,
said-
Harry went on there and he said he missed him
Paris,
and had a
I just
lovely
said a
chat
quick
with
hello
him on
to
the
him.
live chat channel.
Paris, I
And
said a quick hello to him with Emily.
That
was all it
video's
was.
still up, by the way. That video's still up, by the way.
I never
I've
said
said
anything
hello
else.
to Paddy before because
Yeah,
Paddy's never
he's
been-
lovely, isn't he? He's lovely, isn't he, Tony? You like Paddy, don't you?
That's Justin's
Convict,
friend.
why didn't you
Paddy
just
supported
calm
Justin's
down?
abuse.
You
Just
spoke
calm
to him the
down.
other day.
Paddy supported Justin's
Tony,
abuse. Years
you
ago
spoke
as
to him the
well.
other day. You
With
spoke to him the other
Truth
day. You spoke to him the other day. You had a lovely chat with
suicide.
him. You had a lovely chat with him, Tony.
We
Convict.
said
We all heard
hello
it.
to Paddy. What's your
Yeah,
point? What's your
Just
point,
calm
Justin?
down a little
What's
bit.
your point?
he's lovely. He's
What's your
lovely,
point?
isn't he, Paddy?
What's your point?
Paddy's lovely, isn't he?
No, what's your point? See, Paris, well, not this guy. You can't even answer a simple question. What's your
He's
point?
lovely, isn't he? Paddy's a lovely guy.
You're just deflecting. You can't answer a question. What's your point? See, he's getting off on us. Reacting to him.
I think Convict just likes winding people up. It's just like, what is the point, Convict? What is
What
the
was
point?
Paris like and Dave?
Tony, you make me laugh, mate. You make me laugh.
I'm going to mute you because, like, I don't see the point in why you want to come on and wind people up and then think it's
Oh,
funny.
he's run away. Look, he's run away, Paris. Bye. He's run away.
Yeah, because you're never going to get a sensible conversation when there's
Yes,
people
Paris.
like Convid just constantly laughing and giggling and winding people up. There's no point in it.
Exactly, Paris. That's all
We've
he
all
does.
been there and done it, and he's been there and done it
Right,
long
that's
enough
why,
that he should know
Paris,
better.
That's why me and Dave ignored him straight away because we know what he's like. He's not worth talking to.
But I know what to say.
Oh yeah, you can piss him off, I think, but he doesn't. You can't have real, like you just said. You just said, Paris. You can't have real conversation with the guy.
No, he's trying to wind
Well-
you up, but
No.
he's come back with something that he is. That's
Yes,
it.
yes, exactly.
That's
Yeah.
it. Done and
You're
dusted.
really,
Exactly.
Dave. You're really quiet. Have you moved away
No,
from
I'm
your
fine.
mic?
No, I'm fine. I've just turned it back on.
Oh, there you go.
I really just wanted to come on tonight and just say hello, and just to double check with you about your rifle and your guns. You know, that's all. I'm pleased to see that you've decided to put them in. Now, when I spoke to the guys at the range on Tuesday, first thing they said when I said that you'd had a bigger spring put in it, first thing they said was that's immediately was the problem, and it was the sear that was the problem.
Yeah.
And that was, that's something you can't do at home, unfortunately. If it was a seal, one of the rubber seals, you could have done that yourself. But something like that, you need really a workshop environment with.
Yeah, makes sense.
Well, to be honest with you, when I actually got that gun, because it's got a hell of a kickback on it, and the guy told me that he'd put a bigger spring in it, and I probably fired about 1,000 pellets out of it, and then it just went. And then I thought straight away, the spring's done that, but I didn't know, because I actually took all the gun apart, and then I had this cylinder, and I thought, how the hell do I get into that? I didn't know how to get into the cylinder, and I thought, I'm not going to chance it, because I remember when I used to have a gat gun and all the guns, the Diana, all the guns that was about back in them days, and I actually took a spring out of a gun, and they was weak guns back then, and the thing nearly took my bloody arm off, and I thought, there's no way I'm going to tackle this. So that's why I asked you, Dave, because I just wanted to know if it could be fixed or if it had to be thrown away, because a lot of people have told me that it's a really nice gun. And I used to love firing it in the garden. Like my son and his mates used to come round, and we used to have little competitions in the garden, and it used to be so much fun. But when it went, I was gutted. But even like I've got I can't remember what the gun's called. A little pistol. You put gas cylinders in it, and it
CO2,
fires
yeah.
ball bearings.
Yeah.
And
BB gun.
yeah, I used to love playing with that, but the only thing is that leaks a lot, and you had to quickly put the cylinder in and shoot the shots off. And I thought, if I'm going to put the rifle in, I might as well put that in as well and get them both done, and then I'm going to have a ball out in the garden.
I'm looking at getting if you want to write this down, Paris, it's an Umarex HDR 50. Umarex
I can't,
HDR.
I can't
HDR.
afford. I can't
okay.
afford a new gun.
It's I was thinking of it would be ideal for somebody in your situation where, you know, you never know who's about, and you know, it's a little handgun, and it fires 50 caliber, you know, 0.5 caliber. It's a paint gun. It's a
Paintball gun.
Oh, do you know what? I've seen them. There's a guy on YouTube, right, where he dresses up like a tree or a bush, and he's got all these different guns. And that gun you was talking about, he has this rifle, a really tasty rifle, right? And then when he gets short range people, he gets this pistol out, and he goes bang, 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 bang. And I'm like, I want one of them, and it's a paint gun. And I thought,
Yeah.
fucking hell, how advanced they've become since I used to go paintballing.
Yeah, I think they're a lot of fun, but I've seen a few people on those sort of shows. I'm subscribed to quite a few channels on the air guns,
Yeah.
and that one's seems to be quite a bit of a giggle, if you don't mind.
How much would that one cost though?
What the Umarex, the one I've just mentioned?
Yeah.
It's 135 quid,
Oh, really?
and that comes with 2 magazines, 2 6-shot magazines, and I think you get half a dozen CO2 canisters, and I think 100 pellets. Not pellets,
Let
but
me get a pen. Let me get a pen and write that down, because that sounds.
I'll write it. I'll write it in the back chat for you.
Okay, cheers. Right, where's my pen? I'm going to write it down as well, just in case I forget the back chat. What's it called?
It's called an Umarex. It's UMAREX.
Yeah.
HDR
Yeah.
50.
That don't sound too dear, actually, does it?
No, I think for what it is, I think it's a bit of fun. You know, a bit of fun.
Could I actually shoot someone with that and not get arrested?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Right. If I
But
chucked it in the river after, would they bother investigating?
Oh yeah, they probably would. You got to remember, these are half an inch balls. You know, you can get the paint balls, you can get rubber balls, you know, and harder rubber. You know,
Wow.
You can put small ball bearings in a paintball gun, can't you?
I'm not sure whether you can, but this is a
It wouldn't be
0.5.
very accurate.
It's a half an inch ball. That's what it
Yeah.
shoots.
That's big, yeah.
That's like a big marble, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you put lead in that probably wouldn't be very accurate at all.
Yeah, I think one CO2 canister would. I think they said it does about 40 shots.
Oh right, cool.
Yeah.
That sounds like a fun gun.
Mm.
Yeah, I just thought it would be ideal for somebody in your situation. You know,
I like to be fair, Dave. I like something a bit more powerful, but like I don't aim or pretend to aim at humans at all. But in saying that, I'd rather shoot a human than an animal.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend shooting humans at all. Let's put that straight away.
No, but I'm just saying, if I had to make a decision at the two and get away with it, I'd rather shoot a human than an animal.
Oh yeah, okay.
If I was pushed to it and it was legal.
Yeah.
I couldn't even shoot a rat here. We've got rats here, and I know why we've got rats here. But like people know better than I do, and I can't even shoot a rat because when you see the rats here, right, they're not like the rats in London. It's like the fittest survival of the fittest. They're really healthy rats here, if there's such a thing. It's like even the pigeons here. You look at the pigeons here; they look like they comb their hair every fucking day. They're so well groomed, it's unreal. You go to London, they look like someone shat all over them. You see the pit where, in fact, they're called doves here, pigeon doves or something. But I can't believe how well groomed they are here. They're kind of like racing pigeons, to be fair.
Yeah, we know it is, Paris. Where you are, there's a lot of nature around them, and they can feed naturally. They haven't got to scavenge like the other normal rats and pigeons have to do. So they're going to look a lot better. Yeah, cool.
But the thing is, as well, it's like the weak don't survive here. It's like it's raw, but it looks pretty. Do you know what I mean? It's like if you got a weak rat, that will be the first one that got taken out. Whereas the fit ones will always survive, and that's the
rule of jungle, Paris. So the survival of the fittest. You know, in the Serengeti, the lion, the tiger, they pick off the weakest fucking antelope or the weakest fucking whatever it is. You know, bang.
Hi, beautiful Denise. Hi, Mr. Perfect.
Yeah, and also when I've seen some people that do some vermin control. Quite often they'll take a few long shots, and the rats that are around, once they realise that a rat is dead, they'll start to eat it. They're cannibals.
Yeah, they eat anything. I do.
Yeah. But they were just literally walking around with each other, and as soon as they found it's not moving, they're straight onto it and eating it. You know.
Yeah.
Well, they reckon if there's a nuclear war, the only things that will survive are rats and cockroaches.
Oh yeah.
And I actually do believe that. It's like if you tread on a cockroach, that cockroach lays an egg with 50 eggs in it.
Does it? I didn't know that.
And did you know if you there's been cases where you can cut a cockroach's head off and it will still survive.
Yeah, I believe that because there's some worms. There's a lot of species of worms. Some you can cut into pieces and it all form into another worm, or cut their head off and it'll form a tail, or the tail cut, and it'll form the rest. Like it's hard to. Yeah, some of them are very hard, like really like lasting. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But if you actually tread on a cockroach, you'll find that it'll just pop out a little capsule out of his arse, and that'll have 50 eggs in it.
So of course, if you stamped on that little capsule, if you spotted it, then you killed him off. But you wouldn't. But naturally, if you didn't know, you're not even going to think about it. You just stamp it down, it's dead.
No, that's it. You just tread on it and you think it's dead.
You might even sweep it up, throw it in the bin, but the egg's still alive and it's going to grow. Yeah.
No, it's disgusting. But clever, really.
Sat in the bin. It's still the same. Yeah.
So, did you enjoy the coronation yesterday?
Yeah, it was great.
I thought it was comical.
I started to watch it about 10:30, and first thing I thought was, I wonder if Harry's going to be there, and his brother, and then I just wondered if Andrew's, Andrew's wife or his ex-wife,
Sarah Ferguson.
She didn't seem to.
You know what I found funny about that coronation? I actually found it on YouTube, and I thought I better watch it because people talk about it, right? And what I found funny about it, right, was the Prince Charles thing was quite drawn out and boring. He had to read off of a card, and then when they come to the what was her fucking name? The old hag that he's with.
Camilla Parker Bowles.
Camilla. When it comes to Camilla and putting the crown on her, they basically plonked the crown on her head and the live ended. And I thought, fucking hell. That was the one I watched. It was like they took ages to talk to Charles. He was all squinting, looking at a big card with ABC written on it from Janet and John. And then
Right,
it come
enjoy
to
that.
her. He basically plonked the crown on her head, and it was over.
Yeah,
She
all she done was
moved
touch
on.
the ring and something else. And that was it. Yeah, yeah.
I've never seen nothing like it. Just goes to show how much control the Queen had over everything when she was alive.
Yeah, but Paris, yeah, because he's a king, she had to be the queen. The queen was just a queen.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
with Camilla, that ceremony that was a whole lot lesser because the main person was Charles.
Yeah.
So
Do you
they
know
didn't
what?
need to go through it with her.
It's such a shame, right? Because if Lady Diana was alive, right, and she become queen,
Yeah,
I bet within a couple of years she would have had his head chopped off or put on the stake and the towers or something. Because everyone loved her, but they couldn't stand him.
yeah.
And I reckon she could have swung it around so that he was done for treason, because you can still get hung for treason these days. It's not likely to happen, but I bet she could have made it happen.
Mm.
Because there's still laws in place where you can get hung in this country.
Is there?
Yeah, but they go way back hundreds of years.
Oh, so they're not like common things, but they are there if they want to use them. Okay, yeah.
It's to do with treason, isn't it?
Yeah.
But they are still in place because a lot of these laws haven't been updated because they go back so far. And then when they look at the laws, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, I didn't know that still existed. We need to get rid of that.
Or update it.
Update it, yeah.
I liked all the pomp and circumstance and all the traditional bits and pieces that went with it. Makes you proud to be British, but I don't think it was. There's a family there in fractured, aren't they? They're a bit unsettled at the moment.
They're just all money orientated. Who's got the most money? It's like they're fighting amongst themselves. Who's got the biggest wallet? That's all it is. They're all involved in all sorts of little pies, and it's like, look at me, I'm more important than you. And that just seems, it's sad, but that just seems how it is. It's fucking sad. I can't see it any other way. I'm better than you because I've got more money.
Yeah and no, but also money can't buy a class as well. So what it is we got with money, Paris, yeah, you got the old money where they're
Do you think Charles ever had any class then?
No. I'm not talking about whether they got class or not. I'm talking about old money and new money, right? So the people who've had money for generations, old money, like they inherit their money, their parents inherited money, and before them inherited money. Yeah, new money is like your parents fucking start a company, become millionaires or whatever, multi-millionaires. That's new money. Yeah. Or you had a son, he become a singer and made loads of money. That's new money. Yeah. Yeah. He's been in their class, but not for long. He's new. Yeah. So there's no class. So I don't respect that. But it's not about actually having class. It's been in their world for long enough. So you matter. Because obviously they haven't got class, a lot of them, They've got money, they're refined in their speech and their manner and behaviour, yeah. But class is about your behaviour and actions.
Style.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they look down on anyone else who just got to that status of money, purely money. All right, your new money, whatever.
Let's face it. Let's face reality here, right? Most of the royal family comes from Germany.
Oh yeah. Saxe-Gotha-Coburg, yeah.
They wasn't called the Windsors.
Yeah, I just said Paris. Saxe-Gotha-Coburg.
Yeah.
And Prince, the Queen's husband, was it? What's his name? Albert.
Hi, Violet.
Yeah, he was Greek. He's from Greek royalty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lily, can you pack that in? That's disrespectful. I'm talking to my dog. Sorry.
Oh right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Queen and her family are German, and her husband.
Lily, stop it. Sorry.
Prince Albert. It was Prince Albert, wasn't it? Prince Albert, right? the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Albert, yeah,
Yeah.
he was Greek. He was from Greek royalty.
Prince Philip, it was.
Oh, Philip, yeah,
Heck,
you're
it
right,
was
you're right,
Philip.
yeah, you're right, yeah, Dave, yeah,
Albert
Philip, yeah.
was Albert
What's
was
his name?
Queen Victoria's husband.
Oh right, yeah. So that was her granddad or whatever, yeah, or her dad, yeah, yeah. So Prince Philip was Greek, yeah. You're right, Dave. Prince Philip was Greek.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So what you been up to, Harry? You been keeping yourself busy?
Yeah, I've been working. Obviously, I've been loving having fun with Emily. Yeah,
Good. How
Yeah.
is Emily? Is she still there with you?
yeah.
I am, yes.
Hello, Emily. How you doing?
Hi, Dave. I'm okay, thank you.
Good. That's the way.
Hi, Emily.
Hi, Paris. Yes.
Why did Prince Philip never become king?
Because Queen Elizabeth, she became the monarch before she was married,
Yeah.
and it's different if the king if a man becomes a king and he's already married, then his wife always becomes the queen. But the other way around, someone who becomes the queen, that person doesn't become the king.
Yeah, but couldn't she have made him the king?
No, she couldn't. No.
I didn't know that. I thought
Because men and women.
she was
Yeah.
responsible.
So he just became like the
Oh,
Duke of
okay.
Edinburgh. Obviously he was still important. Obviously, he was still important. People respected him, and he's like, whatever. But he couldn't be a king. But when a man
I bet that
becomes
was
king,
really frustrating
so when
for him.
William, who's next in line, becomes king, Kate will be a queen, and next in line to the throne is his son, Prince George, and his wife will be a queen. If he's married at the time, he gets coronated.
Do you
If he's not
think?
married-
Do you think right that Prince Charles is going to be king for long?
Paris, he's 75 in November, so no, of course not.
No.
Do you
10
think
years,
that-
85?
Do you think that Harry's going to be king?
No.
No, because what it is, yeah. When the line of accession, it is your oldest child. So for Queen Elizabeth, her oldest child was Charles, and Charles's oldest child was William, and then from William, it's his oldest child, which is Prince George, the third in line to the throne. Then after that, it's his other son. Then it's his daughter, and then after that, then it's Harry
Yeah.
and Meghan and
Wow.
Harry's
Go
kids.
through that.
But then it's
Well, it looks like it's going to be a murder.
oh yeah, it could be, yeah. But
gonna
like,
be a
There's
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be a couple of
when-
murders going on here.
yeah, so when
You
you
know-
see like, oh yeah, Prince Andrew, Ferguson, they're like 6th, 7th, and 9th in the throne. It changes because obviously, like William's had loads of kids now. Harry's had loads of kids, so they all drop down. So when Charles dies, if William's not alive, if his children ain't alive, it'll go to Harry, his son, because it has to go from the monarch's children, right? So if William's not alive when Charles dies, and William's children ain't alive, any of them, then it will go to Harry. So he's got 3 children. So William's next in line to the throne. George is the second, third, fourth. The other children. Harry is 5th now, but then his children. And
So
after that,
four people have got to pass away as well as Charles for Harry to be king.
yeah,
Yes.
yes,
I
yeah.
can see that happening.
It's possible, yeah.
I can
Unlikely.
see
but yeah.
that happening.
It
I
could
can
happen
see another
easily.
car crash coming on.
Oh my God.
Do you know what you could do? Yeah, the first Black Queen consort, Meghan. Yeah, they start fucking playing reggae at the coronation.
They're planning it already. I
That'd be
wonder if
conqueror.
Fires can have anything to do with it.
Yeah, it could do. Yeah, possible. Yeah,
Fire, his name will be mentioned. I bet you.
Yeah.
yeah. But say Harry died and all his kids, then it go to Prince Anne, or whoever next eldest was of Elizabeth's children after Charles.
Yeah.
So it's either Prince Anne, Andrew, or the other one, Edward. Whoever the oldest one
Yeah.
is, then it goes to him and his children.
Yeah, go
Then if
for
they
it.
all die, then it's the next The next fucking
To be-
child, the oldest. Yeah.
To be honest with you, like when you look at the Queen when she was 74, and you look at Charles at 74,
Now, which
there's
is now.
no way. There's no way he's going to last 85.
Exactly.
No way.
Yeah. He looks so out of it, doesn't he?
Well, I reckon he's going to have to give it away by the time he's 80. To be fair.
Well,
That's
he's either going to die. He's not going to last like his mum to fucking nearly 100, right? I don't think,
No,
right?
100% he's
So
not.
he's either going to fucking abdicate the throne or just die.
He actually
Whatever he
looks
does.
worn out, doesn't he? I think.
I reckon he's going to have to. He's going to have to get a
You know what?
nurse in.
You and Paris are both right, yeah? Prince Charles, when he was younger, was known for being a whore. Fucking around. Smash.
he?
Yeah. Well, don't forget, yeah? None of them have worked a day in their lives, right? Right? They haven't worked a day in their lives yet. If you're going to live that kind of lifestyle, right? You got all that power of money, yeah? You can have any woman you want or any man you want, right? Her sister, she lived in the fucking Caribbean in some luxurious place.
Well.
She was fucking loads of people and having a good time. Yeah. Margaret, yeah, the rebel, yeah. She was, she's having a good time. Yeah.
Good on
Pissing
her.
it up, getting banged out, bang. She's loving it.
Is that the one that does horse jumping and stuff?
No, that's Zara Phillips, her granddaughter, Queen Margaret, Elizabeth's sister. She's dead now, but she wasn't at work in royal. But obviously Harry's not. But you still get all the privileges and money, right? So she just lived in the Caribbean in this luxurious house and lived her little lifestyle, pissing it up,
It's
having loads of
bad,
sex
isn't
with
it?
people. Yeah.
Goes to parties.
It's
Yeah.
fucking bad, isn't it?
All right,
Just because you're of that bloodline, you're allowed to spend our money,
yeah.
and you
Paris,
don't even.
that's why Harris, that's why God, with his people, the Hebrew Israelites, he didn't want to have a king or a queen because he knew they were just people who took the piss and leached off everyone else.
Yeah.
But he had to work with the people how they are, so he allowed them to have it because it still would have served his purposes anyway. But he didn't really want to have it. That's why they had kings and queens, his people.
So, do you think it's better to have a parliament or to have a king or a
It's
president?
better to have like judges, like rulers, like wise people in a parliament, but a king and like royal family that just leech over everyone else, never working down the life.
Don't you think that the MPs and all that don't you think they fucked everything up big time?
Yes.
Yeah, but Paris, but originally, if you go back in time, like Britain, it was all high standards. It was all high standards, yeah. So they weren't all pieces of shit.
We
right?
took
It's high
pride.
standards.
We
But
took
it
pride
got
in being
Paris. It
British.
got eroded away.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
Piece of shit managed to get in, and now it's a joke.
Do you think it was Harry and William that done that?
Harry and William? No.
Yeah,
It's before them. It's before them.
that corroded away and pushed
No,
the
it's before them.
boundaries of
No,
the
it's
royal
before them. It's before
family
them.
and stuff.
It's before them.
What, do you
They
reckon
were-
it was
they were
Lady
children,
Di?
Yeah, you had fucking Margaret Thatcher privatised everything. For instance.
Yeah, but she's not
Okay.
royal family, is she?
No, that's not the point. That's not the
But she was
point.
in Parliament,
But it's
wasn't she?
Parliament running
She
laws.
fucked
bang.
things up.
Yeah,
Privatised
yeah.
everything. Didn't need to be privatised.
Yeah, but
It's
but if you didn't have someone like Margaret Thatcher, and then you would never get people like me owning property.
Yeah, it's pros and cons.
Really?
Well, she was the one that brought in buying rented accommodation.
Really?
Yeah.
It was.
It was
could buy-
Margaret Thatcher, wasn't it?
She
She
opened
brought
up the
in because
people.
before Margaret, you couldn't buy an house unless you had the money, and then she brought in you could buy.
So, Paris, what you're saying, before her, there's no higher purchase.
You
So
could
you
buy
couldn't
your
go
own
to
council
like
house.
Dixon's and buy a fucking TV on
Yeah,
finance.
you couldn't buy a
There's nothing.
council house before Margaret Thatcher.
That's
Okay.
true. Yeah.
But Paris, that's not a bad thing because that stopped people being in debt.
Well, it depends what way the economy goes.
Yeah.
Because I remember a time when people bought houses and they was doing really good, and then the interest rate went up so much that they couldn't afford it, and then everyone lost their houses and had nowhere to live.
Yeah.
The
On purpose.
interest rate was fucking ridiculous.
Of course it was. Yeah, of course it was.
So, like, was Margaret Thatcher a good thing or a bad? In a way, I think she was a good thing because it brought a lot of people out of poverty, but it makes you wonder because when they bring you out of poverty, loads of other debts were created that wasn't there before, and then although you earned loads of money, you kind of give it back. You always seem to get, no matter how well you do, you always seem to give that money back for some sort of taxes.
Don't forget as well, Paris, when Margaret Thatcher was in, she effectively closed down the coal industry in this country and the steel making process.
But
So
they
that's not
reckon
good.
that was a lot, but they reckon that was a lot to do with the climate. But I don't care what anyone says or what any arguments anyone's got. The climate is fuck all to do with us. We might have a tiny percentage to do with it, but I believe the world works in its own way and always sorts
Yes.
itself
Yeah.
out.
Nature. It's not. Yeah. Nice nature.
The
Paris.
world is like a valve. It opens and closes when it wants. And at the moment, it's at that level where it needs to just burst and open and then release itself. And that's what I honestly believe.
Paris. Yeah. You see, like with petrol. Yeah, which is like comes from crude oil, right? They know. Right, that it's not an infinite resource. Yeah, it's not. And
Yeah, but we're never going to run out of it because there's so
Paris,
much of
we
it
are.
that the amount of years it takes to make it,
Yeah,
we'll always be making it.
Yeah,
Because
Paris, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it takes a lot of time to make it. A lot of time because what we're taking is what's like with spring water. Yeah, spring water. Yeah, which
yeah,
we
but
might
you got to remember though, Tone, that we only find little tiny pockets here, there, and everywhere. Little tiny pockets is everywhere.
Yeah. I know that.
So we're
right?
never going to run out. The only
No.
reason they come up with new ideas to suck us dry.
Hello,
from
Joe
our
Junior
money.
Baptiste. Yeah, no,
And
Paris.
they
Yeah,
use different
no, Paris.
excuses.
Paris,
Hi,
Paris. Paris, yeah, I know Paris. Let me tell you, yeah, I know, yeah, that they've gone around the whole world by now, right? They know where all this oil is, and you're right, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but Tony, we haven't even.
Paris, let me finish.
Covered.
Paris, let me finish, yeah. Don't let me finish, yeah. You're right. I'm telling you, you're right, Paris. What you're saying, yeah, right? They've gone around the whole world. They know where all the oil is, what they've found, yeah. And there's places like Venezuela, loads of oil there, not even pumping it and using it. They know it's there. They know it's there. They know where gold is. They know where they know where everything is. It doesn't mean they're mining and getting it all from wherever it is. They know where it is, right? But with this crude oil, they do know that we're using it at such a rate. Yeah, we're using it quicker than it can naturally, as a whole, replace itself. So they know they have to get us off that because eventually we will run out because we're using it too quickly.
Yeah, but don't you think that we're just using it quicker than they can dig it out of the ground rather than we're using it quicker than the supplies that are out there? That's probably what
It's
the real
both,
one
Paris,
is.
both because they got to control it and make
I
money.
don't think we will ever run out because
no, Paris. I've read things. They know we are going to run out. They know.
They know. Yeah, they know.
But there's other places, yeah. But they've got to make profit from it.
Yeah, but why would they produce battery cars, right, and use that as an excuse to get from petrol to battery when batteries are going to be worse for us to get rid of for global warming reasons? Batteries are a lot worse to get rid of.
Yeah, but global warming's bullshit.
It is bullshit, but most
Yeah.
people
Like,
believe
like,
that
like,
it is
see
a
what
myth.
they're saying, yeah, Paris. See what they're saying. Yeah, we go to the South Pole, North Pole. Yeah, it's all melting. No, we've had ice ages, and they're the last parts that are still melting. Yeah.
Why
They're-
can't we find? Why can't we find oil on the moon? If they say that the moon
Paris,
was
they've
like
never been to the
Earth
moon.
at one point.
They've never been to the moon, Paris.
Yeah, but I don't believe that. I
There's
did
a thing.
start. to believe
There's a
that.
thing called the Van Allen belt, a radiation belt. Yeah, yeah. Humans can't go beyond that. Yeah, machine could. Humans couldn't. Right.
Yeah, but
So
I don't believe that.
no, but it's
I
true.
don't
It's true.
believe that.
No,
Just
it's
because you're
real. It's
told
true.
that, it doesn't mean it's real.
All they've done is orbit the Earth. That's all they can do.
How far away is it? What is it? Is it 250,000 miles or 500,000 miles away? The
No,
moon?
no, no. That's not the point. You got this Van Allen radiation belt all around the Earth. Humans
Yeah.
can't pass through it. They'll just die.
Yeah,
You
but I
can't,
don't
there's
believe
no
that.
suit. There's no suit you can wear. There's no space you can be in that will save you. Yeah, a machine will go for it, and it can still fuck up electronics, but it will go through it and survive. But organic matter, a human, it will kill you. They know that.
So
They haven't gone
how
to the moon.
strong is the radiation in the Van Allen belt? Is it really strong, or is there stronger stuff out there? Because why
it's a
is
strong,
it?
Paris.
Why
It's a
is
strong
it? Yeah,
Paris.
but
It's the
Tone,
strongest thing
why
they've come
is it we've
across.
got radiation on this planet, but yet we can contain it on here, but we
Paris,
can't?
Paris. If they contain it, right? Chernobyl, yeah. They haven't contained it. They've left there. Yeah, they've
Yeah,
left
but
there.
we've got radiation that we've taken from nuclear power stations, and we've contained it. Chernobyl was a completely different thing. That blew up and it went everywhere. Now,
Paris.
I
know
watch
someone.
channels. I watch channels where people go into Chernobyl. They dive in the water and everything. They come out. They're still living fine. They're all doing their thing. So the Van Allen belt, I think people have just made their minds up. We can't get through it.
Paris, yeah, with radiation, yeah. Just like they've gone to Chernobyl. They're idiots, right? They jumped into water. It doesn't mean you're going to instantly be sick. But what they like now, 10 years later, 5 years later, 20 years later, they're definitely going to be fucked. It takes time. And there's a thing called a half-life when it comes to things like that, a half-life, right?
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
Paris, that
not
means
healthy.
a certain amount of time has to pass by before it's even safe just to walk in there, let alone jump in water and spend time there, right?
I get
With
that
a lot
it's
of
not
chemicals,
healthy,
right?
Tone. At the end of the day, how many people have we sent out in space and they've died? They've cooked, they've burnt, they've come back to Earth toasted, but that hasn't stopped them from keep trying.
Yeah, but
And
they don't
I
care.
actually believe
People,
that we've
Paris,
been to space. We've got
people
nuclear
beyond.
waste all around this planet, and we're still all here.
That's because of God.
Yeah, but we're talking about we're living with it, right? And you're just talking about going through a belt to get to the moon.
No,
People
I'm
don't
saying the
give a
whole
fuck
Earth.
on this planet.
All
Yeah,
they've
but
done.
people don't give a fuck on this planet whether you're going to live or die
I
when
know.
you go to the moon.
I
If
know.
it's 20 years later, it's better for them because it can be unattached to them. Oh, they died of cancer. Oh,
Yes,
they died with this.
exactly,
they died of that.
Paris.
I
Exactly.
get there are risks, but it doesn't stop the fact that we've been to the moon because we've got nuclear waste all around us on this planet that we've created as a human race, and we're still all living.
But Paris,
billions of us on this planet.
But Paris, it's in certain places. Yeah. The
Yeah, but
first
it
world
doesn't
countries,
matter.
they dump it in certain places. It's not everywhere, but it is there, right? But anyone of any sense, no one of any sense is going to Chernobyl or Fukushima or Nagasaki still, right? Nagasaki, Truman, American president, dropped a fucking bomb there. People fucking evaporated instantly when he dropped the bomb there. Right?
Yeah, I get that.
Right?
But when you
That's
look
how
at
powerful it is.
Chernobyl,
But it's that powerful. After that's all done, it's still dangerous. You don't go there at all, anywhere near there.
I get that. So is
Yeah.
Chernobyl, right?
Yes, exactly.
There's a massive
So
security
just because
around
someone's gone there,
Chernobyl.
jumped in the swimming pool, walked around there. Oh, I'm fine. I haven't instantly died. That doesn't mean it's safe.
Do you
Let's
know
hear from
what?
them 10 years later.
I follow
Well,
this
I'm
guy,
heroin.
right?
You know what I
That
mean?
goes. I follow this guy that goes to Chernobyl a lot, right? He's dived there and everything inside the nuclear reactor number 5, the one that they was actually building when number 4 went up, right?
What's this? You talking about Fukushima?
He goes there in the winter, right? He goes there in the summer. In the winter, actually inside the complex, the whole of the water is iced over. Like where all the water's come up through the grounds and it's filled up the bottom 2 levels, it's iced over. He shines a torch through there. There's fucking insects and everything running around underneath the ice.
Yeah.
And this is in a nuclear place where literally 100 yards or 200 yards away, the nuclear reactor blew up.
Yeah. But like you said earlier, Parish, yeah, rats and cockroaches can survive a hell of a lot, right?
Yeah. But these are creatures that are living in the water.
Yeah. But they're fucking, yeah, but they're like fucking, you know, they're obviously mutants and fucking whatever, you know, like, you know, but there's some things that can survive anything, like cockroaches and rats, for instance. But there's also insects that can survive through wings. It doesn't mean
do you know what worries me more than anything, Tony?
Yeah.
Do you know what really worries me more than anything, right? I don't know whether it was the North Pole or the South Pole. I think it was the North Pole, right? They was sending scientists there, right? And they was digging down through the ice, and we're going back 30,000 years, right? They was digging up insects that had just not died.
Fossils.
No, insects. They'd not died, but they wasn't living, right? And they brought them back to life. These were
with DNA.
These were disease. No, they was diseases. They was insects that, soon as they brought them back to life, they was multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. But yet they keep doing it. But yet you're thinking, hang on a minute, these cunts are experimenting with this shit so that they can put it on us. Once they control it and know exactly what it's all about, that's going to be coming to us in the future. This is stuff that's been sitting down there for 30,000 years, laying dormant. They brought it to the surface and it's come back to life and it's just multiplying like fucking nothing. And you think, what are these sick cunts? What the fuck have they got in their head?
Paris, yeah? They're Satanists.
I'll bring you Paddy McCarthy on. Hang on a sec, Time. Hi, Paddy.
Wait, what have I missed? Have I missed anything?
It's COVID again, Justin.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
He's COVID. Bye.
What have I been missing?
Just
we've been having a conversation without you keep talking over everyone.
And now he's going to ruin it all, being a prick.
Sorry about that, Paris. I was getting a bit carried away.
Yeah,
you sound so sincere, doesn't he?
You could stay longer. You know,
I know. I've had my injection. I've had my injection now. I'm okay now.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to be working at the moment.
Yeah, I'm very calm now. I'm very sedated now.
You sound very sarcastic and like flippant.
I know. I'm lonely. I need to meet someone. Need to fall in love. Why don't you
go talk to Sharon Gall?
She's lovely, isn't she?
Yeah, go talk to her. She'll keep you company. She'll go on holiday with her.
Did you not see me on our live stream? I was on live the other day. Did you not see it?
I don't watch the stupid bitch anymore.
Oh, that's not very nice.
She's nothing but a user.
She's grieving. She hasn't got over the death of her daughter. You know?
Get over your fucking self.
Oh,
she probably has got over losing her husband as well, but never mind.
Well, that's what we meant. That's what we spoke about. We had a really interesting chat about Mark Latter and how she still thinks that he possibly did it.
I'm going to get a beer. You crack on. You carry on talking.
Yeah. Hello,
No,
Tony.
she married him. She married him to get him off of the conviction. That's how vulgar that woman is.
Well,
Let's
she
get it
told
right.
me. She told me she married him because she loved him.
Yeah, sure she did. It didn't
You
last
sound
long,
very
did it?
cynical. You sound very cynical, Paris.
Did it?
You sound very cynical, Paris. Don't you believe in love?
Of course I believe in love. I love my dog and my cat. Doesn't mean I don't fall out with them.
Have you given up on relationships then, Paris?
100% I have. I've never been so
Oh,
happy.
come on.
There's someone out there for me, but they've got to work
You
very
once told me that meant that you get hit on all the time.
Yeah, so what's that mean? That don't mean I'm up for it, does it?
Exactly. So you're the one that's
I
turning them
can't
down.
control other people's minds.
There you go. You see, so you're the one that's turning them down.
Yeah, but when you get someone talking to you from Egypt and they're talking all dirty, disgusting stuff, that's not someone that you want to have a relationship with, is it?
Is that what's happening to you?
Well, not just from Egypt, but yeah.
Dave's been very quiet. Is he not speaking?
I'm taking it all in, mate. I'm taking it all in.
How's your guns? How's your guns, Dave? How's your guns? Having fun with your guns?
Very,
You're
very
talking
good.
about his
Thank you.
arms.
Yeah.
Dave
I
said that he wants.
Dave, he's talking about your physical physique. Be careful, yeah.
That's all right.
Dave said he wants somebody to disappear. Do you remember that, Dave?
Yeah, but we've said that to you. We've said
Say
that
that
to
again.
you before, Convid.
Dave said to Grobnob that he wants someone to disappear. You went on his channel.
I think you may have found that wasn't me.
That's what I thought. I thought it was a clone. But you've gone very quiet on it. You've not sort of spoken up.
This is the first I've heard about it. That's why I haven't gone quiet, because I don't know about it.
You didn't know about it.
Well, obviously, if I wasn't there, no, it had nothing to do with me.
This is the first. I'm glad I brought it up because it's good to clear this up.
It was probably fucking Matt or Justin anyway.
Oh, don't be so paranoid, Tony. It's not always
Paris,
me.
Paris, can I just point something out? What Jay Junior Baby said earlier on. He said, "Sorry, Harry, I'm with Paris on this one. I might be wrong, but I believe man has been to the moon." Then he said, a couple of minutes later, "Actually, I hear Harry on this one. Many napalm babies have been still born in Vietnam."
Yeah. Tony talks a lot of sense.
So
I get that, but like when something happens over time, they can direct the blame.
Yes, Paris. Yes, Paris. Yes.
Yes, Paris.
They can
Yes, Paris.
redirect the blame.
Oh yes, Paris. Yes. Paris.
That's
So,
all
oh yes,
saying.
Paris.
What?
Yes,
it
Paris.
doesn't matter how
What he's really
dangerous
doing is something else.
Oh yes, Paris.
If they can distance themselves from the actual cause,
Exactly, Paris.
Exactly,
Paris. See what you said there? That's the same with these trolls online, like Matt or Convid or Katie Byle or whoever.
Oh, stop being so grumpy, Tony. We're having a lovely chat.
They do the same things.
Sarcastic, then,
they do the same thing. They do the same things, Paris. They do the
Tony,
same
did you not hear Dave? Dave's upset.
These people.
Dave's upset, Tony. Dave's been misrepresented.
These people in power are the same kind of characters.
I'm not upset.
Are you okay, Dave? Are you okay, Dave?
I'm absolutely fantastic. Never been better.
Convid, I don't like your mannerism and I don't
No.
like your attitude. I don't want
Nor do
this
I.
shit on my channel, all right? So
Exactly.
I'm going to mute you and you
Okay,
need to
bye, folks.
out or
Bye.
you're just going to be blocked because
See
I
you
find
later.
it boring. I find it fucking boring.
Sorry.
He ain't sorry.
I just find it fucking boring that these people are trying to get one over on people all the time.
Yes,
You
Paris,
can't have
exactly.
a decent conversation. Fuck off.
Yes, Paris, exactly.
I couldn't have put it better myself there, Paris. You summed it up quite excellent.
So I was going to say earlier, Paris, before when Dave had trouble getting on, I was going to say that Convid and Matt had pissed Dave off, and that's why he's being quiet, didn't want to talk to him. That's
Yeah,
why-
I don't blame him. I don't blame him because
That's
all
why-
they're trying
that's why I
to
was
do is
annoyed.
pick
Let
holes
me-
and make people look stupid, and it's fucking pointless because they're the ones that look like the fucking idiots to me.
Yes,
Let me-
indeed.
They're
let me
mental.
let me just say, I stopped watching Matt's channel. I don't know, 8-10 months ago,
Yeah, last
the
year, Dave. Yeah.
and the only time I watch anything of his is when it gets featured on the mouse. I don't
Yes.
watch
Yeah.
anything. I
Yeah,
don't
Yeah,
watch
that's the only
yes, Dave. The
time
mouse,
I ever
mouse
see
clips
them.
things, Dave. It's like the mouse is a good channel to go to just to see like to keep up with things. So you just clip things and you just.
I made a comment once. It's the go-to channel for catching up, or
Yes,
catching up.
exactly,
Yeah.
Dave. That's exactly it.
So
That's exactly it.
whatever goes on that channel, I don't know, and whatever Convid was on about tonight,
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about. I no idea at all. No idea.
It's
Dave,
like
I know it's about Dave. I know it's about Dave. What it is, Dave? You done a video recently talking about your gun, but
Oh, yeah.
you done, Dave. You done a proper video
Yeah.
talking about your gun. What
Mm.
it was, but it's a proper video about a gun. What Matt and Convid have done is exaggerate it and make it sound like you were threatening people. I've got a gun. I'm going to do this to you. You wasn't doing that at all. You were talking about your gun, how it works, what the model it is, the bullets it needs, and you're just talking about your gun. Yeah. And I already knew before that video, you go to a shooting range to shoot your gun. Yeah.
Mm.
But they've exaggerated it and made it sound like, yeah, I'm flashing my gun to threaten people. You wasn't. You were just talking about your gun and specifics. And tonight, Paris has mentioned about it, and you had a conversation bouncing off of that about the guns because Paris has got her own gun or whatever.
Well,
And
there
the
was
conversation. Yeah.
well, Paris got in touch with me because of Paris had a similar sort of rifle. It's
Yeah.
and there was a problem with Paris's.
Yeah.
I didn't know what a solution was, but I said to Paris, I'll go to the range and I'll ask the guys. And I got an answer pretty much while I was at the range, and I think I
Yeah.
sent a message through to Paris, telling him what the problem was, and so that was able to be sorted straight away. So with regards to anything else, the only thing I didn't do was to show how I fixed the sights.
Yeah.
When I re-zeroed the sights, but I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to go too far, just because certain things that you show on YouTube can get taken off or can get you into trouble with regards
Yes.
to
Yes, Dave.
what they allow you to show. It's not
Yeah.
that the content is threatening to anybody, but they don't like certain things to be exposed or to be shown in a degree. So that's why I didn't go down the route of re-zeroing the sight, which would have been very, very interesting to somebody that hadn't, somebody that wanted to get into rifle shooting. It would have been more beneficial to them to have seen how it works and how you do it properly.
Yes, Dave. I understand that. But what I'm saying to you is, Dave, I saw that video. I understood where you were coming from.
Yeah.
And you, Paris, had a conversation tonight off the back of that. And obviously, you gave me some more background to it, right? But what I'm saying to you is, your video was innocent, right? And I saw it. Yeah. I knew it was innocent. Yeah. I already knew you went to a range and you shot guns as a hobby. Yeah. Air guns, whatever. But I'm saying Convid and Matt have exaggerated it as if like you're fucking threatening them. You're going to do something. And that's why he's come on tonight, mentioned the guns, off the back of that bullshit.
Okay.
That's what it was about. Of course, you had no clue. Of course, you had no clue because that wasn't where he was coming from. What's he talking about? So I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what it was.
If what I said was misconstrued by them, it was their problem, not mine.
Yes, Dave. Yes, Dave. I know that. What I'm telling you is they've done it on purpose.
That's fine.
They've done it on purpose.
I don't mind that. If they want, you know what it's like over there. That's why I stopped going.
Yes, Dave.
And
Dave, I'm just telling you what it was. That's why Convid's coming tonight to carry on that sort of premise. And of course, you never had that intention. And you're like, what are you talking about? But I'm just letting you know where he's coming from. That's what it was.
That's fine. I've got no problem with that. But with regards to, whatever they misconstrued about that video, that's up to them. That's their stupidity.
Yes, indeed.
and stupid imagination, which seems to be rife over there at the moment.
Yes,
Sure.
of course.
But that's why I was happy and delighted to walk away, you know, I just not interested in going back at all. And what with all the other stuff that's been coming out recently, I'm just delighted that I did it, and can, you know, there's no record of me being on that channel.
Yeah.
For I don't know 8-10 months, I don't know. So there's
Oh, so it's quite a while, Dave. Yeah, it's quite a while.
Yeah,
Going back to
I mean,
last summer,
I've got,
I think. Yeah.
I've got no intentions. I've ever wanted to go back, because I just, you know, it just doesn't suit me. Just doesn't suit me.
Dave, even when you was on that channel, you still wasn't taking part in all their bullshit anyway.
No,
So they couldn't use anything anyway.
Well, there was nothing on there that I was involved with. In fact, I used to email Matthew and I said, you know, you're getting pissed too often. You know, you're getting too tipsy, and it's not a good look. You know, and there was
you're looking out for him, yeah.
There was, you know, when I was the moderator on the channel, I didn't like what he was doing to some of the people that were on the channel. Yeah. So I just said to him, look, I'm not happy with this. I'm not going to support you.
Hi, Danny.
Hi, Danny.
Hi, Danny.
So I just thought I'm going to step back, leave it, and then all of this erupted, and then I just said to him, I'm just not stopping. Sorry, I've had enough.
Yeah.
And I was quite happy to walk away, and I've not missed it at all.
Yeah.
You know, YouTube's a big place.
Do you know the thing that really used to wind me up about Matt, right? You would make a statement or say a sentence, and he would use some of them words and twist the rest of him.
Yeah.
The rest of them, just like a journalist would.
Yes.
And that used to really boil my blood, because I go, read the comment properly, say what it says and not what you want it to say. And that used to really boil my blood with him.
Yeah, but Paris, because he's a narcissist, right? When you
he's
said
a journalist, like he's a wannabe journalist.
No, Paris, but he's a narcissist, right? So when you said some certain things he didn't like, it hurt his ego. So he had to compensate for his hurt ego and punish you for hurting his ego as well. Double barrel. That's why he done like that.
He done that all right when he had my two phones and got into them and lied about it. He lied about getting into them phones because it all come up on my iPad. Yeah. He changed the name of it and everything because his name come up on my iPad, and that wouldn't have come up on there if he didn't get into my phones.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah,
he got into them phones and he lied about it.
Oh, of course.
Dirty scumbag. But
he lies about everything about himself.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say to Dave. You know when I was talking about my rifle, Dave, and I said that it had a more powerful spring in it. I bought a telescopic sight for it, right, or whatever you call it. Yeah. I put it on it, and I noticed after about 50 shots, it slides along the barrel and comes off. Yeah. And there's nothing you can do about it, no matter how tight you put it. So I'm wondering if it's worth having a less powerful spring in it. But I used to like what it done when it hit something. So
you need to get a Springer rated optic. You have to get the right optic for a Springer because it has a kickback, whereas a PCP, you don't hear or don't feel anything apart from pulling the trigger and it's gone.
That's your one, isn't it? That's what you've got, isn't it? I love that, right? How much did that cost you, Dave? Can I ask how much that cost you, that rifle?
I think it was about 1,100 quid, I think.
So that's probably over $2,000 now.
No, you can still get them. But the first one I bought was a Gamo Coyote, and that was 500 quid, and that came with the sight. So you can get some really good deals, on brand new rifles. And there's a good one now. I was watching a report today. It was the newest Gamo. I forget the name of it, but that retails with all of the sight and everything for 400 quid. And I think that was it's a polycarbonate frame, and it looks a really good rifle.
Oh, that sounds cheap.
Yeah.
Like when you think about like what they're like now. But I do like mine because my my rifle, like, because I like anything old. That's why I've got my camper and my old boat and everything. I like old stuff, and that rifle I got is old, and I
Yeah.
like that, and it's still got the power. Have you, Dave? Have you ever tried to shoot a microwave door with one of them guns?
No.
No direction, no
It
direction.
won't go through it. It will not break the glass.
Okay.
I can't believe I had an old microwave in the garden, right? And I've got a target on it, and I was expecting it to blow the glass. I must have shot 50 bullets at this glass with that gun what I've got, and
Yeah.
it wouldn't break the glass.
Wow.
And it goes through loads of stuff.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Wow.
This is
Yeah, that's surprising. But yeah,
Try it. Have you got a microwave?
I have, but it's the one I use.
Try it with your gun.
I don't. Well, I'll tell you what. You bring your good one round, and I'll shoot yours.
No, I don't use microwaves anymore. That's why I was
Oh.
shooting at that one. I
Oh,
kicked it
okay.
out of the boat, and
No.
I haven't used a microwave for 4 years.
Yeah. No,
I'll
I
never
shoot.
use.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll never use them again. But
No,
yeah, I was
this-
really surprised. In the end, I just threw it with the glass intact.
One thing done, they got repeated shot.
But the good thing about the rifle I've got,
You
can
up,
buy-
Tony? Why are you talking?
That was just tissue damage.
Ouch.
She didn't travel through.
when the rifle that I've got, you can buy a rifle kit, and you can change the. I've got a
Yeah, I
177.
know, I know.
Contact range with it.
I've got a 177 rifle barrel on it. It will take a 2.2, a 0.25, and a 0.30. So you can just buy the kit to change the barrel size, but it'll fit the same. It'll fit the same rifle. So instead of having 4 different caliber rifles, you just got one rifle that would take 4 different caliber.
Oh, that's cool, isn't it? My rifle takes a 2.0, which
Okay.
I'd never heard of before till I got that.
Yeah. It's an unusual, but it's not uncommon.
Yeah. I thought it'd be like a 2.2 or 177. And then when I actually got the gun, the guy goes, "Oh, it takes a 2.0." I was like, "I've never heard of that." But yeah, that's what it takes.
Yeah.
West Germany.
Yeah, the Fireark is a good make, good make of rifle.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. It's got the only trouble with it is it's got a bit of quite a kickback on it, and that's why the sight keeps coming off the end eventually.
Yeah, that could be the power of the kickback.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that the optic that you put on there is air rated, for a Springer.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that. I mean, the ones I've got. I think I've got 5 sights here. When I first bought my first rifle, I just bought a cheap and cheerful, and then as I progressed, you get a bit more expensive and a better one, and so on.
Yeah.
And I've got 2 really nice ones, which is the one that I changed over last week in the video that I put out, changing from the putting back the Hawk sight from the previous one, which was, I forget the name of it now, but it was. I thought I had a problem with the because all of a sudden the accuracy of the rifle just went, and I just
That
thought,
was your slugs, wasn't it? In the end, it turned out it was your slugs. Yeah. I think I paid about 30, 35 quid for my site. It's not brilliant.
Can I interject quickly, just for a second?
Yeah, sorry, I muted your tone because you was having a conversation in the background. I didn't want us to.
That's all right. Yeah, that's fine, Paris. Yeah, so like, I just want to say, yeah, see how Dave's been talking about guns now, and you have his video, which is the same. It's the same, right? And Matt and Convid exaggerated it, yeah, to make him sound like he's some nutcase. He's threatening people he's going to do something to him. But he's done that to me.
Yeah, we've got Sharon Gale wants to come on. Sorry, Tone. Sharon Gale wants to come on.
Good night, Emily. Have a good one. See you later.
No, we know it's Convid.
Probably is, yeah.
Yeah, it is Convid. We've got a guy's picture on it.
You got to give him 10 out of 10 for effort.
I'll bring him on and kick him off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Sharon.
It was a comment left on Grobnob's channel, Dave.
Right.
That's what it was about.
Okay.
And that was exaggerated. That was exaggerated.
Well, I
You,
kicked him
Dave,
anyway.
what you said was Matt Taylor needs to be dealt with generally.
I don't know.
kicked
I don't
him.
know what you're talking about. I really don't know.
Yeah, don't
Oh,
don't
Dave,
answer. I
maybe,
kicked him anyway.
Dave, maybe somebody fucking cloned you, pretended to be you, and said there's a comment in Grobman's channel,
I don't know.
and you said all you said was Matt Taylor needs to be sorted out, dealt with.
Okay.
Right? That's all it was.
That's the
But
first
they've
I've heard
exaggerated
about.
that, along with your gun video. Right? Yeah, he wants to fucking shoot Matt Taylor. Blah, blah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, ridiculous.
And that's a wannabe journalist.
Yeah, knobhead. And Convid is like going along defending him because Convid needs a playground to be an abuser in. And
Okay.
he's worked on Matt enough, so he's got to keep defending Matt. So he's got his little because his playground is Matt's channel.
I've got to be
Katie's.
honest with you. I'm really sort of quite pleasantly surprised and embarrassed that they're still talking about me after not being on there at all. So I
Yes,
must have
yes, Dave. I remember when you left. That was last summer. And you emailed
Yeah.
Matt and explained to him.
Oi, Dave,
Bye.
I got involved with Stinky Knickers and Matt Taylor 6 years ago, right? And my name still keeps being mentioned. It's like I watched something that was up that Danny Jones put up about 3 weeks ago or something, and Stinky Knickers was still talking about trying to get 100 grand out of them, and then they said, "Give me Paris's boat." Now I haven't spoke to her or about her for ages. Every now and then I'll make a comment if someone's made the subject of their show, but I don't interact with it. I've never ever been to her lives. I've never been to her channel. I never interact with her. She always comes over to me. I'm not interested in it. I can't stand the bitch. I can't stand Matt. I've stayed away from for so long, but yeah, my name still keeps being mentioned.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Paris,
it's
that
like,
shows like
it
the
makes me
power.
feel famous, but it's just a shame that I'm famous in that circle and I'm not
Paris,
famous
but
in the
Paris,
world of nice people.
Paris, that shows you how much your truth about
Hurt.
your
Yeah.
truth of your interaction with him has hurt him so much. What you've said.
Well,
and
it was
exposed.
all about exposing Andy Divine. That's what brought all this shit around.
Paris, it doesn't Paris. The specifics don't matter. It's the truth of what you said.
Yeah, you're true, Dan.
That's how much he's hurt his false image, and he can't let it go. That's why he's still going about it now, so many years later. I've done
Well,
the
because
same thing.
if they don't attack me, and then it's the truth, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yes, Paris. They can't get over it. They can't get over it. And then you're going live, having a good time. That bothers them.
I just try and stay away from them. I can't stand.
Yeah,
I mean, even a lot of these new ones that come on, like Jupiter. Oh, well, not so much Esau because he's not new anymore. Brian Hill. I can't interact with them because they're so fake, but they have such a big following. It's just not worth going in now because all you're going to do is be used and abused, and it's not worth the fucking paper it's written on. They're all sad cunts that have got fuck all else to do.
Yeah, Paris. I've got a semblance of respect for you because you're real. Yeah, you're real.
I try to be.
No. I've listened to you enough. Yeah, you don't pretend to be something you're not. You're just you.
Exactly.
Yeah?
Exactly.
You're not perfect. You're not fucking. You know, as lovely.
I'm not
as it
trying to
gets
act like a man, am I?
No. But you're not like as lovely. Like you're not like fucking. You're not the fucking.
I'm not the Royals.
No, you're not the What's the thing? Oh no, fucking.
I'm not all airs and graces, but I'm genuine.
Yeah, not airs and graces. Yeah. But you're real. You're you, and you're not interested in bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
And you're honest about things.
It's not. The thing with
That's why with the CC thing,
It's
I
all
saw
about
Matt's, I saw
content.
Matt's
with them,
letter.
isn't it?
He put on his blog. I read it. I was like, that's why she's done it. That's why she's done it. She's
What
upset
blog's
with you.
that? What blog's that, Tony?
She knew Matt was pissed. Like Matt was an enemy of you, so she gave him the phones on purpose to piss you off. That's why she's done it.
Okay.
Oh, but Dave, I can't tell you what blog it was. Matt's got about 15 blogs or more,
Oh, I
but
don't
it's on one of them. I mean, I can look it up and fucking give you the link in a couple of days or
to
whatever.
be honest, I'm not interested in all that
Yeah.
rubbish. I just can't be bothered listening to him. I'm certainly not going to read his drivel.
Yeah, but it's on there. It's on there. But I read that blog, and what CC done? She wrote a letter for the benefit of Matt to make Matt look good. But I read it, but in between the lines, I was like, okay. I knew straight away reading it. She got upset with Paris, took Paris's phones to get back at Paris, and give them to Matt, knowing that Matt's an enemy of Paris. You know
that wasn't her intentions of originally.
Oh right, that's what I thought.
No,
right.
her intentions originally, because I got sick of it after 2 weeks, right? But I honoured the deal because I was part of the group. I honoured it for the
King's
month,
Bench,
right? Yeah, I honoured it for the month. So I put up with her for 2 weeks after I couldn't stand her. She was sleeping in my bed. I was sleeping on the floor on a blow-up bed that was flat by the morning, right?
Right.
Because my understanding was she was abused, deprived, had her kids taken away from her and living on bread, right? Had no money or fuck all. I said, I'll put up for her. And when I went and picked her up, and it turned out it was this big fucking fat piece of shit, I was like, oh, okay. Okay, she's been living on bread, but she's really fat. But she might have been really fat, and she's lost a lot of weight. Right?
Yeah.
So I only had my boat for 3 days when I put her up.
All right.
And after 2 weeks, I was sick of it. I was rambling with it. I put a couple of videos out there of how nasty she was to me and how mouthy she was to me, right? Even though my son had just had a baby and nearly lost it, she didn't give a fuck about it, right? And then even after all that, she had a lot of problems with her phone. So I got one of my phones out and I said, here, have this phone. I said, make sure you delete everything on it. This is why I say she stole 2 phones, right? Because I believe she didn't delete nothing off of that phone. She kept all the information on it, right?
Yep.
Because I trusted her to delete, because I didn't know to delete it. And then a few weeks after I got rid of her, I got my first drone, which had a pair of goggles with it, and it only took an iPhone 5. I'd already got my Samsung Android by then. I'd had it ages. I was using that. Didn't have no reason to use my iPhone 5. But once I got my drone, the glasses took an iPhone 5. So I looked for it everywhere. And I remember her watching me when I took them 2 phones out from where they was. And then I put one back and I gave one to her.
Right.
And then when she went, and all that time after, I looked for it everywhere. I knew where I put the phone, but I looked for it everywhere.
Paris.
And then after that, Kaylee put a message up on the internet, and then someone I knew messaged me and they said, Paris, have you sold your phones? I went, no, what are you talking about? They went, oh, so-and-so's got your phones. I went, no, they ain't. And then it was Kaylee. She wrote a message, and the message was exactly, I'll never forget it. Shush, Matt Taylor's all right. He's got Paris's phones. He, laughing like that. And then I knew that cunt had nicked my phones. But what she had done, she had stolen them for herself.
Yes.
I dumped her off around some other gullible woman's house. She stayed there for less than a month. And then that bird kicked her out as well. And that's
Right.
when she ended up with Matt Taylor's. And I believe because I was an enemy of Matt Taylor's,
Yes.
she went to Matt.
Yes.
Oh, I've got Paris's phones here.
Wow.
Do you want them? And he made out that I swapped them phones with her for
Oh,
a
of course, to suit
and
himself.
that's a
There you
complete
go, that's the
fucking
real deal.
lie.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
tried to get himself out of the shit. And the only reason he got away with it, because when I made that phone call to the police, I recorded it and put it online. And the police hated me for that. And I didn't even know I was doing wrong now. And I
Yeah.
kicked myself and I got Matt a get out of jail free card for
Yeah.
that. Because
Yeah.
they wanted to fucking nick the cunt and they got in contact with me because I
Mm.
put that live out. They didn't know who I was. They saw a picture in my profile of my brother's shop and they phoned my brother up and my brother gave them my information so they could get in touch with me to make charges against Matt, which
Yeah.
all come out. And then it looked like they was doing criminal activity and he got off with it because of that.
Yeah.
And I kicked myself for that. But at the end of the day, I've got over it.
Yeah,
But
Paris.
what a scumbag. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly, Paris. But basically, I was right then.
Really dirty.
I was right then. Basically, I was basically right when I read that and thought,
Yeah.
right. She gave Matt them phones on purpose, so I wasn't completely right, but I was right enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She done that vindictively, but she didn't actually nick them to give them to Matt because she didn't know that she was going to end up at Matt's.
Yeah. So
She nicked them for herself.
So where I got it wrong, all she didn't do was leave you and go straight to Matt, but she ended up there, and then
Yeah.
bang, have them.
Well,
you know?
because me and Matt had a lot of history and I couldn't stand the cunt, and she was in with Matt, whatever they was getting up to. But even I never charged her rent for living here. It was all rent free. But
Yeah.
even when she went to Matt's, he was
charged her.
charging her rent.
Oh, he does. That's what he does. He charges people. I know. He charges convicts
Yeah,
as well. He's good,
yeah.
Captain Justice. I know. Anyway, yeah. So So what I was talking about with Dave and all that, where Dave's talks about the guns, I think his video was exactly the way he's talking to you just now, right? But they've twisted it on purpose to make it look like Dave's
Yeah.
after him. And
Yeah,
this
you have to be careful because at the end of the day, that's
Paris. This comment on Grobnom's thing, yeah, whether it was Dave or not, or some pretend to be Dave, and it could have been them. Matt's got loads of fucking stock accounts. Obviously, Justin might have, fuck knows, right? But that comment, I've seen the comment, Matt's posted it, and the comment's only saying, right, Matt needs to be sorted out. That's it, right? But they've mingled that, whether it was Dave or not, right? And it sounds like he wasn't Dave. But they've mingled that with his video about guns, and now they're trying to go like, oh yeah, Dave wants to fucking take me out and kill me and all this shit with an air gun. It's ridiculous. That's all I'm saying.
That's why I ended up in court zone at the end of the day. I was going online talking about my rifle and my pistol and what they can do. And Kaylee come on going, oh, Paris is threatening to shoot me. Oh. And I ended up in court. I ended up in court because of it.
Exaggerated bullshit.
It was exaggerated, but I did play a lot on words. But when someone's attacking you and abusing you and insulting you, and you can say things without saying things, they even twist it, and that's why I ended up in court. But at the end of the day, I still turned up, and they didn't.
Yeah, Paris,
no case to answer.
Paris,
that's what
I know.
No case to answer. You can't get any better than that.
Yeah, Paris, but I know you enough, right? I don't know you personally, yeah, but I know enough. Right? If you really wanted to do something serious to anyone, you're not gonna talk about it on YouTube and broadcast it.
No.
You'll just go and do it. You know what I mean?
Well, at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you this, right? I had someone that fucked me over, right? And they tried to take me for a mug, right? Yeah. I've got someone involved. It cost me 500 quid. I walked in there with that person. I was louder and made more noise than that person, but because of that person who I went with, it cost me a few bob. Everyone shut down and give me what I fucking wanted.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. When
Yeah.
someone pisses me off enough, where I think I'm being taken for a cunt, not just being abused with the mouth. If someone thinks they can take something off of me that I know is mine, that's when that shit happens. And that
Yeah, cool.
didn't happen that day. I done what I had to do, and that cunt got me exactly what was mine. I didn't take no more, I didn't take no less. I had to pay that person, but that person standing beside me made me get everything that was mine. And
Yeah.
that's how this fucking world works.
Yes, Paris. Yeah.
That's how it fucking works. You
So
don't
what-
take me for a cunt, because I will pay that and I will fucking come and take what's mine. And
Yeah.
that's it. And
Yeah.
the law's got nothing to do with it. The
No, it's the
law's
truth.
just,
It's better.
the
It's about the
law's
truth.
just the front. If I
Yeah, it's
want,
about-
if I want to get something that's mine, I will pay someone and I will go there with that person, and they will make sure I get what's mine.
Yes, it's about the truth, Paris.
Fuck all about it.
Paris, it's about the truth, Paris. Yeah, I know. It's about the truth. So if you're sitting on the truth, you can't be beaten. Of course.
Exactly. Someone was trying to
So
muck
what,
me
so what
off,
I'm saying is, yeah, with
and I
Dave, what
made
they've
him
done
look
what they've
fucking
done to Dave,
stupid.
they've done it to me and Emily, and exaggerated and made all sorts of bullshit. And they've gone
Mhm.
for me and her the same way they've gone for Dave.
Yeah,
Dave
well,
ain't in that case.
I walked into a showroom time with 10 people standing there, and not one of them would stand up like a fucking man. Every one
Yeah.
of them backed down. And that guy that was standing next to me, that one guy that was standing next to me, didn't have to do a thing. In fact, all he done was raised his arm once to stop someone from coming to me, because he knew that I was going to fucking wrap my laptop round that cunt's head.
Yeah.
That's what he done. That's
Yeah.
all he done. He didn't have to do anything else.
Yeah.
That's what money does, and that's what fucking scary people get you.
But Paris,
Paris,
when you're real, Paris, when you're real, it's like, yeah, aside from money and legality, when you're real, the fake people will melt away.
Yeah.
When you're real.
So no, I mean, at the end of the day, people on YouTube, these mathy people on YouTube are nothing, because most of them are just one person. They all gang up together, but
online,
not one of them in real life will support each other.
Yes,
they're all
exactly.
still one person. So I would never need anyone like that.
Exactly.
In my life
Exactly, Paris.
I would face that one person. That one person. I don't care who they are or who the fuck they think they are or what they can do. Most of them have got little fucking dicks and they can't even climb a fucking set of stairs without breathing heavy. I'm 61. I can run around the block and still fight someone.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
These people ain't got a fucking clue, but they've
Paris.
got all that, and they
Paris,
get backed up by loads of other people that have got that.
Paris, yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you right now, right? Yeah. I've never thought a whole lot of you, right? But I respect you because you're real. You're real.
Thank
and
you.
I respect real. So I respect you more for being real than who you are. You are real.
Well, my story never changes, Tone.
No, but I know you're real. I know you're real. Yeah, I know you're real. It's not about whether you're real nice, a real cunt. Yeah, like, I respect Grobnob. Grobnob's a complete cunt, but Grobnob doesn't try to pretend he's something else.
Do you know what? The only reason I went off a Grobnob, right, because at first it was to do with Sharon Gale, right, and then I found out what a cunt Sharon Gale was.
Yeah, same here.
He picked on my mate Nin, right, and I liked Nin. No matter what people thought of Nin, I thought Nin was a lovely girl. She done her own thing. She lives a higher class of life than a lot of us on here.
Yeah,
and
right, fair enough.
her and Grobnob got on all right. Well, they whatever, but they met up and it went wrong. Whatever. Turns out Grobnob was a dirty, scabby little dirty fingernail cunt,
Yeah.
and it to me he abused her.
Yeah,
Now
he did.
I never minded Grobnob up until that day. And then
Yeah.
I stuck up for my friend Nin. Even
Yep.
Grobnob said one day, I respect Paris because she's the only one that actually stood by Nin. And I will always stand by her. She's not my cup of tea. She's a nice lady, but she's on a different planet to me. She's
Yeah.
on a different level to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I didn't like what he done to her. I
Yeah.
don't mind Grobnob, but I can't go back on what I said to Grobnob.
Yeah.
I found him a dirty, low life piece of shit for doing what he did and not owning up to what he done
Yeah. And
to
I've
that woman.
Paris,
He
I've
should
heard more about
owned
that
up to
recent
it and
times.
moved on instead of making out she was a fucking dirty old slag.
Yes,
It was
Paris,
fucking
exactly.
wrong.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, despite that, you know, overall, Grobnob hasn't pretended like Matt Taylor would or other people.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he made Nin.
Paris,
He made Nin out to be someone she
Paris,
wasn't.
Paris, let me finish. You're right. Yeah, he did. I know more now. I learned something recently from
Yeah.
Simon Lord when Paris,
Yeah.
when Grobnob threatened her with his air guns in Blackpool. Yeah, like he really went out to fucking upset her or anything, right? But I'm saying, yeah, Grobnob, like that didn't surprise me. When I learned that recently, it didn't surprise me because Grobnob was so honest about who he is. It didn't
Yeah.
surprise me.
Yeah, and
I
I
always
respect
knew. I always knew he was the kind of person he was, so it didn't surprise me. It's like, wow. I was like, oh, okay. But I can respect Grobnob because he's never pretended to be some sweet, innocent, lovely person. He hasn't done that. Yes, with Nin, yeah, he might have played down the upset he caused to her, yeah, which he did.
And what about
Right.
his family as well?
I don't know about his family, right?
Well,
But
there you go.
I'm saying
then.
all I know is, apart from that, Grobnob, yes, he's been honest. Yeah, like I've got there's even online now. There's clips of him talking about him being a troll and specifics.
Yeah, but Grobnob only lets you know what he wants you to know. Ask him about
Paris. I listened to all those things over time, right? And he's basically let you know what he is, what he's about. Yeah, what he's about. So I knew he's a wrong 'un. I knew he was, evil. He was walking with Satan, blah blah. I knew what Grobnob was all about. He never hid it, right? Matt Taylor is the same as him. Matt Taylor hides it. Look at his Matt Taylor's community post now.
Matt Taylor's
Paris, stop. He's posting all his bullshit here. Right now, all that shit applies to him and his followers. Yeah, he's talking about himself and his followers, but he's going on like he's something nice and lovely. Yeah, but it's all about. But he's guilty of all the things he's talking about. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But Grobnob has been honest. Grobnob's even said, "I'm a cunt." Yeah, I'm a cunt, right? Grobnob's been quite honest, not completely honest, but he's been. But before this Nin stuff, I knew Grobnob was what he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Grobnob was honest about what he was. Not completely, obviously, but enough. Yeah, I know what he is. So when I heard about this Nin stuff, and recently Simon Lord told me a little bit more about Nin, I knew he upset Nin and blah, blah, but Simon Lord told me that Grobnob had gone to Blackpool and flashed his air guns and really shit her up. But I knew he'd gone there and took photos at places where she knows he'd go, where he knew she'd go. Like he's there, and I think, trying to fuck her up, yeah, piss her off. But Simon Lord told me that, but that didn't surprise me, right? Because Grobnob is an honest cunt. That's the best way I can put it. He's an honest cunt. Yeah.
Yeah, but
he could have been more. Yeah, Paris, you're right. Paris, you're right. What you're saying to me now, it could have been more honest at times, but he is an honest cunt. He's never,
Yeah.
he's never pretended he's not a cunt to some degree. Right? Never.
Yeah, but he's only told you he's a cunt with the things that he wants you to know.
Yeah, no.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
Parry.
stuff about him
Parry,
that
no,
you
Parry.
don't know.
Yeah, Paris, what I'm saying to you is, yeah, you're right. And Simon Lord recently told me this year with an in thing. I knew about Nin and that issue,
Yeah.
but he told me recently this year, Grobnob fucking went to Blackpool and filmed his guns and shit her up, right? But at this point in time, I was like, wow, fuck me. But you know, I wasn't shocked because Grobnob. What I'm saying to you is, Grobnob has still been an honest cunt, right? Obviously, not giving details and stuff, right? But I knew he was a cunt. Yeah. But Matt
Yeah.
Taylor, he's just so much of a cunt, but he tries to hide it. And oh yeah, I'm a victim and blah blah. I'm a target of individual. Blah blah blah. It's all bollocks.
Yeah, but I actually believe that Matt Taylor is just delusional. He don't realise what a wanker he is.
No, Matt Paris. Grobnob's a
I
psychopath.
think he realises it. He's an
Paris.
waste of space. but he
Paris, let me
don't realise
interject.
it.
Let me interject. Grobnob's probably a psychopath. Justin, which is who called me his name, his real name, Justin Pomeroy, he is a psychopath, right? Matt is a narcissist, a grandiose narcissist, right? That's why he's so full of himself. Oh yeah, I'm a filmmaker. I'm a maverick politician. I'm this, that, and the other. He's none of that shit, right? But he's grandiose. He's a grandiose narcissist. There's different types. But
He's wrote a book though.
His book's a load of bullshit. Yeah, right. And they got the book, yeah, the Taylor Tales, right? And that's about his life. That's about his life, right? And he thinks that's inspiring, but in that book, he tells you his mum had a stroke. He tells you he come home, saw her on the couch, fucked up, ignored her. His sister come home, saw her, and she called the ambulance. Otherwise, she would have been dead. Matt didn't give a fuck, right? And he also tells you in that book, when he was young, he went to go to a youth club around 14, 15 years of age. Pissed. He'd been drinking. His mum stopped him. No, I don't think so. And that makes sense, right? And he went mental, clenched his fist. This is what's in his book. Clenching his fist because he wanted to do what he wanted to do. Obviously, his mum wasn't really instilling discipline. His dad obviously fucked off, right? And he punched his mum in the gut. Bang! Knocked her over. Bang! Yeah. Yeah. And went out to the youth club. But his mum, he did say his mum got him back. So she woke him up when he was sleeping and punched him in and got him back. He also said he identified with his mum's what was the word? Deviance. He identified with his mum's deviance, and she taught him as well about Ouija boards and tarot cards and this, that, and the other, which is a cult.
What do you think about the story about the transgender lady boy?
Yeah,
thing?
Paris. That is in the book, right? And Matt has said he went back to his own hotel, and his mate went to his own bedroom and done something with this person. Matt goes in there after. He's kissing this person. They're all naked. Matt gets a condom. Oh, but I didn't do anything. But let's be real. You already knew that was Ladyboy, and you've gone in there after your mate's finished with her, right? And
well,
Paris, yeah. Paris,
I'll tell you something,
stop. Let me finish here, and you can say what you can say, right? But in that book as well, he mentioned about his army life, right? And he fucked prostitutes. Yeah. And he tried it on with some woman who's in the wrong with the police, and she's like, "You can't talk like that." She weren't impressed. He never got nowhere with her. But he fucked prostitutes with some other weirdo. And he even said, I've people call him a weirdo. But this ladyboy person, so his mate's gone back to their Matt's hotel, which is closer than his was. And this person's done something in Matt's bed, and then Matt's gone after him, gets in bed with him, they're naked, kissing and rubbing each other. Then Matt gets a condom, And according to Matt, oh yeah, then suddenly I thought, oh no, what am I doing? Well, that's probably bollocks. Yeah, he probably did fuck the person.
Well, look, I'm not being funny, right? But like that lady boy has got to make a living, right? So what she's actually done is she's gone back, had his mate, he's paid her, Matt's paid her to do the deed, right? They know it's a lady boy. I don't care what anyone says. They know it's a lady boy because even after his mates had it, Matt would have known before he had it. He's a lying cunt. He paid that person because a lady boy will not go back to your apartment without being paid for their That's what they're all about. You pay them. They don't just go out to shag people. They do everything what they do because it's their living. They learn it at school. That is a that is um that is a career choice for the
Yeah.
late boys in
Yeah.
Thailand. You learn that shit at school. That's your career choice. She's chose to do that, or
He. Yeah.
he or she, however they want to be pronounced,
Yep.
right? They've chose that as a living, and he knew that when that
Oh.
went into his bedroom.
Yeah.
He had already paid it.
Yeah.
So there's no way that Matt's thought, oh, my mate's just shagged that. And
What
I'm
am I
not
doing?
it because I didn't know that it was a lady boy. That would, to me, there was so many alarm bells ringing
Before.
about that scenario. And for him to tell that story and try and get everyone to believe, I don't know why he told the story because
He's an idiot.
who in their fucking right mind would believe that? That's a
Exactly.
lady boy that's got a job and it wants paying for that job. So you're telling me that that lady boy got in that bed with Matt, done nothing, no one parted with any money, and she went home happy, or he, or whatever you want to call her, whatever. He fucking shagged it,
Yeah.
but
Of course he did.
he missed that bit out.
Yeah.
And that's Matt all over.
Yeah.
That's Matt all over it. He lies to himself and he believes it.
Yes. Yeah.
And then he expects everyone to believe him when he slanders other people.
But
He
yeah, but
he can't even tell the truth about himself.
I know. But Paris, yeah, I'd have respect for the guy if we could just be honest about his past, right? Yeah. Yeah. I did get done for fucking stalking and harassing fucking this person, that person, blah blah. Done this in the past. I've learned better now. But he can't be honest about nothing. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But he wants to get through a fucking microscope and look at you and other people and fucking pull you apart for things you've done.
Yeah.
He wants it.
Calling out the truth.
But see with Dave Strange, like I mentioned earlier, Dave done a video about his guns, a proper video, and the way he spoke to you about your guns earlier, that's what his video was like. And apparently some comment from Dave Strange in Grobnoms. I don't know if it was Dave or someone pretending to be Dave, and obviously that's possible in this madhouse, right? And they're like, right, okay, that's Dave. He's fucking making a threat to Matt Taylor. He wants to kill him and everything. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. At the end of the day,
they could. Matt's already got Dave's private email because Dave's emailed him anyway. He stopped doing it, but Matt could have said, "Dave, was that you in Gobnob saying that?" And Dave would have gone, "Well, no," or whatever. But no.
But at the end of the day, when I done my lives, Tone, with my guns, basically what I was saying to people, I wasn't threatening anyone, but what I was saying is if you come to my boat, because I was being threatened by 5 people, 5 men at one point, to come to my boat and nick my silver. Basically, what I was saying in my videos was if you come to my my boat, I will shoot you in the face with my air guns. That's what I was
Obviously with that intent. Obviously with that intent.
But Stinky Knickers took it all upon herself to say I was threatening her. And it's like, how can you turn that shit around? Because the only thing I've ever related my guns to with her was I was doing the live, showing my guns, and I was cleaning them, showing them clearly that they was pellet guns. And I was saying, oh, I hope Kaylee's not watching this because she'll start accusing me of threatening her. And that's exactly what happened. And the police chose to listen to her edited versions of everything without looking at the whole thing. And that's how it went to court. Because of that fucking dirty slag. That drug-taking, dirty slag.
Right.
There you go. There's a truth come out just there. It's a dirty, mouthy, little drug-taking slag.
Yeah, so basically,
she even come on here one day admitting that she was going to start up a thing online where she was going to sell stinky knickers to dirty old men.
Wow.
So she don't care about stuff about dirty old men. Long as she gets that. She admitted it. She said it on a fucking live. She was going to sell her dirty. That's why I give her the name Stinky Knickers.
Right. So what's been done to you? This is what Matt and Convin are trying to do to Dave, and he's done the same thing. Talks about guns innocently, and they're trying to twist it.
Yeah. I was putting out a message out there, but you could see Dave's on a different level. Dave is a proper marksman that does
whatever.
He does it at competition level. I don't. I shoot things in my garden. Completely different.
For fun.
Completely different. But for them to slander Dave like that is disgusting because anyone who watches Dave's videos can see that he's serious about his guns and he is on a different level. Completely different level.
Yeah, anyway, Parish, yeah, you're right. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to bed, yeah? So I'm saying night to you, I say night to Dave and night to the chat.
Have I wore you out?
Yeah, I'm going to go to sleep, yeah.
See you soon, Tanny. Take care. Good night,
Take care, Dave. Bye.
See you soon.
See you later.
Bye.
Thanks for coming on.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well done to anybody still in the chat that's still with us. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Paris.
Yeah, or a thumbs up or whatever. Because this one ain't going to get struck because there's no music in it. I've done with the music. Do you know what? It's so sad though that I don't get so many scribes as I have tonight when I play my music. Because I love playing my music. Even though it gets struck, it's still like if you're out there and you enjoy it, you're there.
There's other channels I do go on that they do play music and they don't get struck. I don't know.
Yeah, but they can afford it, Dave. I can't.
Yeah.
Everything I do is like free. You know what I mean? I noticed before when I had premium YouTube, I didn't get struck.
Oh, okay.
But because I don't know if that's true, but because I just use the free YouTube now, every time I play music, I could get struck. But I remember I used to play all my CDs when I had the system in the boat. I've ripped most of it out now because I'm doing it up, but I've kind of got fed up with it. So like all the speakers are hanging out the ceiling and stuff. But like when I had premium, I never got struck. I don't know if that's a coincidence or not, because I used to play Phil Collins and all people like that, and like you would think you would get struck more from them than you would the old records where most of the people are dead that sang them songs.
Yeah, I got premium. I think it's worth every penny, you know. Just not to have the adverts, but you get access.
I know, tell me about it, but I just can't afford it. It's like I pay for Wi-Fi, I pay for my phone, I pay the boat license, and Do you know what I mean? The amount of money that comes out of my dole money, it don't leave fuck all until I justifying paying something that you can get for free if you have to put up with adverts.
Yeah.
I can't do it. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to smoke my vape, or I wouldn't be able to have a beer, and I would literally be on a shit diet. Well, it's shit anyway, but it'd be even worse, and I wouldn't have any money at all. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's bad enough as it is. It's not like I'm trying to avoid work, but no one will employ me because I'm me.
Well, the thing is, at least you're trying. That's fair play to you. At least you're trying to do something.
I'm trying to get a job where I can work from home, but I've been on this job 22, which is an absolute load of shit. They all get paid for trying to get me a job. They've lied to me from day one. I've been on this course for a year. Not one job application has come through. They've lied about getting me an iPad so I can look for work. They've lied about loads of different things. And now I think it's the next 2 weeks, that year is up, and they haven't offered me one fucking job. And the amount of skills I've got from my life, even though it's in the building trade, I said I don't want nothing to do with it, but I'm willing to work the other side of it, the admin side of it. I won't go out there and put a roof on. I won't go out there and wire houses up. I'm not going to be doing building or plumbing, but I will do anything that's around it, whether it's taking orders for parts, talking to people about how things are done, or anything like that on the phone at home, because 6 months of the year, I can't get off of this site. So how the fuck am I going to get there anyway?
Yeah.
And they've understood that from day one, and they haven't come up with one fucking job, but they've got paid every fucking week for the job they do. How the fuck does that work? All that shit used to work when you was on benefits. You used to go to the job centre and they would offer you jobs. But now we've got these outside private companies that look for jobs for you. And they haven't come up with one job. Not one. And they asked me to fill in a survey the other day because I'm coming up to my end of year. Fucking hell, have I let them have it? They've asked me why I put 0 on the survey. And I explained, well, first of all, you call me Mister. Second of all, you call me by my old name. Thirdly, you offered me an iPad that I didn't get. And fourthly, you haven't offered me one fucking job and you want me to put more than 0.
I know with all the lockdown business, a lot of people were working from home. So I'm sure that there are jobs about that people
That's
can...
what I don't get.
Yeah.
That's what I don't get. It's like my mate, she works for the AA up the road.
Yeah.
She's IT in something to do with the AA. Do you know what? I was quite surprised how unorganised and how crap and how small the AA are. The RAC are much bigger and much better. I never knew that, but the AA are an absolute shit shambles. On the road, they look all right, but when you go to the office and when you're sorting out all the IT and all that shit, I've sat there while my mate's been working and in the Zoom meetings, and it's an absolute fucking shambles. Absolutely. You've got a load of fucking dimwits in the background that haven't got a fucking clue, and they're on like 70, 80 grand a year, and they think they're deprived, and they're sitting in their fucking houses doing their job. I've never been on any more than 25 grand a year, Dave.
Yeah.
And I've worked my fingers to the fucking bone because I've had wanky bosses that know how to abuse their fucking workers. Never again, though. But it's too late for me now. It's too late. If you ain't going to offer me a decent wage, I'm not even going to get up in the morning. Fucking 25 grand a year.
If you don't mind, give me 2 minutes. I've just got to pop to the little boys' room and I'll be back straight away. It won't be a second.
No worries, Dave. How's everyone doing in the chat? And anyway, how's all the lurkers in the background? Because, like, there's 16 people on here and there's not 16 people commenting. Bit fucking sad, isn't it? I know there's people out there that do like to just listen, but for the lurkers, come on. Sort your fuck yourselves out. Anyone else want to come on the panel? I'm a nice person, really. My camera's over there, isn't it? Ooh, no camera. Oh, dear. Anyone out there got a job for me? I need some money so I could do my camper up. Everyone should be chucking money at me, really, because that camper is iconic. It's 52 years old and it runs and it needs a dressing. Send your funds to me so that I can keep that camper alive. I don't need money. I don't need fuck all. But my projects need money. I can't wait to go out in that camper. I keep thinking I'm going to get that started and move it in the next few weeks. Next couple of weeks, I reckon. I'm going to move it from where it is over there to the middle of the garden so I can start addressing all the underneath. I've done most of the underneath. Painted it all stuff like that. Clean things. Oh, excuse me. Clean things up. I've put the big gas tank on the back underneath. I've run the pipe through it, but I need to reroute it because part of it melted when the engine got hot. But I need to reroute that, and then I need to fit the LPG tank thing on the back. A few wires. I've got to run a few wires for the senders from the front to the back. It's got a little program thing that goes on the dash, and then I can run it on gas. I've got a vapor system to go on the carb, but I need to get the carb tuned up. But I've got a guy that knows how to do that, but he's not actually going to be here. He's actually here to do my boat safety certificate, but he knows all about it. He's got a couple of dodges, and he's going to run me through how to tune the carb up. So when he does that, that will be a blessing, because once that carb's tuned up, I can sit the vapor system, the gas thing, on top of the carb, connect it to all the other bits, run the wires, put the pipe on, and then I can run it on LPG. Right? And instead of doing 8 miles per gallon, it will probably do about 16 to 20 miles per gallon.
Oh, that's good.
And then I'm going to go. And then I'm going to go travelling, Dave.
When I lived in Australia, they were actively the government were paying up to $2,500 for anybody that wanted to convert to gas. But you could also you could put a gas converter kit on your petrol car, and what people were doing, they would start the car on petrol, flick it over to gas, because gas was pennies or cents per litre, as opposed to petrol, which was I can't remember.
Because you know what happened. You know what happens there, don't you? What actually happens, right? You have this little system, right? And you connect it to the heater, the hot water, and then when you start your engine up, the hot water goes round this system, and what that actually does, that makes the gas from the LPG tank turn to vapor, and then that goes into a chamber which is sitting on top of the carb, and then that's what sucks the fuel in. It's gas vapor gets sucked in through the top of the carb instead of coming through the jets where the petrol comes. So what you do, you start your engine up, you heat it up. When the hot water gets hot, it vaporizes the gas, and then a little electronic programmer turns it from petrol to gas, and then it sucks that into the carb, and then your carburetor runs on gas instead of petrol.
Yeah, the Australian government were paying up to $2,500 to have a kit fitted.
Yeah.
So if there was anything above that, you just pay the difference, and it wasn't a great deal. So
Well,
you get
my whole kit for that Dodge, the whole kit, the tank, the pipes, the vapor system, everything cost me 1,600 quid.
Yeah,
And
but
that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
But I had to pay that out of my own money. That wasn't government funded.
Yeah, but that
But
included.
I wanted to get that before I run out of money,
Yeah.
because I knew that was the only way that I could run this camper.
Yeah. Okay.
I've put most of it on. I've got the vapor system on. I've got the big tank underneath. That was the hardest bit, actually fitting the tank, because it all has to be supported. The only thing I've got to do is put a cage around it, which I don't think it's going to be too hard, but you just got to put a cage around it. But because I fitted it so high under the camper, it's not going to get not nicked by anything, because the axle is so much lower, and so is the sump tank. It's so, I mean, I've put my tank up really high, and I'm really chuffed where I fitted it. But like, apart from that, I've only got a few little bits to do, and then I should be able to get that running on gas.
Good.
I don't know if I've got to have any certificates or anything, but if I do have to have a certificate, that will probably only be because I'm going to sell it, because you don't need an MOT on my camper, and you don't need tax on it. All you've got to do is insure it, which I find weird, because it's 52 years old.
Yeah.
And it's 4.5 ton running on the road. And it's like, if you're in this little car thinking like, oh God, they ain't got no MOT or nothing, and they're allowed to drive on the same road as me. But the way I look at it is, the onus is on me, because if I don't maintain that and keep it up to standard, and I have an accident, I'm going to be the one to blame. So I try and make sure everything that has to be done is done on that camper.
Yeah.
Because although I don't need an MOT, I'm sure if there's an accident, there's going to be an inquiry into if it was my fault or not, because of neglect on the camper. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still got to be maintained, though, doesn't it? You still got to be happy with the performance.
Yeah.
So,
and if you don't maintain it, and there are problems with it, and you go out on the road in it, and there's an accident, obviously it's all going to come back to me. So whether I have to have an MOT or not is kind of irrelevant, because if there's a problem with it and we have an accident and it's not my fault, but there's problems with my camper, it still will be my fault. Just like if a drink driver goes out and it's not their fault, they've had an accident, because you've had a drink and you've driven, it's automatically your fault.
Yeah.
Because you shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
If you wasn't there, that accident wouldn't have happened. Simple. Makes common sense. That's black and white law.
Yeah.
So what are you up to this week, Dave? Anything, or you grafting, or what's going?
Yesterday I wanted to do some work in the garden, but because it had been raining, I decided to watch the coronation. I'm glad I did, to be honest. I was more impressed with all the pomp and circumstance connected to it, but I found that it was really sort of quite boring, the bit in the the coronation part. And when it all finished, I thought, that's it now, finished. And it was a bit of an anticlimax, they didn't sort of big it up, and but I was more impressed with all the presentation and the guards and all the rest of that. That was good. Makes you proud to be British when you watched it. I don't think there's any country that does it as well as we do, and so that made a nice change. I did enjoy that part of it. But with regards to Charles's brother Andrew and all that business with all that side of what his problem is, and now his other son, his brother and his son, there was an awful lot of. He didn't look very happy to me yesterday. He didn't seem to be enjoying the day. He was sort of. I think he was sorrowful for all the problems that have been created.
Yeah.
I thought I sort of felt for him a bit yesterday, but I don't think anybody could have done a more of an impressive job. The whole day, I think, went off from what I saw. I think I started to watch it about an hour before the actual investiture, and watched it right the way through to the end when everybody left. But they didn't seem to make any. They played it down with Harry. They didn't sort of say, "Oh, he's gone out the back door," or Meghan wasn't here. Same with that Prince Andrew. I didn't see his wife. I thought his wife would have been there. So perhaps I don't know whether there was when I say his wife, his ex-wife, Sarah Ferguson. I think they're still together. I think, but you can imagine they're like every family, aren't they? There's always problems. And like every family,
But the media are really restricted when it comes to the royal family, isn't it? They're like give out the rules have been given out, and they have to really abide by them, because they know that the royal family could just squash them like that.
I think they probably were told not to mention the circumstances of what I've just said.
Yeah.
Just to keep the mood a bit lighter, but you could tell, Prince Charles or King Charles now. To me, he didn't look like a happy person yesterday.
No.
But
I don't. To be fair, I don't even think he wants to be king. To be honest with you, Dave, because the amount of duties that come with that, it's like he's had it so good all his life, and now all of a sudden he's had to take on all these duties that are going to come around every year until he dies. He's never going to carry it off like the Queen did.
Well, she took it on when she was quite a younger woman, though, didn't she? So
yeah, but like she. I mean, I remember when she. I mean, she's a really proud woman. I'm not that keen on the royal family, to be fair, but she's a really proud woman, and I remember coming to one of her whatever you call them with a walking stick, and it's like fucking respect to you for that. Do you know what I mean? It's one of your duties. You could have just said, look, or put out an announcement, because she don't say it. The press says it. The Queen's poorly, blah, blah. But she didn't want that put out there. She used the walking stick. And it's like, fucking respects of it. And she was fucking getting on as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like she hardly missed anything.
Yeah. I was lucky when I went to Festival of Remembrance at the Royal Albert Hall. I think it was 2017 or 18. I can't remember. I did make a video of it, and we had a good seat. My partner at the time was ex-RAF, so I was able to get in. You know, she got the tickets, so I was able to go with her and her sister. And we were looking up to the royal box, and that's the only time I've ever seen the Queen and also all of the family. You know, including Harry and Meghan and everybody else. Theresa May was there; she was the Prime Minister, and the Prince was there. You know, the Queen's late husband. So I was like one of the few times that I've never seen the royal family apart from that one time. And I was lucky enough to see them all together. You know, I was just proud to be there, and I've got the program and made a little video as well. I was able to. They did say, please don't take pictures of the royal box, so I sort of videoed it before they actually came in. But it was a proud moment. You know, I was glad to have been there. You know,
Do you know, I don't think I've ever seen any of the royal family ever. 61 years old, I've never seen any of them.
Yeah.
And we're expected to support them. It's like, I remember when I was working in Leighton when they was doing the Olympics and all that shit. And they painted up all the buildings down Leighton High Road. Leighton High Road was a shithole. They had scaffold up everywhere, painting all these buildings different colours. And they didn't even come through there in the end. It's like, what a waste of money. And I remember there was a street by the Olympics. I can't remember what it was. And they was selling tickets for people to have stalls, like food stalls. And I know a lot of the takeaways and restaurants that were down Leighton High Road investing in it, right? They all bought stalls, they all bought their stock, like food stock, for this Olympics, and then they cancelled the whole road. Everyone lost everything.
Yeah.
See, people don't know shit like that. They just like the click of a finger, and someone's gone, no, that can't go ahead. But everyone had all paid their money. Everyone had all bought the food for that day.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. That's fucking mind-boggling. I remember when they was doing Stratford Station up for it. I don't know if it's the new Stratford Station, but they laid a load of floor tiles down. And once it had been laid, I mean, this floor was mega. It's like, you're not talking ordinary tiles, you're talking like granite or whatever. This was a proper floor, hard wearing floor that stand there forever, right? And they found there was a safety issue with the floor. So the station got delayed. There was a big delay on that station. And the whole floor had to be ripped up and done again. And there was another thing with the Olympics. They fucking put all the sewage pipes in. And this is why the Olympics went over its time as well as others. The whole sewage system wasn't big enough. So they had to rip the whole lot up. We paid for all that.
Yeah.
And you're talking millions of pounds. Millions. And this was all around the Olympics. When the Olympics was happening. It's like, how the fuck do they employ these people that get things so fucking wrong? And then it all has to be done again.
Yeah.
And then we're on fucking, everyone's on overtime because everything's got to be done in time. And it's like, what the fuck? So now, not only have they fucked it all up the first time, we're paying double bubble to get it all done properly.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
They get. I mean, we get there in the end, but people don't see how much money extra has to be spent because some dickhead architect or building company get it so wrong. It's like they can't. When I was working in a shop in Leighton High Road, it's only a little shop. They come round, right, and they was doing this survey thing, right, and they was trying to get our support for the Olympics, and they was going, we're not giving this out to big companies and all that. We like to use local companies, blah blah blah, all shit like that, right? And we was quite in with a lot of the electrical companies around us. And do you know what some cunt done? They opened up a brand new company just up the road from the Olympics, a big, massive electrical warehouse. And that was their go-to places. So all the local businesses lost out.
Yep.
Everyone lost out because of this greedy, big electrical company opened up a big warehouse right local to the Olympics, and they went there and got all their stuff.
Yeah.
But yet they come to us, praising us, getting their surveys and their opinions off of us if this was what's going to happen. Oh, this is a great idea. Love it. Brilliant. We're thinking it's bringing us in revenue because it's only round the corner in the marshes. And this big company opens up round the corner, stitches us all up. Cruel world. Cruel world.
Yeah.
Didn't get a fucking penny out of that fucking thing.
Yeah.
And we was literally round the corner to the Olympics.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you, doesn't it?
Well,
There's not a lot of chat going on tonight, is there, Dave? In the chat?
I've not been keeping. I've only just noticed that I've clicked over from the private chat to the live. I don't know if is there anybody still watching. I can't see how many you've got on.
Well, we've got 13 people on, and we haven't had no one talk.
Well, hello to everybody in the.
We ain't had no one talk since 12:30, and it's 1:30.
Oh, okay. Well, big up to everybody that's still looking on, and
yeah.
Well done.
Big up the trolls. Mind you, they're nice, quiet trolls, so that's good.
Yeah, makes a change.
Yeah. I think people are getting fed up with trolling me because it's not working.
I've been catching up on today. I did spend this morning just watching a couple of things. You know, when people do a review of a review, and you know, they sort of play a couple of minutes and they stop, and everybody on the panel would, you know, sort of have a.
Hi, Eve. Someone's just commented.
All right, hello, Eve. How you doing? And you know, I was just thinking, I was quite chuckling. I was laughing my socks off, really. You know, about the some of the comments were really quite funny. Not something I normally do, but was, you know, it started off here this morning a bit cloudy and overcast. I'll just take it easy today. So so I was just catching up on a few channels that I hadn't seen for a long time, and I sort of had a bit of a chuckle and a giggle. I don't go on that, you know, don't go on them, but just interesting to just to catch up.
Do you know what, Dave? I've unsubscribed to a lot of people, right? And what I actually do, right, because I do get a lot of boring spare time. I've got a lot of things to do, but sometimes I have to be in the right frame of mind to do something because I like to do things right. And if I'm not in the right frame of mind and I'm forced to do something, I do a shit job of it. But what I normally do when I go on YouTube, I look at a lot of these funny things. You know, like where some of these things go, oh, if you laugh, you've got to start again and stuff like that. And you might get people, I don't know, diving in the swimming pool, not realising it's iced over and just smack on the ice. And do you know what I mean? I watch a lot of that stuff, and it chuckles me in the morning
Yeah, yeah.
and kind of brightens my day up a bit until someone ruins it.
There seems to be an awful lot of people that do that on here. You know,
Yeah.
you know, I don't really, to be honest, I don't really know what people get out of doing that sort of thing. But rather than come on and have a chat and have a giggle, you know, why be obstructive and spoil just a general chit chat without any, you know,
Yeah.
you know, I just don't understand the reasoning behind
But I
people.
think what a lot of it is, though, it's the mentality of the person that they're actually going to attack. If they feel that they're going to, if they're going to a channel and they feel like they're in a channel where it's a fit cunt, some people will take the piss and have a laugh and whatever. But there are people out there that just want to destroy channels. They're just like that. But like, I'm so small. It's like, why do people bother with me?
Mm.
Yeah, I'll cut my grass today, Eve. Eve just said, just woke up watching you having a coffee. Watching you having a coffee. Beautiful day yesterday. Did you get up too much? I don't know, my garden need new lights. Yeah, I'll cut my grass today. I've got a little scooter going in it. I've got a little scooter in my garden. I've had it a couple of years. I can't get the fucking thing to going. I'm thinking of just setting light to the fucking thing. But I scraped a bit of paint off my camper today as well because, like, you know, like when you get bubbles behind paint and it fills with water. I'm getting a bit of that because it's a fiberglass body. I'm popping all the bubbles and scraping the paint off, and the camper's looking a bit like an eyesore, to be fair. But I know it's going to do more damage if I leave the water behind them bubbles.
Yeah.
So I'm scraping the paint off of that, but I'm thinking about giving a really good sand down and finding out what the best stuff to use. Because you can't just use primer and stuff like that on fiberglass. You've got to use certain stuff, and I want to try and do it right. And I'm going to put an appeal out there. I actually want someone to graffiti my camper.
Okay.
I want it done so it looks classy, and
Yeah.
I don't want it to have no political statement. I either want it to be funny or just good art. So if there's
Yeah.
someone out there that actually wants canvas that's going to last a lot more years, and then you're very welcome to come and do it on my camper.
Well, there you go.
Because
Paris put it out there. You can get some anybody that's interested in doing some artwork for Paris on the
get that
camper.
out there.
You know where to come.
Yeah, I just want to have it graffitied so it looks the boom, but it's going to have someone's mark on it, but it can't be no political statement or nothing. I just
Yeah.
want it to be fun or just special,
Yeah. Sounds fun.
and it will put their mark out there.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it will also do my camper van up because I don't just want it to be how it was before, cream with a brown stripe. I want it to just be proud, loud and proud.
You want it to pop.
I want it to pop, Dave.
That's the
Yes.
word. That's the word. That's the buzzword.
Yeah, I want it. I want it to pop.
Yeah. Anyway, Paris, listen, it's getting a bit late. It's 1:30. I'm just going to
All right,
finish
then, Dave.
I'm going to finish my glass. I've got just the last little few bits of my glass of beer. So thanks for a nice night. I hope you've enjoyed it, and everybody in the chat that's still with us. Thanks for staying, and don't forget to subscribe to Paris's channel. And anybody that can help Paris do the artwork on the camper, get in touch with Paris. And
Yeah,
well done.
I'll let you do it right in the middle of my garden, and I'll film it as well.
Right, there you go. I'm just going to finish my last glass off, Paris. So thanks for a lovely night. Thanks to everybody
Yeah,
that's joined
thanks for
us.
coming on, Dave. I really appreciate it.
And good luck with your rifle when you take it in.
Yeah.
The only thing I couldn't give you an idea of was what to expect with the cost.
I think it's about £100 for the rifle.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's labour and materials,
Okay. Yeah.
which I'm willing to pay. I don't know how much a pistol would cost because I didn't talk to them about it, but I think that's like gasket issues.
Oh, the pistol.
Yeah,
Does it? What does it? Just leak the CO2?
yeah.
Oh, it
I
probably
can
sounds
get a
like
few
it's,
shots off, but it don't. It will just keep emptying it until it's gone.
yeah. It sounds like a seal is gone or something.
Yeah, I think what it is when I did look at it before, and I think what it is the seal's gone rock hard, so it doesn't
Oh,
seal properly.
yeah. Okay. Okay.
So yeah, I'm going to take that in as well. But thanks for coming on, Dave. I really appreciate it.
No worries. No worries. And just glad to help out with the rifle problem and steer you
Yeah,
in the right direction. I mean, that's it doesn't cost anything to ask, does it?
yeah.
Um,
Well, at the end of the day, it's made me realise that I can actually get it done because I was actually thinking that I would have to chuck it away.
mm,
But now I know that it can be done. It will be done because I used to love shooting in the garden with that.
yeah, they're a lot of fun. They can be a lot of
Yeah,
fun. Yeah, a lot of
yeah.
fun. But,
Unless you've got moany neighbours that go, "You just shot at me," but I've got plenty of room around here anyway. So
uh, I've got next time I come on, I'll give you a link. I think I did put a link in that video I put up, but I've downloaded another one, air gun safety and law,
all
and
right,
it might be a bit more beneficial to the one I put up on the last video I did. But basically, what you've got to be sure of is that if you do use your rifle or your pistol, any projectiles must stay within the boundary of your property. So
oh okay,
you can't effectively wherever your boundary is. If you're shooting, you know, within your boundary, you've got to make sure that wherever the pellet or whatever it is you shoot doesn't go beyond your boundary.
oh okay, yeah,
That's the problem. So, like for example, if you wanted to shoot across the river,
yeah,
your boundary ends at the river bank, I presume. So, if you try to shoot over the river, then that would be illegal.
right.
So,
Even though I own half of the riverbank.
well, yeah, as long as you can only shoot within your boundary.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
you know,
I've got a nice long garden anyway, and I'll always put a barrier up behind what I'm
yeah,
shooting anyway.
as
Which
long
is
as
what,
long as
yeah,
yeah,
what I normally do. I've got this big leather cushion. I always put it behind the target, so even when it goes through the target,
yeah.
it dies in that cushion.
Oh, okay,
It's like a
yeah,
big leather cushion that come off a settee.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
everything that goes through the target always
Okay.
ends up in that cushion.
I just noticed Eve is saying good night to everybody. So, bye, Eve, if you're still with us. Thank you for coming on.
I think she's saying bye to you because
Oh,
you're leaving. She's only just got up, I think.
oh dear. Okay.
All
All right, Paris. Listen, I'm gonna head off. So
right, then, darling.
good luck with the rifle and the pistol, and
Yeah.
we'll catch up on the next one.
All right.
All right.
Hopefully, I'll see you doing some work in your garden next, Dave.
Well, I've got I've started to dig up some down the drive. I had some bushes, and I took some of those out, and they came out fairly quickly.
All right.
I've got some in the front garden. I'm not
What
keen on them.
bushes are they? I need bushes.
They're just they're sort of, I don't know what they're called. They're just, I've got them about 3 foot high.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, I'd love them.
yeah. I just wish I could get them to you, but it's getting them
Yeah.
out. There's probably a couple of dozen that have got to come out. The
Oh,
last lot
wow.
I took out, I ended up cutting the upright bits off with a saw and just leaving the stump, and then I
Yeah.
just got a fork underneath and sort of had some
God, you
price.
know what? Do you know what? If I could come where you lived, I probably would have dug them up for you just to nick the bushes.
Yeah.
That's all we thrive for out here is bushes to go all around the edge of our garden to get a bit of privacy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But you know, the trouble is that although I keep them at the same level, the roots seem to be getting thicker and longer.
Yeah, they
The
do,
ones,
don't they? That's what
the
they
ones
do.
down the
It's like you
side.
end up with really chunky, thick bottoms and like
Yeah.
flimsy tops.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
Anyway, Paris, have a good evening. Thank you for letting me on, and
All right
thanks
then,
for
Dave.
everybody. And
Yeah.
good night to everybody in the chat, and we'll catch up again soon.
Right,
Good
I'll
night,
talk to
Paris.
you later,
Have a
mate.
good one. Bye bye now.
Right,
Bye bye.
thank you, mate. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Well, it's just me and you lot. What are you going to do about that? Mind you, I've been on 3 hours, 20 minutes. Do you know what? I've probably gone over my StreamYard time. But it doesn't matter because you're allowed to go over long as you're still live. I could be on here for 10 hours and be 9 hours over and they won't cut me off. But as soon as I go off, my streaming's over till I think it's about the 11th, to be fair, when I get my new 20 hours. But they will not cut you off if you go over, which is a blessing. Does anyone want to come on? Has anyone got anything to say in the chat? Well, not much got done about stinky knickers, did it? Or my boat, or sucking my dick. Eh? That's all old news now, isn't it? She wore that one out. Not me dick. Just the fucking bullshit she was talking. Cheesecake. That's what I'm smoking, by the way. I'm smoking cheesecake. So, it just goes to show how that works, right? Because I'll do a live and play records. I'll get between 2 and 5 people. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, 9 to come on. But tonight, because I've clickbaited my title, a lot more people come on. It's a bit sad, isn't it? It's really sad. But if anyone wants to come on the panel, talk about stuff, I'm here for you. I'm not going anywhere at the moment. I might have to think about having something to eat, really, because no, I don't know. I had some sausages earlier and some brownies for my dinner. That's the best I could do at the moment. A few sausages and a few brownies. Oh, but yeah, life's not as good as it was at the moment, but it's all right. People think it's paradise because you got a boat, but you still got to survive. And you have to go and get everything that you need. It's not just there. The water's not in the taps. The gas is not in the gas bottles. The diesel's not just there, you have to go and get it. But if you ain't got a track, you end up really struggling. And I ain't had a track for probably 3 months now. Everything's running dry here at the moment. So I'm going to have to start taking evasive action. thinking outside the box. I've put 10 tons of stuff on the track and I'm still only halfway. Me and my friend's going to order another 10 tons soon, but she's away at the moment, so I can't afford it on my own. And nor can she. But we're going to get there. We'll make that track good this summer for next winter. And that'll make life a lot better up here. Because at least we'll be able to get our gas, our water and our diesel and our food without walking half a mile up the track with it all in a wheelbarrow. Just because of a small-minded set of people that think that they can abuse it with their 4x4s. Because they can always get up and down here. But some people have just got cars. I've got a 4x4, but it's not a very good one. It's an auto 4x4. It's just like a car, really. Yeah, I know, Eve. There's some people that want to help, but I can't let them out. It's like my friend wants to help, but she's had 2 hip replacements, and I'm like, look, we've gone through a lot of shit last year getting you them 2 new hips, because I was the only one that would take her to the hospital and pick her up and talk to her and blah, 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 do her shopping and all that, because she helps me. But no one would help her. All the people that was making out there was their friends, they all locked themselves away. So I just said, look, I can't, there's men here, and they haven't offered to help at all. But yet my friend with 2 hips that have been replaced, she's only just learnt to stand up straight because of them. And she wants to help. There's a couple of old girls that want to help, and I'm like, I can't let you help. I feel fit. Well, I don't feel fit, but I'm able. I get fit as I'm doing it. But I can't let them help me because I know it's going to be detriment to their health and their safety. And it's all about the hips and the knees and the back when you're doing what I'm doing on that track. So I can't let them help. That makes them appreciate me more, but that's not what it's about. It's about not making them worse than the operation that they've had. Well, it's an hard one, to be honest with you, Eve, because we're all riverside. All that land over there was owned by someone, and he sold it off a bit at the time. He's got one lake there that runs alongside our riverside. It's a massive lake. But in between that lake and our track, there's a massive field. And the guy that's bought all the other lakes, because the guy that owned it all won't sell that big lake, he will only rent it. So he rents it to this guy that's bought the other 5 lakes. Now, the guy that's bought the other 5 lakes has bought this great big field between us and the lake that the guy won't sell. He'll only rent. So now that leaves the track, which is access to us, which is in our deeds. It's access to get to our land. No one wants to own it. So it kind of feels like it's ours, but it's the guy that actually owns that track is the guy that's got that one lake that he won't sell, even though he sold the field in between the lake and us. But when he sold us all these plots, he was given options of what he can lay on the track. And he couldn't lay tarmac, he couldn't lay gravel. All he could do was lay this really thick mesh on the grass. And as the winters come on, this has gone on over the last 5 years, as the winters come on, the track's got really bad. And where people have driven, the mesh has sunk into the mud. And over the 4 to 5 years, where the mud's gone hard and then it's soft and then it's hard, all the meshes snapped where it's gone in the divots. So now we've got all these divots with this horrible clayey mud. And where a certain person who lives next door, not far away, next door, not going to name no names, they bought a 4x4 and they was going up and down. Oh, I think I need to go to the shops to look at some flowers. Oh, I'll come back. Oh, I need to go work. Oh, I'm going to come back. She had 2 cars. She drove a car from here to the bottom, got in her car, and then drove out. So she could have just walked down to the end and got her in her car. No. Horrible, horrible, nasty piece of shit. She jumps in a car from her garden, drives it to the end of the track, gets out of it, jumps in her other car, and then goes out. So she's got a clean car to go out of the site, and she's got this muddy big 4x4 to come up and down the track. And we all stopped using the track months ago because it was getting bad. Not her. Up and down, up and down. Got to go work, come back. Got to go work, come back. Got to go shopping. Got to go look at some flowers. Got to go to the letterbox at the end, see if there's a red card because I don't trust no one. Paranoid as fuck it is. It's made everyone paranoid here. And then now she can't use it because it's that bad. But what she done the other day, she's got one of the wankers down the end, a man, because she sucks up around men, just like Kaylee Stinky Knickers does. Oh, poor me, poor me. He's come up here with this big fucking 4x4 thing the other day, ripped the fucking lot up just to get her water. When all she's got to do is start her boat up, go down to a tap, 10 minutes down the river, fill it up and come back. We're all fucked because of that cunt next door. No cunt up here talks to her now. She just talks to the men down the end and gossips about us all and says how nasty and what bullies we are. Nasty, nasty, nasty woman. Yeah, does drive me mad, but she'll get it back. Don't worry about that. She'll get it back. Apparently, her big 4x4's MOT has failed. It's like a rust bucket. But she paid $3,000 for it last year. Spent loads of money on it, right? $3,000, and it's not even lasted a year. She's took it to the MOT shop. They won't pass it. She's took it to a welding shop. They said they would do the work, but it looks like they can't do it because the fucking car's not back here. The MOT ran out last month and the car's still not back here. So they've obviously turned her down, and I reckon it's got kicked into the bin, or she's going to bring it back sawned and carry on doing what she's doing till it falls apart. But yeah, she's fucked herself up, but she's fucked up. She thought she would fuck us all up first. In a way she did, because she had another month out of it, maybe 2 months, going up and down, up and down. I could do what I want. I paid to live here. I could do what I want. Yeah, we can all do what we want, but it doesn't help no one. So now no one can use the track. I've managed to fix it halfway up the track. I've left my car there so everyone knows they can't go past that point because they'll just sink in the mud and wreck it all again. And then Paris has got to come along, put all the divots back in, get loads of gravel, put it on top, and then squash it all in the holes. But no. What they done last week up this end of the track was disgusting. I've never seen tracks that deep. And they going round like, yeah, so what? Disgusting. Because they live down that end. They don't have to come up here. They just come up here to help that fucking dirty slag next door. Because they're men and they think they're going to get their dicks wet. But I know different. They should have just come and spoke to me. Get her a goat cart. Fucking run her over in one. A goat cart won't get you up here. You need a fucking tractor to get up here now. That's how bad it is. A tractor. But that's not a good look, is it, when you're going shopping? So, yeah, she's kind of like put into the room of shame. Next time she gets that cunt to come up here, I'm going to block him so he can't get back home. Because that was disgusting what they've done now. I should have done a live on it, but I was just fuming. When I saw that truck come out, I was fucking fuming. I wanted to go out there and rip her fucking hair out and make her eat it. I was livid. Big grin on her face as well. A really sarcastic grin. It's like, oh, you ain't going to get away with that now. No. I could have lived with stuff, but you ain't going to get away with that now. That grin is like, fuck yous lot. Yeah, not having that. So, yeah, Manor Meadows Mayhems is carrying on. I'll keep you updated, though. I've done a nice live on my drone today, and it didn't download. It was recording. I could see it recording. The numbers were going up. But when I looked in the thing, there was just old stuff in there, like 1 and 2 seconds long. But it said something about my CD card is too slow or something. So I need to address that because that was a good video. I took it all around the site, my drone, and then I brought it back here and I drove it into my camper so you could look all around my camper, and then I brought it back out again. I was like, oh, look at me. But when I looked on the drone to download it, it fucking wouldn't download. It wasn't there. Hello.
Hello, it's me again. I thought I'd keep you company.
All right, Tony.
It's been a good live stream tonight.
Oh, thank you.
Done very well. You're only allowed on a certain number of hours, aren't you, each month?
Yeah, you can only have 20 hours, but I know I've gone well over it. But on your last stream, if you go over that 20 hours, they won't cut you off.
Oh, good.
But once I go off, I won't be able to come on to about the 11th, I think, which is not that far along.
You enjoy yourself, don't you, when you're having a live stream? You have a nice laugh.
Yeah, because I don't like all the bullshit, though. I just like to have a nice chat and talk shit about stuff. Or
it's good to have a mixture, though, isn't it? It's good to have a mixture of people. Yeah. Makes it interesting.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
You know.
Yeah. But I've been on like 3 hours and 40 minutes, which is quite long, really. Because no one ever listens to a live that's 3 hours and 40 minutes. But I just look at it like it's entertainment for me, to be fair, now.
Well, a lot of people listen to it later on, don't they? They watch it the day later, or
what, 3 hours and 39 minutes?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you'd be surprised, Paris. A lot of people watch it the next day.
Yeah. Mind you, the good thing about this one is it won't get struck off because it's got no music on it. All my lives get struck off.
Yeah.
I've done loads, literally loads, and so like when I get a copyright on them, I don't just get one. I get like 6 or 7 on just that one show because of the amount of records I play. Most of them
Well,
are fucking copyrights.
when you put that restream link up, anybody could jump on.
What Ream stream?
It's restream, isn't it? The restream link.
Oh yeah, StreamYard, yeah.
Is it StreamYard?
StreamYard, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's restream.
Restream. Yeah, I think Restream you use on your iPhone.
Yeah, I didn't check. I just pressed the link. It's either restream or StreamYard, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the same to me.
I think Restream and what's the other one that I get on my iPad? They fucking wind me up. They really wind me up.
I know very little about this sort of thing, Paris. I just
Yeah.
press buttons and see what happens.
Yeah, they work a bit different, and they just piss me off because there's the
Here's a question. Here's a question for you.
Go on.
No, don't misunderstand me. This is a genuine question. Is it possible that one day all of us crazy mixed up kids on YouTube will all just step back and think, do you know what? Let's all just get on.
Nah. You will get people that will think like that, and then there'll be a new batch along that want to create the havoc that they love.
But it is a choice, though.
You'll never get peace and harmony because there'll always be a new batch come along that want to create havoc.
But what I like about you, Paris, even though I've pissed you off in the past, you let me back on because you give people a chance, don't you?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's a good quality.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, is it, when someone slags you off?
This is it. You know, it's the intent, isn't it? If somebody's really trying to hurt you, that's why I got upset a bit earlier because I was doxxed, and I think that is illegal. You can't sort of wriggle out of that. It's an illegal thing to do, and it's a spiteful thing to do. And people will, when you do that, you're hoping that some lunatic's gonna latch onto it. The people that dox, they're not the ones that come round, are they? They hope that someone else will.
No, but to be honest with you, right, I don't actually think doxing is the end of the world. Doxing is like, to me, the horrible people use doxing as you can't get any lower than that. That's bang out of order. If someone
people
really
have been
wants
killed,
to know
people have been killed though because of doxing. People have been killed.
But people have been killed walking out their street door or crossing the road.
No, but people have been killed because of doxing.
Yeah, but there's all sorts of nutters out there, right? But at the end of the day,
exactly.
If you don't want to be doxxed or if you don't want to be found out, don't put yourself out there.
Well, I didn't.
It's quite simple.
I didn't, though. I didn't. I didn't.
But you're online. You're online.
No, my name wasn't known. My name was revealed by someone else.
Yeah, but
someone
actually
revealed
know
it.
your name?
Well, it was Tony's girlfriend. Tony's girlfriend. Tony's girlfriend told it.
But they found it out through YouTube, didn't they?
No, they found it out because I was in a relationship with them.
Yeah, but you was on YouTube and someone knew it was you.
It was a private relationship that I was in. And then she told Tony.
So how did it come about then, Convid?
Well, she told Tony. You have to ask her why she did it. She told him my name, and then he researched it.
Was you on YouTube?
Not as my name. I didn't. No, because I wanted my privacy.
No, but you was on YouTube, weren't you?
Yeah, but that was my name. I did. That's why I was called Convid.
Yeah, you got recognised.
No, you're not listening. She went out of her way to tell him, and then he researched it all. She gave all the details where I lived, and then he went on. It was very creepy what he did. He went and went on Google Maps and made a video all about it, and he zoned in on my property. You could almost see through my window. Very
So
creepy.
you obviously pissed him off, didn't you?
Because I was with the woman. I was with the woman that he wanted to be with.
Oh, right.
He was jealous. Exactly. And he's with her now because it didn't work out between me and her. And then she literally jumped into his arms straight after on the rebound. And that's why I said to him, you've won first prize, you should be happy. And all he does is moan about me. And I'm saying, come on, Tony, be happy. You've got the woman of your dreams.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Tony does seem like a decent guy. So, like, at the end of the day...
So it's decent to dox someone, yeah? That's a decent thing to do.
No, I'm not saying that. But at the end of the day, like...
But why would somebody do that? What would be the reason to do that?
If someone doxed me, it would be completely irrelevant to my life.
But why would somebody want to?
Well, because it's like I went out with a girl once, and she used to go out with a guy, and because I found out how bad that guy treated that girl, I wanted to get revenge on him, right? Nothing to do with me, that guy, but I got my revenge on that guy. And that's kind of what's happened there.
No, it's not at all, because I didn't do anything wrong to her.
Well, as far as she's concerned, you did, because
that's not true either. That's not true either.
She went with the other guy.
No, she went with him because it didn't work out between me and her. And I told her that she should try it with him. I said to her, it might be better if you actually tried with him to see if it works out. And she's admitted that I've said that. She went on his live once and admitted that I said that. There's no bitterness. There's no ill will. But he just seems to be.
What do I have to do? Because my telly's going to go off in a minute.
He tried to get Brian Hurl to come round and assault me.
Well, that ain't going to work, is it? Who the fuck's Brian Hurl?
You don't know the full story. It's all very odd.
I don't. But like, oh, it's all right. I've sorted it out. I don't. But like, that's at the end of the day, that's not my beef, is it? So.
Well, it's not mine either. I don't have it. You heard me laughing. That's how I deal with it. I deal with it by laughing and not trying to be too intense about it.
Yeah. I mean, I can't stick up for you and I can't stick up for Tony. It's like it's the beef between you two, and you have your little.
I don't have a beef. That's my point. That's why I don't have a beef. That's why I keep ringing in to try and just have a laugh.
You've got one now, and you've gone vid.
Say it again. I didn't hear. I didn't hear what you said.
You've got beef now, haven't you?
No, I don't. Look, I honestly don't. That's why I'm laughing. I don't have any ill will. It just fascinates me that he just can't let go of this rage and anger. And I've just called back to say about Matt. I think that it was very unfair, a lot of the things he was saying about Matt.
Yeah, but I know Matt, and Matt's a very nasty, horrible person. So anything that Tony says.
But why do you think? Why do you think he is though? But why do you think he's? Why do you say that?
I don't know why he is.
Now, why do you feel?
At the end of the day, right? I never got on with Matt, but I was never a hater of Matt, right?
There you go.
Yeah, but as soon as I called Andy Devine out as a scammer, Matt constantly attacked me. And it wasn't.
But when you say attack, did he threaten you?
Well, he called me all sorts of things. He abused my gender. He threatened to take my silver off of me. He offered me my phones back for silver. He knew them phones were stolen, and he played a game with the police, and he got away with it. but he completely abused me, sticking up for Andy Devine. That was a scammer, which was all I'd done was called Andy Devine a scammer. And Matt Taylor decided to stick his fucking nose in and called me everything and done everything he could to discredit my name. And it had fuck all to do with him. Just because he was in the group, it had fuck all to do with him, just like it had fuck all to do with Kaylee. They both attacked me as well as other people, constantly attacking me, tarnishing my name. And that's why I can't stand Matt Taylor.
So was there?
He never told the truth about anything. He lied, and he's a horrible, scummy piece of shit.
So was there a back and forth of insults, and it kind of like got out of control? Is that sort of what happened?
Well, I definitely give him what he deserved.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
so there was a back and forth.
He poked his nose into me calling Andy Devine a scammer.
Right. So there was a back and forth of insults, and neither of you would back down, and it sort of just escalated.
Well, I refused to be insulted by him when I wasn't even talking to him.
So that's what it is, isn't it, really? It just escalated.
I'm going to attack him back, and he didn't like what was coming out of my mouth. He thought I was going to be one of them little girls that run off crying and never heard of again. But no.
So
and
neither
he still
of you,
my name to this day.
So neither of you backed down. It just sort of became a standoff sort of thing.
Yeah, I understand. Listen, at the end of the day, COVID, I don't give two fucks about Matt. I done what I done with the cunt because he done what he done with me. Now I can't be bothered. I'm uninterested. I find him a very boring, shallow piece of shit.
That's true. But have you what I meant by that's true? What I meant was it's true that you don't have anything more to do with him. But have you noticed that when Tony comes on, he keeps bringing his name up?
Yeah, only now and then. And the only reason he brought him up is because the only time he goes and sees Matt Taylor is when people like the Mouse bring him up and that. It wasn't a big issue what he was saying about Matt Taylor tonight. It's like what I was saying as well. The only time I hear about these people is when I watch Danny Jones or AJ or the Mouse or whoever, etc., bring up a live or whatever they've said. I'll go and watch them. And if it's about this person or that person, that's who it's about. And we listen to it, and that's it. We don't go to Matt Taylor's and go, Matt Taylor, you're out of order doing this live. You're lying this and you're lying that. We're uninterested in him. We find him boring. But if someone else picks up something off of his live and they bring it out and show it, of course we're going to watch it.
So you don't mind people?
I'd rather give the Mouse my votes than go into Matt Taylor or Kaylee or any of the other fucking cronies that I've been dealing with in the past.
So you don't mind people calling in and talking about Matt Taylor then? You don't mind people doing that?
Well, no. Look, at the end of the day, we was talking about the only time we interact or listen to Matt Taylor is when someone else is bringing it up on a live.
But you didn't bring it up.
If someone's doing a premiere on Andy Devine, I'll go and listen to it.
But you weren't talking about Matt Taylor. The only reason that you started talking about him is because Tony Harris brought it up.
Well, no, it wasn't that.
It is. It's true because I listened to it. I listened to it.
We're not talking about Kaylee tonight, but the title's got Kaylee in it, and that.
But you weren't talking about Matt. You didn't bring up. You weren't talking about him. It was him that brought it up.
But he probably would have come up at one point because someone would have asked a question about him.
But I thought you said he's boring and you don't like talking about him.
He is boring, but if someone asks me a question.
He wasn't asking you a question. He wasn't. He wasn't asking you a question.
I'm just saying, If
Yeah, but he
someone
wasn't doing that.
Convid, are you sucking Matt Taylor's cock or something?
No, I'm just mean that you're not letting me talk. It's like I'm listening,
Well, I
but
am
I'm being
letting you talk,
respectful.
but why are you making
Not at
this
all.
whole? It's like I'm not interested in Matt Taylor, and all you're talking about is other people bringing him up in here. I'm not
Exactly.
interested in him.
Exactly. So why do you entertain it? So why do you entertain it then? So why do you entertain it?
But you're constantly bringing him up, and yet you're turning it
I
on.
didn't. I didn't bring him up. It was Tony Harris that brought him up, and that's what fascinates me. All he ever does.
Tony's not here, and we wasn't talking about it until you.
Do you know how long he spent talking about him today? Were you aware of how long?
I'm not interested.
But you were interested because you were talking to him about it.
Because
you didn't tell him to stop.
Questions, and I answer them.
He wasn't asking questions. He was telling you what he thought.
Yeah, and what's wrong with that? You
make it's not a question, is it?
Crime.
No, it's not a question, though. Well, he has committed a crime, actually, which is being investigated. He has. He has actually committed a crime against him.
Well, okay. Well, let the investigation begin. I'm not interested.
I just thought I'd mention it. I just mentioned that he has committed a crime against.
Yeah, but I'm not interested.
Okay, just thought I'd mention it.
Who's that? The messenger, Jaffa. Well, go and tell her the messenger because you tell everyone everything. I'm not interested.
Why do you say I tell everyone everything? Why do you say that?
No, I said that to the messenger, not you.
Who's the messenger?
Jaffa Blackman.
I don't know who that is.
Well, I'm really surprised because he goes in everyone's group going, so-and-so said something about you. So-and-so said this. So-and-so's talking about you. And now he's in here saying, Paris, Kaylee won't be pleased seeing her name in here in your title. I don't give a fuck, messenger.
I didn't understand. You're talking about the chat room.
If you look at my other title, messenger, it's like a survey just to prove a point. To prove a point. I'll do my music stuff. No one comes on. As soon as I put a title in there that's a bit controversial or creates content, everyone fucking jumps on. It's like I've been on here for 4 hours and there's 15 people in here. I'll get 2 to 5 people. 2 to 5 people when I play my music, which I put a lot of effort into. I put a title up and everyone fucking jumps on it. That's how fucking stupid YouTube is. And that's how fucking shallow people are.
Are you talking to the messenger? Who are you talking to?
Yeah, I'm talking to the messenger.
I've only just worked out that you're talking to somebody in the chat room.
Oh, right, sorry. I thought I
can't see the chat. I can't see the chat.
The messenger.
Yeah, I didn't know what you meant.
Oh, right. Yeah,
you got
the
15, have you?
Blackman. He goes in everyone's group and says everyone's talking about everyone. I don't know how he gets the time to go in everyone's group and work out who's doing what, and then go to the other group and go, so-and-so's talking about you.
Oh yeah, I've never heard of him. First I've heard of him.
Oh, wow.
You must watch different channels.
Look up Convid Messenger. There's another customer for you to go to.
Tony Harris. Tony Harris put my name and address up.
He's like security. Once he knows who you are and what you're all about and all that, he'll come to you every time someone talks about you.
Okay. Well, Tony Harris will help him with that. If he just asks, contact Tony Harris Messenger and he'll fill you in. He'll tell you everything you need to know. I think Tony's funny.
Yeah, I like Tony. He's never been horrible to me.
No, I think he's a personality.
What's whose name? His name's Convid. I don't know his other name. I'm not that invested.
Ask Tony Harris. Tony Harris will tell you, Messenger.
Ask Tony Harris. He would say who Convid is.
Yeah, he'll tell you everything you need to know.
He's on to you already, Convid.
Oh yeah.
There's another one for his album.
What can I do? like I said to Tony, I said, look, if you really want to talk to me, come round. You've made all the effort to find out where I live. Why bother doing that if you're not going to turn up? That's
Here,
why I was
messenger,
confused.
I'll give you a clue. He's Matt Taylor's friend. Convid's Matt Taylor's friend.
Well, you know Emily that was talking. You know Emily,
Yeah.
that's Tony's partner. She goes
Yeah.
on the Matt's channel, so she likes talking to Matt. So that's a bit confusing because Tony says he doesn't like Matt, and yet his partner always jumps on Matt's live.
Well, perhaps she
So
finds him entertaining.
exactly. So that's confusing to me because Tony hates him apparently. Thinks
Well,
he's
it just goes to show that Tony doesn't control Emily.
Of course he doesn't.
Well, there you
No
go,
one would
then.
suggest that.
Well, there you go then.
But he did
Sounds
set fire to a woman's car though and went to prison for it. So he's got a bit of a dark background.
He wants to know how to find your channel, Convid.
Well, do you know what, Paris? I've got 100 subs and yet I've never made a video. How about that?
Yeah, that's cool.
Not bad for someone that's boring, is it?
Yeah. So what? So you've got a channel, but you've never made a video.
Well, I've obviously got. You need one, don't you? You need an app. Well, yeah, you need to exist, don't you, on YouTube? So you need to have a channel. But yeah, everyone's got a channel, haven't they?
So you've got 100. You've got 100
subs.
You've got 100 viewers, no subs.
Yeah.
And
never made a video.
So no one else, none of them 100 subs knew who you was.
All they did, they see me making comments and they immediately sub to me because they think, oh, who's this?
Well, they must have had a spanner then.
Don't know how it works, but I just think it's funny that I've got all these subs. I've got more subs than Tony Harris, and yet he pumps out videos.
If you go into a chat, right? I mean, because you're quite controversial. You argue all the time, right?
Yeah, people like that.
The first thing someone's going to do, if they've got a spanner, is click on your name, and then it will bring your channel up. That's how you've got your subs.
See, I get a reaction, don't I?
Well, because it's not always like a good thing, because if you're being controversial or arguing for the wrong people are gonna want to know who you are, not necessarily because they like you.
No. So it's a bad thing then, really, isn't it, that I've got 100 subs? That means 100 people hate me.
It's good and bad, isn't it? Because if you've not made any videos and you've got 100 subs, that tells me most of them are trolls.
Must be, mustn't it?
Yeah.
I think half of them are Tony Harris's sock accounts.
Oh.
Good old Tony.
Yeah.
But I just don't get why he's not happy. I don't know why he's always so grumpy with me, because he's got the woman of his dreams now, so he should be loving it.
Well, he doesn't sound grumpy when he comes on air. He always.
But when I turn up, he gets all agitated.
Well, perhaps you annoy him.
I know.
Like
why would I annoy him? I don't know why I would annoy him, because he's got the woman that he wanted.
Yeah, but Convid, at the end of the day, you fucking annoy me as well. You come on here and you just like you don't want to have a conversation. You just want to like get. I'm
now. I'm playing the game, Paris. You know that. You've been around the block. You know what it's like.
Well,
that's why you let me back on.
You're not stupid. You lasted quite well tonight.
You're not stupid. You wouldn't let me on if you. Yeah, but you wouldn't let me back on if you really believed I was a cunt. You wouldn't let me back on. You're not silly. You know what I'm doing.
I would have more subs if I was more consistent.
Oh yeah.
The trouble is, Messenger, or a lot of my lives, I play music and they'll get struck. I am consistent, but they all get struck because I like to play my music, and they all get copyrights. so they all get struck off. So you don't see a lot of my lives.
But you also like people jumping on, don't you, Paris?
Yeah, of course I do. I prefer people to jump on, but I don't like all this shit because I've done all that and it's boring. I'm not in.
Yeah.
I want to try and find a niche where everyone comes on and has a chat, and it's good educational content. Not so and so said this, so and so said that, blah blah blah.
But that's
It's
what Tony
fucking
Harris was doing.
boring.
He was doing that relentlessly. That's why I was confused.
He wasn't doing it relentlessly.
Well, if you listen
In your
back,
mind, it was because you're going to pick up on every little thing.
but if you listen
Every-
back to it, you might be surprised how
You're
much time
prejudice.
he spent.
Yeah, but it
If you
didn't
listen-
roll me up enough to go, look, Tone, you're going on a bit. I'm not interested.
Yeah, because you agreed with
put
him.
his
You agreed.
opinion
You
across.
agreed. It's because
He
you
put his
agreed with what he
opinion
was saying.
across and it was welcomed. But when you
Because
come
you
in,
agreed. Because
just
you agreed
try-
with what he was saying.
you
That's
try-
why.
I can't remember what he was saying, but I don't really
Well,
care.
what he was saying about
That's
Matt.
how
What he was saying about
That's
Matt.
how,
You,
yeah, but that's how important it is to me. Someone has their opinion on someone, it comes
Yeah.
and it goes, and it's gone. I'm not
But if-
interested on
but
that.
if you agree
But
with them, the
you
conversation
just want
flows.
to keep bringing it up.
Yeah, I was confused about it because I thought, well, you don't like talking about the man, and yet you spent all that time talking about him. Didn't make sense.
Hmm.
I thought you'd just say, look, Tony, I don't like talking about him.
No, but when he brings out truths, it's like, yeah, you're right, whatever.
That's my point. That's my
Stop
point, that
playing
you
the game
agree.
anyway, Convid, because it gets a bit boring.
No, I'm
Talk
allowed to
about
stick up for
something
somebody.
constructive. What did you do the weekend?
I'm not embarrassed or ashamed for sticking up for somebody who I think is being badly treated. I'm not embarrassed or ashamed to do that. You'd do that if you knew somebody that was being misrepresented or badly spoken of. You'd try, wouldn't you? You'd try and speak up for them. That's
Well,
a
I
decent
would,
thing to do, isn't it?
But when someone keeps proving they're a weirdo, it's like you've got to like stop
Well,
sticking up.
maybe the more you get to know about Tony Harris, maybe that would be helpful.
Look, if Matt Taylor had come in here from day one and been polite like Tony Harris has, I wouldn't have a problem with Matt. But all he chose to do was attack me, abuse my gender, threaten me. He done all sorts of shit. I can't stand it because I've even said let's just call this a day and try and get on, and then within 2 minutes he's back on it. He's a sick individual. He's mental. See, now you're talking about him and I'm bringing stuff up about Matt. But yet, if it was someone else coming in and they go, why are you and Convid talking about Matt? You said you didn't want to have nothing to do with him, but you keep talking about him. So here
Hold on
we
a minute.
are.
Hold on a minute.
talking
Hold on a
about-
minute. That's
Here
not
we
fair.
are talking about Divvy Matt Taylor. He's a
Paris.
boring, shallow
Paris.
piece of shit that doesn't know the truth if it smacked him in the face.
You know what I noticed? That when Tony was on, you let him speak, but when I'm on, you won't let me talk. I noticed that.
Been talking for ages, time for fuck.
No,
Convid.
keep
Fuck's
interrupting. You keep not stopping me from talking. It's interesting.
All right, go on then. Say what you got to say.
No, but it's just something I noticed. Is that I get it. I do understand why, but you see me as a threat, but I'm not. I'm not
I
a
don't
danger or
see you
threat
as
to
a
anyone.
threat at all, Convid. What I see is you try and rile up things that are relevant. It's your style. Your style just winds people up, and you do it
You know why?
deliberately.
You know
You do
why?
it deliberately.
But you know why?
Go on.
Because I like to get to the truth. I like
So
to
what-
sift out all the nonsense, sift out all the mind games. Everyone's playing mind games on YouTube, even the softly spoken ones, even the ones that wouldn't say boo to a goose. Everyone's got an agenda. Everyone's got a style and a technique of getting their own way. That's human nature. And I just like to sift through it all and just see what we're left with. Hopefully the gold, you know.
Well, I come on here to try and enjoy myself and have a good conversation with people, but yet I keep getting the shit come up.
Exactly. That's my point. That's the point I'm
Why
making.
can't I just have a decent conversation on
That's
here?
the point I'm trying to make to you. Thank you. That is the point I've been trying to make. That is exactly what I'm trying to say to you. I'm just surprised that you've allowed Tony Harris to talk about Matt Taylor as many times. I don't think you're aware how many times he's done it previously.
Right, well, I'll be aware of it in future.
Well, that's it. You see, I just
And
thought
if it doesn't
mention
interest me, I'm not going to say I'm not going to let Tony talk about him. If it doesn't interest me, and then I'll drop it.
That's what I meant. I just thought I'd mention it, that Tony has actually committed crimes against him, and the way he keeps going on, it's only going to end up with more trouble.
Yeah, but I don't really care, because I've got no respect for Matt Taylor at all. Anyone who wants to cut Matt Taylor off, crack on, because he's nothing but a piece of shit.
Right.
That doesn't tell any truth. He twists everything, and he's a piece of shit.
So you don't mind people talking about him. So you don't mind people talking about him, do you?
Pardon?
So that's just confirming that you don't mind talking about Matt on your channel. You don't mind talking about him.
Well, I'll give you a few minutes to talk about it, but it gets a bit boring after.
Well, that's my point I'm trying to make, is that he keeps doing it. Tony Harris keeps bringing him up. You're going over the top now, because I'm talking about what he's doing.
Spoke about Matt Taylor that much.
Well, you'd be surprised. You should listen back to some of your live streams.
Yeah, but look, if I haven't noticed it that much, it's not an issue. It's an issue to you, but it's not to me.
Well, it's an issue to him, actually, because he's obsessed with him.
No, it's an issue to you, because you've gone on about him more than Tony has.
That's not true.
Well, you have. You're trying to prove a point, but you ain't
stopped going on about it.
I find him a boring cunt, and
exactly, that's my point. So when he brings him up, why do you allow him to keep talking about him? That's the bit I'm confused about.
Well, maybe because at the beginning it's not boring, but you're taking it to the boring level now.
Why is it boring when I talk about it then? Explain that.
Well, because you've been talking about it for ages.
I know the reason. It's because I stick up for him, and that's why you find it boring.
No. You
enjoy it when he's being slagged off.
You've had your say about him, and
you enjoy it when he's being slagged off. But when people are actually defending him, it's boring.
Pardon?
You enjoy it when people are slagging him off, but when people stick up for him, it's boring.
Is that right?
That's the way it comes across, yeah. That's the way it appears. It's only my opinion.
Yeah. Well, maybe that just says to me that if you're sticking up for Matt Taylor, you haven't got the old grasp of what he's all about.
I lived with him for 3 weeks. I know him quite well.
3 weeks?
Well, that's more than Tony Harris has spent with him. I've put
up with him for 6 years.
Well, you don't get on, obviously.
No. But he was never an issue before I called Andy Devine out.
I just think it's odd that you say it's boring, and yet a lot of the time is spent talking about it.
It's been 6 years.
You're the one that's saying it's boring. You're the one that's saying you don't like talking about him.
Yeah, because it's been 6 years.
But you do obviously like talking about him, because whenever Tony Harris comes on, he talks about him. And if you don't know that, then listen back to some of your live streams, and then very quickly you'll think, actually, that's true. He does keep bringing up. Every time Tony Harris calls in, I guarantee you he brings up Matt Taylor.
Convid.
He does. He does.
if you don't stop this shit now, I'll just kick you because
What's the
I'm
shit?
bored
What's
of
the
it
shit?
now. I'm
What
bored
is
of
the
it.
shit then? But what is the shit?
Going on about Matt Taylor. It's
But
boring.
that's what he does. That's what he does.
He hasn't been on that long to talk about him that long.
Right. Every time he comes on,
all you've done is talked about your
Paris.
friend on here.
Paris,
It's
let me.
boring.
This is the last I'm gonna say about the matter. Okay. Every time he comes on, Tony Harris, he mentions Matt Taylor and talks about him. That's a fact.
In your opinion.
Well, you go back and listen and tell me I'm wrong.
I don't want to go and
Every
listen
time.
back to 4. I don't want to listen to 4 hours of fucking chat on here.
No, I mean every time he has
it
appeared.
all flows and goes great, and then you come on and you just want to pick these holes in everything, and that's what's boring me. Why
That's
are you
why
like
it doesn't
this?
add up. That's why it doesn't add up. What you're saying.
But why are you like this?
I'm not Tony Harris. Well, I am actually because I've called myself Tony Harris, haven't I? So technically, I am in this conversation.
But
you know why I did that?
You're like this. Why you
because
want
you
to spend
because you blocked me because you blocked me so many times. I have to come on with different names.
I don't know why you're like this. You spend
Like what?
all this time talking about Matt Taylor just to have a dig at Tony Harris that has never caused me any problems. But
we're not talking about you. We're not talking about you, are we?
Just because he's ended up with your girlfriend, you've got to come on here and slag him off to me.
No, he ended up with my Paris. I ended the relationship with her, and I told her she should try and be in a relationship with him. That's actually what happened, and she knows that. And she's
grateful that she took your advice and it worked out.
Well, that's my point.
That's what you should be grateful for. You should.
No, he should be grateful.
Slagging him off about Matt Taylor because he got the prize.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. I didn't want to be in a relationship with Emily Turner. Okay.
Yeah, I've got that bit. Yeah.
Right. So that's what happened, and then she went to him as a result of me ending in the relationship with her. You do understand, don't you?
So what you're saying is you had a relationship with Emily, yeah?
Yep.
You finished it with Emily, yeah?
Yes.
She went and found herself another guy, and
she knew him before. She knew him before.
You're looking at it as vindictive or something.
But this is the thing that confuses me. Every time I try and talk, you don't let me speak. But when Tony Harris was on, he talked for like 10 minutes solid.
I was answering you, for fuck's sake.
But that's the bit I don't get, is that you won't let me explain things. You just keep jumping in. And yet when others are on,
I was trying to get the facts right of what you just said, and then you're saying I'm interrupting you.
Well, because I've tried to explain it and you're still not getting it. And I know you're not silly, so I don't understand why you're not getting it.
Well, I just explained it to you how I perceived it. Now you explain me if I was wrong or right.
Well, I've tried to about 5 times. I was in a relationship with Emily Turner. She'd never even met him. She'd never even met him. She spoke to him on YouTube. And he was desperate to be in a relationship with her, absolutely desperate. I turned up on YouTube and immediately she started to be in a relationship with me, and he was fuming. He was absolutely fuming. It was eating him up. He was sending her email. He was so angry. He was just, and then he started to he just started to get other people to cause me problems. Again, you just done it though. You're saying you don't do it, so you won't let me explain it.
I'm asking you because it's brought up a question.
But you didn't do this when he was talking.
Oh,
you let him talk. You did, but you let him talk endlessly. You never interrupted him once.
Carry on then, and then I'll forget the question I was going to ask you.
Just saying it's not consistent, is it? I get it. It's okay. You're not interested. Fair enough. I can't
No,
make you
listen,
interested.
you just said something, right, that made me think of a question, right? And I thought I would ask
Right.
you before I forget the question. But all you keep saying is I'm butting in and not letting you talk.
But you are. But you are,
I
because
won't
you're not
butt in,
interested.
and I'll forget the question just so you can tell me everything again.
It's okay. I can't make you care. I can't make you interested.
All
I
right,
get it.
can
It's
I
okay.
ask the question then?
It's your channel. Obviously, it's
Right,
your channel.
okay. You just went on about all that shit, right?
I
But
didn't go on about anything. You wouldn't let
you
me.
didn't know Tony. You
Sorry?
didn't know Tony. You didn't know Tony, right?
What do you mean didn't know him? What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. Didn't know. What do you mean?
Right, you're gonna let me explain.
Because I don't know what you mean by didn't know.
You said you didn't know Tony at all, right?
But I don't know what you mean. I did know him on YouTube.
Yeah, but you just said a little while ago you didn't know Tony at all when you knew Emily, right?
No,
But
that isn't what I said. That isn't what I said. That isn't what I said.
You just said that Tony kept sending Emily messages because he really wanted to get to know her, right? So you're one of these guys that jump on other men's women, even though you know they really
she didn't like him.
And
She didn't like.
Now
Oh
you're
my
changing
God.
the whole thing. No, listen, Convid, you're talking shit now, right? Because you said you didn't know. You didn't know Tony, right? And then you started talking to Emily and you knew that Tony really liked Emily.
But she didn't like him.
So you're talking crap. So what you've actually done is you knew a guy fancied a girl and you jumped on that fucking girl.
She didn't like him.
To stay away to see if them two got on together. But yet
you're going to listen
here all the time.
So can I now talk?
Yeah, go on, your turn.
She repeatedly made it clear that she did not like him.
Oh, you've added that. That didn't
No,
come up
because
before.
you wouldn't let me talk.
No, you should have said that at the beginning. You just added.
Oh, Paris, stop playing your silly mind games.
Oh, Colby, don't piss me off. Don't
Paris.
play the game. You're playing a player here. Don't mug me off, Convid. You said earlier you didn't know Tony, and then you said that Tony was all over her. And then, and in my mind, you stole her off of Tony.
How could I steal her when she didn't like him, Paris?
You stole her off of Tony. She realised that she backed a bad apple. And then she went back to Tony.
Do you know how long she was speaking to him before I turned up?
Go on, tell me.
Right. Do you know how long? Do you know how long he had before I came on the scene to be with her?
No, that's irrelevant.
Oh, okay. So why wasn't she immediately fascinated and intrigued by this man?
You don't have to be fascinated. Do you think love is at first sight or something?
So how long should we have left it then?
That's irrelevant. I've exposed you and you don't fucking like it.
So if you allow me to talk, then I can give my side.
You knew that Tony fancied her and you jumped on her. You wooed her with your bullshit and you stole her off of Tony, but Tony won the day. And all you can do is pick on him and say that all he goes on about is Matt Taylor. You only like Matt Taylor because you know Tony can't stand him.
Tell me when it's my turn. Tell me when it's my turn, Paris.
You don't like it.
When is it my turn to talk? When is it my turn to talk, Paris?
Now, let me go and get a beer. I can hear you out in the kitchen. Go on, it'll take me 2 seconds. Crack on.
Well, I'll wait for you to come back.
No,
it's okay, I'll wait for you to come back.
Go on, I can hear you.
Right. Tony had a reputation on Sharon Girl's channel for trying to pick up William. He tried it with Sharon Girl. So this is before I came along, right? This is what I found out later by talking to these people. He originally tried it on with Sharon Girl. He also tried it on with a couple of other women on YouTube. Then he met Emily, and there was another character that was talking to Emily, and
Who's the character? I want names. You can't just say character.
Well, I could make up a name. You wouldn't know, would you?
Well, I know really Emily and I know Sharon Gal. Try me.
Well, it's just somebody on YouTube that doesn't have a channel. It's just somebody that comments.
Oh, right. So an unnamed person.
Well,
so we're talking about the person he's with.
Okay. So again, I can't talk.
Sharon Gal and an unnamed.
So once again, I can't talk. So once again, I can't.
Go on, sorry.
So once again, I'm not allowed to talk.
I'm just trying to clear up the facts as we're going along, Convid.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is it. I don't mind. I don't mind you doing it because you're never going to hear my side of the story. So you're always going to believe what you want. And if that's the way you want it,
listen, I'm listening to you, but your story has got flaws, okay?
Because you not let me talk. You spent half an hour talking all over me. It's okay. It's your channel, Paris. I can't stop you from doing it.
All right, Convid, listen. Do you want me to clear the facts up all at the end so the facts get lost, or do you want me to clear them up as we go along?
What I'd like you to do is listen, and then you'll know what happened. How about that?
I've got it this time. Go on.
But can you do it?
The stage is yours.
The answer is no. You can't do it because you don't want to, because you want to sabotage it and make sure that this conversation ends with me never being able to tell you the truth. And that's what goes on. That's what goes on.
No, listen, Convid, right?
And I get it. I totally get it.
No, you were saying that Tony was going on Sharon Gal's. He chatted up Sharon Gal, he chatted up Emily, and he chatted up an unknown person. But all I asked you was who was the unknown person. And then all you said was you keep interrupting. I need to know the unknown person.
Do you?
Well, yes, I do. Because you're telling me a story, but I'm not allowed to know the characters. And I'm not allowed to talk and ask questions and ask you about the character. But yet you keep saying, I interrupt you. So I'll shut up. Just put everything out there. Put all the facts out there. I want all the names and all that so that I don't have to interrupt.
Of course you do, because you're so interested, aren't you?
I won't have to interrupt.
Interested.
Bring it on.
You're so interested, aren't you?
I'm going to stop talking now.
No, you're not.
Everything.
You can't stop talking because you're enjoying it so much.
No, it's because I'm picking holes in your story. You're telling me about a person that don't exist, and yet I've got to sit here and listen to it. Yeah.
You know what? You know when people. You know when people have a conversation, right, in real life? I consider this.
Yeah, it's normally two-way. Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you know when you meet somebody, right, and they're telling you, oh, you never guess what happened, right? And as soon as they start telling you, you talk all over them, and you tell them that they're actually wrong, and you tell, oh, I know what really happened. Oh, I know what really happened, and the person looks at you and says, Paris, what are you doing? I'm trying to tell you what actually happened because I was there. And then you say to him, no, you're full of shit. There's holes in everything. I know what happened. And the person's going to look at you.
All I asked you about was who this unknown person was.
No, you didn't. For the last 20 minutes, you've been telling me I'm full of shit. There's holes in everything I'm saying. It's mad. But I get it because it's YouTube and it's entertaining and it's like humiliation. I get it all. I've been through it all. But guess what? I'm still talking because I know how it all works. And I know that eventually truth comes out. And this is just another example where people try and embarrass you or twist things or shout all over you. And that's why I was saying that when he was on earlier, I noticed it was intriguing. He would talk for literally 10 minutes solid, and you wouldn't say a dicky bird. As soon as I start talking, can't even get through 30 seconds. I get it. I totally get it. I do understand it. I know how this game works. But I just thought it was useful for you to know what happened, but you just don't want to know. So welcome to YouTube.
Oh, Convy, you're running out of words, aren't you? Because I've shut up, you don't know what to say. You rely on being interrupted.
Because I don't trust you.
I've decided to be quiet because I want to hear this story about Emily, Sharon, Gal, and Tony.
Right.
And
give me your word that you'll let me talk for 5 minutes solid.
I'll give you my word.
Right, let's do it then, starting from now. So I went on YouTube. I went in this community that they call it, round about, I don't know, fucking 2021, about October. And I stumbled across Matt's channel and a few other people, Grobnob and all these people. And I just sort of joined in. I normally just buzz around different channels, but I stuck around there, got chatting, started to pick up all the characters and start to get to know them. And this Emily was like taking an interest in me and being, asking me questions and, and then I noticed that this Tony was also there, and he was getting very jealous and very sort of, possessive. And I thought, oh, what's happening there? Are they an item? Are they involved? And then I sort of pieced it all together, and I could very quickly, I worked it out that she wasn't interested in him. He tried it on before. He got very jealous when another person was talking to her, and that's when I found out that he had a reputation for being very possessive and very odd, especially around women on YouTube. So, I just thought, well, it's another character on YouTube. So what? And then she got more and more involved, and then we started to exchange personal details, like and I put my email address on. That obviously this was going on for months, so it went on to the new year now, and then we're talking and then it becomes obvious that we're talking personally, and he's getting more and more jealous. See, this is my point. He wasn't with her because he was jealous that I appeared, and she was obviously more interested in me than she was in him. That's her choice. She's allowed to do that. It's nothing about me stealing her from him, because she made it very clear that she didn't want to be. And she actually, you know what? She actually left a comment once on YouTube saying, "I will never meet Tony Harris in person. I will never meet him." That's the exact words she said. So that's pretty obvious that she doesn't want to be with him. And he had months and months before being with her. Something could have happened. It was up to them. It was her choice to admit. And then we spoke privately, and that's when I realized that she genuinely didn't like him because of what she said to me privately. And obviously that is private, and I would never embarrass people and give the details, but it was very, very obvious that she didn't find him attractive and didn't want to be with him. That was then. Obviously things can change, I get that. So then we were exchanging emails, then we met. Now that's when it got a bit weird, because I remember once that we all met at Matt's. Me, Emily and Matt turned up, and then he made a video, a creepy video, saying that we could be in danger of raping her. It was such a weird video, and people started to leak voicemails that he'd sent, because he'd send like 45-minute voicemails to people. Very obsessive character, and she was very wary of him at the time. And we met, and it was my decision. I decided that I couldn't commit. I just couldn't do it. I didn't want to pursue a serious relationship, and I didn't want to mess her about. I didn't want to upset her or hurt her. And but she was still. She always viewed him as like a brother character. That was the expression she'd use. She'd always see him as there was absolutely no attraction, and that was absolutely the exact words she would say. There was no attraction there whatsoever. And I'd say to her, well, don't you think it's unkind if he gets the impression that because you keep talking to him and sending him song links on YouTube, that maybe he's you know, he's still because he was absolutely obsessed with her. So you got to think about it from my perspective. I'm in a relationship with this woman, and yet she's sort of being a bit flirty with him, and that raised questions in my head. And that was partly the reason why I ended it, because I thought, well, you know, maybe there is a possibility she likes him, and that's exactly what I said to her. I said, look, why don't you just try it with him, because you might end up being that you do like him and you don't even know it. So that's the irony of it, Paris, is that I actually helped them get together. Well done you as well for letting me talk. But you could have done this 20 minutes ago. That's why I was getting frustrated. You wouldn't let me talk.
Well, is that all you wanted to say?
Exactly. You could have let me do that. You could have let me do that 20 minutes ago, but you didn't want to.
Yeah, but you kind of
refused.
did say that over again. But at the end of the day, you kind of contradicted yourself there a bit.
Have I?
Yeah, because you kind of said that she thought he was creepy. Then in the next
words. They were her words.
Oh, you still want to talk? All right.
Well, no, because I'm trying to clarify that I didn't make her say that.
As we go along now, and I'm not.
Well,
But you kind of contradicted yourself there, because one minute you said she thought he was a bit creepy. The next minute you said there was no chance that she would ever meet him. And then the next breath you said she looked at him as a brother. And then the next breath you said that she flirts around him, so you wasn't too happy about that. It's like
I was confused.
What? You are fucking confused.
Oh, well, you're obviously not listening then. There's nothing more I can do. Anyway, Paris, they're together now. Okay, look, they're together now. I want them to live happily ever after. There you go. That's the wonderful news, yeah? That they're together now. That's all that matters. They're together now. So that's it. And that's what I was saying to him.
And you've just proved that you're bitter.
Oh my God. Fair enough. Oh my God. Well, what can I say? Listen.
Well, you are. You're
Paris.
bitter.
Paris, I genuinely.
You either still like her or you can't stand her.
Oh my God, Paris! If only you could listen. I have never felt.
I've just been fucking listening for 5 minutes. Do you know how hard that was?
Do you know how I'm feeling though?
Yeah, very, 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 very.
How could you know how another person's feeling?
Yeah,
That's
I kind of get how you're feeling. You're very angry.
Paris, are you telling me you have the capability to actually know the feelings of another human being? To feel.
Are you in a relationship at the moment, Convid?
Don't change the subject.
Well,
let me just say something.
Subject. Are you in a relationship at the moment?
Paris, listen carefully. I have never felt more relief than I feel now. What I was going through last year was a lot of trauma, a lot of confusion, and it was actually doing my fucking head in. That's why I had to say, look, I can't do this anymore. I have never felt more relief. Oh my God, Paris.
Are you in a relationship at the moment?
My God, Paris. If only you knew.
Are you choking the chicken at the moment, or are you in a relationship?
Paris, a bitter person wouldn't laugh as much as I do.
Yeah, but just because you laugh, it doesn't mean that you're not bitter.
You're so desperate to believe this, aren't you?
No, but I'm just going by what you've said to me. No one
Okay.
else has told me anything. The only thing I found
Harry.
out tonight is what you've told me.
Right.
Right.
Well, listen carefully to what I'm telling you.
Because
I've never
you're
felt
choosing
more
the chicken
relieved.
and getting fed up with it.
Harry,
You
I
chew
know
with
what you're
back
doing.
Emma.
I know what you're doing. It's YouTube. We're all trying to pull each other's. I get
What
it.
am I
Look,
doing? What the fuck am I doing now? Do
I love
you
it.
know
It's
what I'm
YouTube.
doing? Just like, do I know what people are feeling like?
It's a bit
How
different,
do
isn't it?
you know what I'm doing?
Listen, it's a wind up. It's YouTube. I get it. It's YouTube. I've been around the block as well. Come on, I'm not new to
I bet
this.
you have. Sounds like you have.
Listen, we've all been around YouTube a bit. We
Did you
know.
come on
We know
Twitter
it
and go?
works.
I've never chatted to anyone up on YouTube.
I'm not
Have you?
talking about that. I'm talking about panels. You've been on panels where people have talked and the people have got agendas and people are going in certain
Yeah.
directions, mind games. Come on, we're
Yeah.
not new to this.
But
We're all
I ain't
teasing
got
each
a mind.
other.
I ain't got a mind game. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of your dribble.
Yeah.
Because
Anyway,
it seems to me that you've contradicted yourself a lot, and you're trying to get me to believe that you dumped Emily onto. Well, basically, what this sounds like is
go on.
you've dumped Emily onto
No,
Tony
dump's not a
to
nice
get
word,
rid
is
of
it?
her,
Dump isn't a
but
nice word.
you regret that moment.
Right, are you going to listen?
Yeah, I'll listen again.
I'll let you finish if you want to keep talking, but I will wait for you. Right.
No, go on, you crack on.
The best
We'll
decision.
analyse the next statement.
The best decision I made was to say to Emily, I do not want to hurt you. I do not want to mess you about or use you. It's best that we end this. And Tony is someone that likes you. What, you've got nothing to lose. Just try it and see, and it might work, and it might be the best thing that's ever happened. And it sounds like it is working, and that is fantastic.
Yeah, but you say that with a very, very flippant attitude.
God,
to me, the serious part of this convid, right, is you knew from day one that Tony liked Emily, and you sneaked in under the carpet and you stole her.
So she had no say in the matter.
Well, it don't sound like she did, because you're telling her to go to Tony.
Hold on. You're telling me she's incapable of making up her own mind.
You couldn't handle her, so you told her to go to Tony to relieve your issues.
So you're telling me,
Tony, you've realised that Tony's more of a man than you.
Tell me when I'm allowed to talk.
Handle Emily, and you can't.
Tell me when I'm allowed to talk, and I'll just listen again.
You can talk whenever you want, Convid. I don't know why you
I can't. We can't talk at the same time.
Yeah, but you try and make out that you don't get a word in, but I've let you speak most of the night, and all you keep saying is, I keep interrupting. I'm interrupting with you, not interrupting.
But we can't talk at the same time, can we?
Well, you have a go then.
But it's silly, isn't it, to talk at the same time? How many conversations do you have with people where you're both talking at the same time?
Convid, say what you've got to say. I'm listening.
But as soon as you start talking, I'll have to stop. You do get that, don't you? You do understand that's how a conversation works. I am delighted that they're together. You don't know how I feel. I feel so relieved. It was so stressful for me. It was so frustrating, intense, confusing. There was a lot of emotional pain that I was going through. I've never felt more relieved than I do now. Last year was very painful emotionally. So please respect me that I do know my own feelings. I do know how I feel. You got to respect somebody when they're telling you their feelings.
But the way
Do you
you're
respect
saying,
people? Do you respect people when they're telling you how they feel, or do you say no? You're wrong. You're not feeling that.
I do respect your feelings.
Well, stop telling me
Convid.
I'm wrong then, because I know how I feel. Oh God.
But if you was a real man, you wouldn't have even brought that up. That he basically went out with someone that you dumped. It's like you're trying to make a statement.
I didn't say dumped.
Like,
I didn't.
oh,
I never
he's
used
just-
that word.
He's
I
having
never
my
used the word
leftovers.
dumped.
But
I never used
that's
the word
the
dumped.
way. That's the way you're coming across. You're saying, you're basically saying he's had my leftovers and I don't like him.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
I
I didn't
choose
say
to
that at
like
all.
that just because it pisses Tony off.
I didn't say that.
No, but that's what you're insinuating.
Yeah,
That's
that's
how you're
your-
coming. That's how you're coming across. You're not coming across as a true gentleman
Yeah.
and just wishing them the best. I would never have known
I've
any
said it
of
about
that
5 times.
until you kept pointing it out tonight. You had to make that point, but you kept contradicting yourself. And
Yeah.
in my
Carry.
mind,
Carry on.
Tony was there first. He liked Emily, and then
Yep.
you jumped in now. And then you decided that you'd made the wrong move. And then that's why you suggested Tony as someone for her to have a relationship with.
I'm not sure when I'm going to be allowed to talk, so because you could keep talking for 5 more minutes.
For fuck's sake, Convict, can you just drop that crap? Because
Well, no,
you've
it's
been
a tactic
talking
you're
all
using.
night as much as I have, but every
Go on.
time I talk, you talk over me as well.
Go on. That's why I'm waiting.
Well, that's what I've just said. What I've said.
Okay, so it's my turn.
Now crack on.
I don't agree with what you're saying.
How would you put it then? Without
Well, 'cause
going
I lived
over
it.
all the stuff you said earlier.
I lived it. It was me there, so I know what happened. You weren't there.
So
Can you imagine
am I
me?
wrong in thinking?
Sorry, I thought I was allowed to talk. I
You're
thought I was allowed
talking
to
over
talk.
me again, are you?
But you said I was allowed to talk.
So am I wrong in thinking that Tony didn't like Emily before you went out with her? Am I wrong about that?
You weren't listening, were you?
Am I wrong about that?
You weren't listening, were you? If you were listening, you'd know what I said. I can't make you listen to me. I can't make
So you don't want to answer the questions. You just want to talk crap, and you want to just use me talking over you as an excuse. Did Tony like Emily before you went out with her?
How many times have we said this?
I'm asking you. Just say yes or no.
But you know that we've already discussed this, don't you?
Just say this a yes or no. Did Tony talk to Emily before you went out with her?
And yet she didn't like him.
But you said she treats him like a brother, as if
Bit
to
different.
say, "Oh,
Bit
I wouldn't
different,
have
isn't it?
sex with him. He's like my brother."
Bit different, that isn't it? To being in a relationship
But
with
it's
someone.
the way you're saying it and the words you're choosing.
It's the way she
It's
said it.
like you're making it fit your narrative. Now, all I'm asking you is, did Tony talk to Emily before you went out with her?
See, you're asking me a question that we've already discussed. I don't know why you're
yes
doing it.
or a no.
But you know the answer.
Yes or a no.
But we both know the
Don't
answer.
talk over me. You never let me speak. It's a yes or a no, Convid. Did Tony talk to Emily before you went out with her?
Oh, let me
Yes or
think.
no?
Let me think. That's a really difficult question because I honestly don't know the answer. I wonder who does.
You've
Does
answered
anybody,
it. Why not
does anybody
answer it?
know? Does anybody know the answer, Paris? Oh, I wonder. Does Paris know the answer? Oh,
You're
I wonder.
buttered.
Come on, Paris. Keep playing
You're
the games.
You're
Come on,
buttered.
Paris.
You've got yourself a
Paris.
shotgun. You fired it, and it backfired.
Paris.
Yeah.
I have never felt more at peace because I was
didn't
in.
ask that. You've said that plenty of times, and I
How can
listened
you
to
be
that.
butthurt then? If you're feeling absolutely at peace,
Because I know.
it's a bit of a contradiction, isn't it? But Paris, do you honestly go around?
But you won't answer it because you know what I'm going to say.
Paris,
Tony.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know, Paris. Oh, can you tell me? Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Because I don't know. Can you tell me?
You fucked yourself tonight, Combi,
Oh,
didn't you?
yeah, I'm totally fucked. I'm totally fucked. I'm totally fucked. Oh, my God. What have they done?
Nasty men that nick women off of men.
Oh, yeah. But guess what, Paris?
Oh, and because it didn't work, you wanted to chuck her back like a bit of trash.
Sorry, I forgot.
Shows what a man you are.
I forgot that I've got to wait. I've got to wait. Just tell me when I can say something.
What are you waiting for? It's like just carry on because you won't answer my simple question. So you just carry on.
At the same time. We can't talk at the same time. You do understand that, don't you? How can I don't get how I'm explaining to a grown adult how a conversation works. I'm embarrassed.
Well, I can't understand how a grown adult can't answer a yes or no question.
But you know the answer. We both do because we've already discussed it.
So
that's why I don't understand.
So it was
because we said that. We said that at the beginning.
So
why are you repeating?
Why have you got to hide that fact? You should have
How can we hide it? How's it hiding it?
You was talking for over 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Wasn't you?
And you weren't listening, did you? You weren't listening to a word of it.
I was listening to all of it.
Go on then, repeat it then.
But no, listen, I was listening to all of it, but not at one point. Not at one point did you say to me that Emily was talking to Tony before she went out with you. Not at one point. That's why
Are you sure about that?
Question.
Are you sure about that, Paris?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're sure, then that's it.
That must sure.
As long as you're sure. It's your channel, Paris. It's your narrative. I get it. I totally get it. And guess what? I love it. I love YouTube. It's a fucking battleground, isn't it? It's like a constant battle of wits.
It's a game of chess. It's a live game of chess.
And I know it. And I love it.
Yeah, you're right, Eve.
Come on, we both know what's going on here, for fuck's sake. Paris, you've been in a relationship, you've been married, you've gone way deeper than I've ever gone. So you know more than I do about relationships. Yes. You know about how things when they don't work out. But I'm guessing you also know about how when you do end a relationship, it's best to end it on good terms. Do you agree with that?
It's best to, but it don't always end like that.
Well, I believe it did end on good terms, but I'm probably going to regret saying this. Emily didn't want the relationship to end, and that was the problem. I don't mind saying that because it's the truth.
Yeah, but that's what girls are like. When they commit to a relationship, they don't want it to end.
Because they're trying
the best in people.
There you go. And that's why I had to be very careful, Paris. And I had to make that decision because I'm a mature adult and I knew that the further we'd go, if I ended up just using her, that would be a big mistake. So I'd like to think that I ended it she agreed as well to me. She said, look, she actually said she agreed that it was the right decision. So that's something Tony will never tell you because he would probably never know about it.
Do you know what you remind me of, Convid? Am I allowed to speak, by the way? Do you know what you remind me of?
Go on.
You remind me of two geezers, right? This Casanova in his little suave suit, right? A smoothie, and there's this down to earth guy, goes to work, earns his money, all honest and genuine, get what is on the packet, right? And there's this girl, and you've hoodwinked her with your fucking bullshit and your crap, and
Go
she's
on.
fell for it, right? And this
Go
guy's gone, all right, whatever, fair enough, bit hurt, but whatever. And then you've decided, oh, now I've got this girl, not really fucking interested in it. I've had it, whatever. How am I going to get rid of it? Oh, no, I'll fucking tell her to go and see Tony. And you're the type, to me, you're the type of guy that likes grab the girl, don't really pay much interest in them. It's all about you. And then you dump them as mild as you can without them noticing it. But Tony was there for her from day one to this day. And now you're in your little suave suit, like feeling all big and great and all that. But now you're choking the chicken every night. You're like, well, Emily was a bit better than choking the chicken. But to me, you're a bit of an insult to women.
Did you notice I let you talk?
The whole story tonight has come out to me.
Did you notice though that I let you talk? Did you notice that?
Yeah, well done. At least I only spoke for 2 minutes and not fucking 10 or whatever it was you had.
You did notice that I let you do that. There was a lot of insults in that, and I didn't jump in. I felt insulted, but I didn't jump in.
Yeah, because you probably felt it was the truth. You just thinking, how the fuck did Paris know that?
No, the reason I didn't jump in, Paris, was out of respect for you, because I felt that you deserved the right to say what you wanted to say. But now I'm hoping you'll let me do the same.
All right, crack on. I'll give you some respect there. Go for it.
Thank you. Because I did to you.
Thank you.
I was in love. I told Emily about a woman that I was in love with, called Nina, many years ago. Really in love with her, and there was a reason I couldn't. I did want to marry her, but there was a reason. That was a very personal reason, which I don't have to tell you about. And you know, it really hurt me. It was really, really powerfully. You know, you've been in love. You know how it feels. And so when I thought, do you know what? This is a chance. So what if it's on YouTube? You know, you can meet people anywhere in life. I thought, do you know what? Let's give it a go. This could. You know, again, it's personal. I don't have to tell you the stages that we went through. Yeah, of intimacy. But we got to a certain stage, and I kept on saying to her, look, this is scary for me. There's a lot of trust involved. It's common knowledge that I've got addiction issues, and she knew all about that. And by the way, that's just been mocked left and right all over YouTube because I was too open about it. But she totally got it. And I said to her, look, I'm going to have to give up this addiction. And but it's wrong if I use you as a crutch to get through this. So I said to her, I have to get through and solve that addiction myself first, and then I will be able to give you my total undivided attention. So immediately you're starting to realize, Paris, that there was a lot more complex issues going on. That's why I did get very offended by what you're just saying, because if only you knew the full story, man. If only you knew the pain I've had to go through to get to this level. But I can take it. It's YouTube. You're taking the piss. I get it. But we got to a certain stage where I was thinking, do you know what? This could be it. This could be the real deal. This could be love. This could be something that we all want in life. And we met. Obviously, that was the next stage to meet. And I just knew me. I knew me. I knew that I wasn't strong enough. I was still addicted. I still had I still had personal issues, and I knew that it would cause her pain in the long run if I was deceitful and wasn't totally invested in it. Because you have to be. If it's love, you have to be totally committed to the person, and nothing else gets in the way. And I just had to make that decision. Again, you probably think that's bullshit, but I can only tell you the truth. I can only tell you what actually happened. So again, now you can just rip the piss out of me. Feel free.
Well, you said that was years ago.
What was?
The relationship that you was just talking about.
So you weren't listening to me.
You said that you fell in love years ago.
Yeah.
So it was years ago, like I just said.
But I was talking about...
What has that got to do with Emily?
You weren't listening.
I was listening. I'm asking you questions.
Oh my God. Do you want me to repeat the whole thing again?
Just because I listen to you, it doesn't mean I know the answers, does it? You said that relationship was years ago. Yeah?
No.
You fell in love with someone, but you couldn't love them because of your addictions.
No, Paris. You weren't listening.
The contradictions.
Paris, please don't fucking look. I can't make you listen. Okay. I was in a relationship years ago. That's what I started.
You just said it again. The question I asked, and you just said the answer again. And yet you say I'm not listening.
Oh my God. I don't know.
How does that work? I said that relationship was years ago, and you goes, well, you're not listening. And then you just said it
Were
again.
you married? Were you married years ago? Were you married years ago? Yeah? You were married years ago.
This is not about me. This is about exposing you.
Okay. I started off that conversation. What I just said, I started off saying I was in love with a woman years ago. Then I said, and then I met Emily on YouTube. Did you not hear me say that?
Are you fucking stupid or something, COVID?
Well, you put the phone down.
I just tried to confirm with you that you said you was in love with a woman years ago, right?
Yeah.
And then you said you're not.
And
then you said after that, I was in love with her years ago. What the fuck don't you get about what I'm saying? You was in love with that woman years ago, right? Now,
you keep talking.
You're a man, right? If you was in love with a woman years ago and you had an addiction, you wouldn't have the brains to come out and say, I can't commit myself. I'm scared.
I've just realised that you're not doing this. I've just realised you're not doing this deliberately.
I'm so in love with you, but I'm going to dump you because I need to sort this addiction out on my own.
I've just realised you're not doing this deliberately.
Anyone with a brain that fell in love with someone would ask them to help them get over their addiction.
I've just realised you're not doing this deliberately.
I don't want to know you. I'm going to go over there and get rid of this addiction. And then
I thought you were doing this as a wind-up. I thought you were doing this as a wind-up, but I just realised you're genuinely not doing this deliberately. You actually mean what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's YouTube, Dad. It's YouTube. So you take. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? You have to take it.
I Convid, I've got your number, mate. I've got your fucking number.
Well, call me anytime, babe. Call me anytime then if you got my number. Call me anytime.
You're all right. You'll only dump me.
Listen, I wish them all the best. We had a go and it didn't work.
It's only YouTube. It's only YouTube.
It wasn't actually. It was something that we tried, and I thought it could end up. You know, I really wanted to make something happen, but I realised that I wasn't up to it. I couldn't do it. I'm too weak. And he is a better man than me. You're right. So there you go. That's the lesson I've learned. The good guys win.
The good thing about it is Emily has seen through the bullshit and found the real man.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you solve your addiction?
No. But that doesn't matter, does it? Who gives a fuck, eh? Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, listen, genuinely, I'm sorry to hear
No,
that.
come on, who gives a shit? I'm full of shit, Paris. Nobody cares. Come on.
No, listen, no, I'm genuinely sorry.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
See, you can't even be genuine, can you? Without
That's
people.
what this whole conversation's been about, isn't it? That you're genuine and you give a shit. I get it.
No. Oh, listen, we're talking about the addictions now.
Of
I'm
course we are.
genuinely sorry that you didn't get to grips with
Oh,
that.
thanks, Paris. Thank
No
you.
problem. No problem.
You care, don't you? But I love it. I love going on YouTube.
I care
I love
about
going on-
genuine stuff.
I love going on YouTube because I think that the more we expose ourselves, we actually do benefit. And although it's painful and embarrassing, and sometimes it's dangerous, you know, if police get involved and all this shit, but I still think that YouTube is a great place. I really do, because
it can be.
You know, because that's why I come on, you see, and I come on and I try and be honest, because I wasn't honest in my life before. I've been in prison a few times. You know, I've upset people. I've been a cunt. I mean, I've only been on YouTube a few years, and it's a good place. I think if you can just take it for what it is and accept that you're going to get beaten up a lot of the time, you're going to be absolutely ripped to shreds, then fuck it. What's the worst that can happen, you know?
Have you got any labels, Convid, rather like apart from the addictions? Have you got any labels?
Well, what are labels, Paris?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't actually believe in labels, but it's nice to hear what labels people think they've got.
Why though? Are you giving credit then to the labels?
You can understand them a bit more then, can't you?
According to who?
Well, in my mind, if you told me you had certain, like, say, like you had ADHD, and then I would look at things a bit different, or
what is ADHD?
Autistic,
what is it?
or whatever.
What is that though? What is autistic?
Well, I'm just saying, any label, any
Heard
label.
you say. I'm asking you what they are.
I don't know. I'm asking you because I don't believe in labels.
What do I?
So you've not got no labels. You've just got an addiction.
Who's got the right to give you a label, Paris?
No, I'm asking you if you had any. I haven't given you any. I'm asking you.
I know you haven't. How could you give me a label? How could you do it?
Do you wind yourself up sometimes?
No, I cut through the bullshit.
No, I think you wind yourself up sometimes without even knowing it.
You can say that. You can have an opinion. I'm listening to you.
No,
you do realise that, Paris, but do you? I don't know if you do, but I'm asking you. Do you agree that just because we say something doesn't mean it's true? You do. Do you accept that?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So when somebody says, "I know that you're this. I know that you're feeling this," that doesn't make it true, does it?
No. But who said that anyway?
There you go. I'm glad because I knew, but before, see, I was torn. I thought, oh, obviously Paris is taking the piss, and then I thought, is it possible that Paris isn't taking the piss, and Paris is convinced that Paris is right? So I was torn. You see, the conversation we've had tonight, I've got an open mind. You see, I'm not going to tell you that I know how you're feeling. I can't. It's not possible. So I'm trying to work it out.
It's a bit mixed, Convid. Some of it I'm genuinely serious, and some I am taking the piss.
There you go. But because I don't know you that well, I'm obviously having to learn, aren't I, and work it out.
Well, I'm pretty black and white.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I think I am.
Maybe not, though. Maybe.
Possibly, but I know me.
Yep. But when somebody spends like 5 minutes selling you something, and then the other person then says, "Oh, I see," and then they're telling you something completely different, I'm obviously going to be scratching my head thinking, "Okay, how did that happen?" So
Yeah, but you kind of seem to be twisting everything what I say, and then when you say something, and then
What?
I mention it, you go, "Well, you wasn't listening, was you?" And I've said it word for word what you've said.
in your opinion,
Yeah, but if I've said it word for word what you actually said, and then
yeah, but that's still your
actually
opinion,
what's
isn't it?
been said. Okay,
But
it's
that's
my
your
opinion.
opinion that you did that. That you're telling me you did it,
See,
but
this is where the
did you do
wind
it?
up bit of you comes out. See,
No, it's just me.
you
It's just me
say
standing my
something.
ground.
You say something.
Mm.
I repeat it, and then you go, "Yeah, in your opinion."
Well, you haven't
So
repeated it because I said
how does
because
that
you said
work?
to,
If I'm
well, yeah,
repeating what you said,
but you didn't though because I said to you, go on then, repeat back to me what I said to you for 5 minutes, and you said I can't. So you
yeah,
didn't repeat
because
it
you
word
said
for
a lot
word.
in that 5 minutes. But the
Exactly.
first
So
thing
you
that
didn't
you
repeat
said,
it word for word.
I repeated, and you went, you wasn't listening. And then 2 seconds after, you
Yeah.
said exactly what I said.
Okay. So
So
can I
how
tell
does that
you
work? You,
what? Here I
you're,
go.
you're
I'm going to tell you.
confused.
I'm going to
You're
tell you if you listen. If you listen, I'll tell you.
go on.
Right, because you did ask me. So it's only fair, isn't it? If you ask someone a question, it's only fair, isn't it?
It's only fair.
If you ask somebody a question, you either don't want to know the answer or you do.
What
And
was
if
the
you don't
question?
listen,
I forgot.
it's true, though, isn't it? If you ask somebody a question and then you don't let them answer it, it's obvious you don't want to know. So it's frustrating, isn't it, for the other person?
What was the question? Because I forgot.
Well, I haven't because I listened to you.
Go on then. What was the
I
question?
said,
And then you can answer it.
well, listen to this. I said to you that I was in love with a woman years ago called Nina, okay? And then I said, I don't know, you've got to listen to the
Nin?
next bit, right?
Hang on a minute.
Okay,
Whoa.
okay,
You
okay.
just said Nin.
No, Nina.
You said Nin.
Well, I know Nina because I know the woman. The woman was called Nina.
Yeah, but
I
we
do know
wasn't
the
talking
woman.
about that.
Well, again, you're not listening.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And there's nothing I can do about that, Paris. Only you can control that.
We was talking about your
Guess,
addiction and other
but
stuff.
guess what?
We've
But guess
gone
what?
way past Nina or
But guess
Nin.
what?
But you did
Get
say,
this. But get this. But get this. This is the good
Nin.
news.
Was it Nin,
This,
though?
this, this is the best part, right, of all of this. If you really do give a genuine shit about any of this, all you got to do is play it back. Isn't that beautiful? So there's no excuse.
Yeah, but I've
And then you
confident.
can,
I've been on for 5 hours. I ain't playing back 5 hours. But you
no,
did
this
say
bit,
Nin.
this bit.
Was
Well,
you
no,
in love with Nin?
I don't know who Nin is. Sorry. I know a
Yes, you
Nina.
do. Yeah. Nin was the one that Grobnob
Yeah, but I didn't
abused.
know her. I didn't know her, did I? I wasn't in love with her.
Well, I'm just asking you. I ain't telling you. I'm asking you. Was
And
it
I'm
Nin?
telling,
Because you did
well, I
say
keep telling.
Nin.
Why would I say Nin when it's Nina?
Okay. I was just asking. I wasn't
This
pointing
this is
out
where
as
the
a fact.
paranoia of YouTube. This is where the paranoia of YouTube
But
kicks
you
in. And
did
this is
say Nin.
well, keep saying it. Doesn't make it true. Keep saying it.
Keep saying it and it'll come true.
Say it 5 times. I don't know, 20 times. But on YouTube, this is a common pattern that I've seen over the years I've been around. It's not just you. It's something I've picked up on many times. That the paranoia on YouTube is absolutely endemic, where people are so distrustful that they immediately believe the person's a bullshit. They immediately go from that premise, and it's very difficult for people to actually trust people on YouTube, which I totally get. But the angle I'm going on is I'll come in and play silly games and put on silly voices and use different names. But there'll also be occasions like now where I'll be brutally honest. And that's what I love about YouTube. You can mix it up. But you're not sure if I'm being brutally honest. And I get that. And that's the game, you see. That's the dilemma, is that we never quite know when the other person's. But I would have thought surely with your life experience, you could just tell when somebody's being genuine. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving you too much credit.
I knew you wasn't being genuine earlier, but maybe you made a mistake when you said Nin instead of Nina. I just wanted to point that out.
Well, I wouldn't say Nin because I wasn't in love with Nin, you see.
Yeah, but you might have just said Nin short for Nina.
Or maybe you didn't hear it properly, or maybe the phone cut off slightly.
But
maybe the phone slipped slightly from my face. I don't know.
Yeah, but all I actually did was ask for you to confirm. I didn't.
Okay, well, I'm confirming it. I'm confirming it now. I'm confirming it. Okay.
Okay.
Nina.
That's all I asked. That's all I did.
Are you sure? Do you want to keep asking me again the same question? Because it's a bit weird, isn't it? It's a bit weird to keep
eventually. You cleared it up eventually.
Well, not really, because I said it every time. Every single time I said it. But again, I can't make you. I can't make you listen or even want to listen. So are you happy that I said Nina, or do you want to keep asking me? No, ask me another 20 times. Go and ask me 20. Go and ask me another 20 times.
Saying it once is enough.
No, go on, ask me again. Come on, it's great listening. I bet you haven't got 15 people watching now.
12 I've got.
There's really 12 people listening to this.
Yeah. they're listening to me exposing you.
I wonder who they are. Do you wonder who they are? The 12 that are listening. Well, I'm not laughing at you, 12. It's flattering that you're listening because you must be interested.
Yeah,
Isn't it amazing? And do you know that they could be from another country as well? You do know that, don't you?
Yeah.
They could be from America.
My fans are all over the world, you know.
Go on, indulge me, people in chat. Just type in the country. Don't have to give any details about you. I'm just fascinated about why there's 12 people listening at this moment. I'm just intrigued. I know nobody will, but it'd be great if you saw this country.
You're all with friends and you live next door.
It must be people from another country, don't you think? It's more likely. Paris, let me tell you something. I think me and you could get on because I think we're both bullshitters to a certain degree, but we also are serious people. I actually admire you because I know you've got a lot of great skills. You know, you've got a lot of practical skills that I don't have. You know, the building skills and the ability to create stuff with your hands and that. I think that's a great quality to have. I'm not just saying that.
The only thing with my hands is that they're never like master quality. Do you know what I mean? I really appreciate these people that are proper craftsmen and like sculptures, and it's like, how the fuck do you do that? That is such an amazing skill.
It sounds like you can do quite. You know, you're quite skillful from what.
But the trouble is with stuff like that is like when you specialize to that level, that's all you know. And I can't be like that. I need to know a lot about everything. I need to know how to take a motorbike apart. I need to know how to fix my boat when it's broke. I need to know how to get the camper on the road. I can't master one particular subject all my life, where some people can. That's what they're like. Some people got OCD and they're so clever at one thing, but I can't be like that. I need to get out there and know a bit about everything. And be
can I risk sounding like an arrogant prick then? And I'm going to tell you, I view myself, and again, I don't mind saying this because you've got to be good at something. And I think my skill, this is my own opinion, you might think I'm full of shit, but I believe in my heart that my skill is that I'm able to communicate on a high level, which is unusual to a lot of people, which they find confusing. But in reality, I know that I can dissect information and get even though the other person might not get why I'm doing it, the reality is that I'm actually honing in on just getting to the bottom of what's going on. And because I go about it a certain way, people think, well, what the fuck's he doing? I pride myself on that. I know that I can figure something out.
So what have you figured out about me then, Convid?
Well, you do what a lot of people do when they talk to me. You talk all over me because you're intimidated by me.
Get that aside, because you've had your say, you've had a lot of talking, I've had a lot of talking, and if you say that you can work people out, and then surely that's listening to other people to be able to work them out. So what is your opinion apart from the fact that I talk over you?
Well, that's why you do it.
To a conclusion, because I've come to a conclusion about you.
Good. That's good to hear. That's why you do it. And when somebody does it to you, you have to do it back to them because you have to be assertive, you see. That's part of the dance. But I then articulate it, and you've never done that to me. I articulated it. And there's this expression where you articulate the fear. And when you articulate the fear, what that's doing is what you're thinking, what you're dreading, what's upsetting you. If you vocalize it, then the other person immediately is intimidated by that because they realize that by them trying to push you in a certain direction psychologically and just trying to do it in a very subtle way, because you're articulating by saying, actually, I know what you're doing, because you voiced it, then the reaction normally is aggression. I love that silence. That was amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Straight
but I'm
off.
just trying to work. I'm just waiting for what. It's like I'm trying to wait for your opinion of me.
Listen, you said to me, right, again, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but I'm going to use your words. I'm only using what I've heard you say. You've said on many live streams that you don't use your brain, you use your hands.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm glad that you've admitted that, because if you'd have said no, I never said that, I would have felt like I was trying to bully you or to be spiteful, because I'm not mocking you. I like talking to you because you do actually give me an opportunity. I think it's funny because you've blocked me so many times, but you let me back on, and I like that because it shows that you do have an open mind. And I'm not a bully, and I don't put one over on someone, and I don't think that I'm cleverer than people, but I've spent my whole life fighting for my own mind. Okay. And maybe if we got to know each other a bit better over time, I'd be able to explain all that to you. But I had a difficult life, and I had to fight for the right to be heard, for the right to speak. I had to learn how to speak and assert myself. Yeah, I had to learn it in a very dark place, a very scary place. So when people and I'll talk about Tony Harris briefly, because he's somebody that I talk about on YouTube a lot, because obviously we've already discussed it, because there was a woman involved, and I used to really embarrass myself on YouTube with him, because he used to make me shout at him. I used to go on live streams with him, and I used to literally shout at him and lose my temper. And I'd always feel really embarrassed afterwards, because I thought, well, what a fucking idiot. Why have I done that? Why have I humiliated myself? And I realized it's because my emotions were involved, because I was feeling threatened. I was feeling embarrassed. I was feeling ashamed and confused. And this is why I love YouTube, because I think it's an opportunity to really grow and express yourself. And I'm still new to it. I've only been talking on live streams barely a year, believe it or not. But I love it, and I'm thanking you as well, because earlier there was no way we could have spoken like this earlier, because he would have been constantly rabbiting in the background, constantly chipping away. He was making accusations about me that weren't true. I never threatened her. That was a lie. I wasn't given the opportunity to stick up for myself, because you actually muted me. But again, that's unfair, but you chose to do it, and I get why, because you didn't want everybody talking all over each other. And that's why I've sort of come back on later on, because I just thought, well, I'm not a cunt, you know. It'd be nice for Paris to just get to know me a little bit better, and I'm glad we have, because I think you know, maybe it's helped. I don't know. It's something to do.
But earlier, when Tony was in here and Dave was in here and you was in
Yeah.
here and we was all
Yeah.
talking, it's like
Yeah.
it's like you was digging all the time. It's like I don't want shit to be like that all the time because I can go anywhere on the internet and get all that shit. If you want to come
I
and
was
talk to
taking the
me,
piss.
come and
I
talk
was
to
taking the
me
piss.
or come and talk to the people on the panel. But all the digging and all the bitching, I don't want to be part of that shit. I'd
I
rather
get it.
resolve situations or get to the bottom of what people's issues are.
You were laughing at sometimes of it though, because I watched it back, and you were
Yeah.
actually laughing at sometimes that stages. So some of it was humorous too, because you were actually laughing.
Yeah, because like it's the same pattern that comes round and round and round. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
But because I'm not that invested in it, and I'm not like some of these people on things where they've got to have receipts or they've got to make these nasty comments or they've got to come on the panel and have their say and shout over everyone. I'm bored with all that convid.
Well, I remember we spoke a while ago.
It gets the
You told me
subs,
about
but is that everything?
Yeah. Well, you told me about the Wasp channel you used to be on, didn't you? And how he used to pester you. And I know he's
He
died
was
now. But
vile. The guy was
Yeah.
vile. Rest in
Yeah.
peace and all that. But the guy was vile. And because
Yeah.
because I exposed someone that was on there, which he fell out with a couple of weeks after, it proved that I was right. But no one
That's what
was
I'm trying to
man
say.
enough to stand up to the cunt. But I did.
That's right. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that I'm aware that you did have these battles going on in the past. That's why I brought it up.
I've had loads of them on here, and I'm just
Yeah.
fed up with all these
That's
fucking idiots that think they're right, that have all been exposed by everyone else, but because they seem to have a bigger platform or a bigger mouth or have more people that like them more than me, because I've never been liked. I've never been liked, but I don't let that sway me from who I am. I don't care. It's like I'll have people coming up the chat and, all right, Paris, how are you going? Like, yeah. And they walk on and they'll be up there talking to someone else for an hour or 2 hours and then fuck off. And it's like, well, I find that a bit weird that they can't even be bothered to stop and talk to me. They just say, hello, Paris.
But
And
why
it's
do you
like,
think that happens? Why do you think it happens then?
because I speak my fucking mind. And if you talk to me like a cunt, I won't just stand there and go, look, I'm not interested in your ball. It's like we've got some woman up the end, right? Cries like a fucking little bitch, right? She cries to everyone about everything, right? And she's got no problems at all. She's got the biggest bit of land here. She's got a boat in a fucking marina. She pays like £20 a month. She comes up here. She's all stressed out and everything. And then she'll come up here. We've got the track going on. And she'll go, Paris, I'm going to come and help you with the track and all that. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to pay this. I'm going to pay. She comes up here, stresses out about her grass. I've come to have a look at my grass and talks all loads of shit. And then the other week she come up with a plastic shovel. And then I'm doing the track, fucking sweating like a cunt. My car's full of hardcore because that's all I've got to get the hardcore up the track. Oh, yeah, I've come to help you next week. And I goes, what do you think it's going to be need doing next week? And she's gone, and she had this plastic blue shovel with her. And I said, what the fuck's that you got? She went, I've brought me shovel. I said, well, that ain't going to do fuck all, is it? And like, this is a grown woman. And I'm there doing the track and she's offered to help do it. And she's gone, I'll have you know this is a horse shovel. These are really tough. Because I tell you what, while you're here, I said, go and dig that bit of dirt up. She's fucking put the shovel on the dirt. She's gone to put her foot on the shovel. And it's one of them shovels that have got the slope so you can't put your foot on it. It's basically a shovel for digging up horses shit, right? So she's put her foot on it. It's slipped off. The fucking shovel hasn't even scratched the fucking ground, right? I goes, you fucking idiot. Why don't you piss off with your shovel? And she's looking at me and I goes, you make me fucking laugh. You've been going on for weeks that you're going to help with this fucking track and you've come up here with a plastic shovel and all you're worried about is looking at your fucking grass somewhere where you don't stay. And she hates me because I tell her the fucking truth. And then she comes back and she goes, I can't believe me. Me fucking boxers fell over and me lawnmower's all bent up and fucked. How am I going to get a new lawnmower up here? And I went, Joe, for fuck's sake, why don't you shut up? Because all you do is fucking moan about shit. I said, you want to live here. You want to have to get diesel from the end of the fucking track to your boat. You want to have to get fucking water and gas bottles up here. And all you're worried about is your fucking storage boxes fell over in the fucking wind. And then you stand there going, oh, I wonder how that happened. As if like you're trying to accuse someone of kicking it over. That's why people walk past me. Some don't, obviously. I've got some really lovely friends up here.
Well, that was a rant, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know, but that's what it's like here.
Hmm.
It's like, what the fuck? Get fucking real. I've done this track that I've had to repair is nearly 1/4 of a mile long, and I've done nearly half of it with 10 ton of rocks. And not one fucking person has lifted one fucking finger. Not one person has offered to lend me a trailer to bring all this shit up. I've had to chuck it in all the back of my car, drag it up the fucking track backwards so I can dig it out and put it in the track so I can go over the track to get further and further. Not one fucking person's offered to help.
Do you spend a few hours a day doing that?
I haven't this week, but I was on it all last week. I missed 1 or 2 days because it was raining. Because when it rains, the mud goes to fucking horrible sticky clay. And you can't work with it. It's got to be a right texture to dig the mud out of the way and fill the trenches with the rocks.
Who owns that land?
Oh, I ain't going through all that again. It's not us. But it looks
I'm just
like
wondering why they're not doing it. Yeah, just wondering why they're not doing it.
Well, there was a guy that owned all this land around here, right? There's 6 lakes here. Let me just say it quick. There's 6 lakes here. He sold 5 lakes to this one guy, right? They're all carp fishing, all special. It's a proper fishing site. You look it up, Bluebell Lakes, all right?
You don't mind us knowing that. You don't mind us knowing where you are.
Listen, I've been threatened by 5 geezers all on the same life to come and nick everything off of my boat and beat me up and everything. Not one of them's turned up. And I've gone live telling them to come down here and do what they've got to do. Not one of them turns up. No men are real men. They're arseholes. They just talk shit. But anyway, this guy's bought 5 lakes and there's 1 lake left, right? And it's a big, big lake. And it runs the length of this track and a bit more. So there's a big field between the lake and our track. And this was the guy that owned everything, but he sold 5 of the lakes. The guy that bought the 5 lakes has decided to buy the big field between our track and the lake that the guy hasn't sold. So the guy's still got 1 lake left, and he sold the field between our plots and the river. But there's a track that runs down the side of our plots. Now, because he sold the field and he won't sell the lake, but he sold everything else, who still owns that fucking track? The guy who owned it before laid a track. It was a plastic covering that goes over the grass and the grass grows through it. But because we've got a particular type of muddy clay here, in the winter it's horrible, sticky and sludgy, and we've made tracks all up and down it and it's fucked the track up. Who repairs it? Is it us or is it the person that used to own the field that runs alongside there? It feels like it's the problem's been passed over to us. So we've decided, or I decided, that we're going to order 10 ton of stuff because I've been here for 4 years. All the men on this site, the men, if you could call them that, have been talking shit and arguing shit and no one's done nothing. So I ordered 10 tons of stuff and started laying it. And me and my friend who lives up the end has paid for it. But the only good thing, the only blessing, because there's a lot of plots, there's 19 plots here. No, 18, 19, 21 plots here. Only about 9 of us live on them. The rest of them just come up here for little weekend holidays. But we can and we can't expect them to pay for it because they use the track. So we feel like it's on us because we live here all year round. But the only nice thing is I've done half of the track. I still can't get up to my plot because I've still got like half of the quarter of a mile to go. And 4 of them have come up the weekend and all really praised me up for what I've done and thanks me because every one of them visitors can get to their plot. And that's what I said to the others. I go, that's what it's all about. It's about doing the track so when they come up here, they don't just turn around and fuck off. They can come up here, have their little holidays, and also we benefit because we can get to our boats as well. And that's what makes me carry on doing it, because of them 3 or 4 people that come up, because not one person, apart from my friend up there, has come up and helped or even said, Parish, you've done a great job. We really appreciate what you've done. They've all just fucking abused it with their 4x4s.
So you're not a community then, are you?
No. And I've said that to my friend up there. I go, this ain't no fucking community. And we've got the little baby crying at the end. Oh, I really wanted this to be a nice community. And she's fucking not even here. She don't even live here. Fucking prat.
That's it, innit? If you want to be part of something, then you got to do it properly, ain't you?
Well, you've all got to pull together and do it. And I can't believe that everyone's let me ruin my car fixing this track. It's so far... just in petrol or diesel, it's cost me 50 quid to run backwards and forwards with a carload of fucking hardcore, filling in all the gaps so we can drive up the track. 50 quid in fuel.
I don't know the layout of all these different plots, but what I'm guessing is that someone like you has come from you obviously were in a marriage and you came from living in a certain area and you moved, didn't you, to come here? So everybody's got a story where they've come from. So they've all decided to move. They made a conscious decision to move to this, you call it a community. So for someone to do that and then not actively say, right, now I've made the decision to be part of a very small, tight-knit community. They knew exactly what they were walking into. And for them to all just be independent, it's just a bit silly, really.
Well, at the end of the day, it's like we've got, it's weird because like down that end was where the first plots started. And then they gradually worked their way up the river and sold the plots. So the people down that end have lived here a lot longer. They think they own us all. They think they can apply rules to us. You
so did they help them?
Did
they help? Did they help?
Because I fell out with them, because I'm not listening to them, they've all gone against me.
Why weren't you listening to them?
Because they're talking shit.
Oh.
They're making up rules that don't exist. Because they've been here for 10 years and I've only been here for 4, and they want it to be how they want it. Old men with no women.
How was the track maintained? Because you're talking about the track. How was that maintained?
I've come along and I'm like, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? This is my plot. I bought this. I own this land. Don't fucking talk to me like I'm a cunt. The gender
But the
thing
track,
comes out.
but the
The first
track is
thing that
part
comes
of.
out is the gender thing. I don't fucking
Yeah.
understand that. You're a man. Why are you making out you're a woman? That's got my back up straight away.
Off track.
What? Off grid.
We've gone off track. It's a pun.
Oh.
We've gone off track.
So what are you saying, convict? Because I
You were
need
talking
to go
about.
to bed soon.
All right, let's go to bed then. It's been a good night. We've
Oh.
all had a chit chat.
Oh.
You'll go live again, won't you?
Yeah, I probably won't play my music anymore though.
But
I've been
I'll
on
just
here
repeat.
5 hours, 40 minutes, and I've still got 12 people on now. So
Amazing,
it's clear
isn't it?
that the music don't work.
But nobody's commenting, are they?
Yeah, Eve is.
What's Eve saying?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Yeah, but she left that comment ages ago before I even jumped on.
3:47, the last comment she left, and it's 3:56.
Oh, it's a time. I don't get those on my. I used to get that on my phone. The times of the. I don't get those anymore.
Yeah, no, you got to be on a laptop really to get a lot more information. And I've even my iPad don't give up all that shit, but on the laptop.
Eve, tell us where you're from. Give us a rough idea where you're from. It's just interesting.
Start him all again. She said, if I was there, Paris, I'd help you. But yeah, I won't read out the comments before that.
Oh, what are they about me?
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
I don't mind. I've heard it all before.
No comment.
That's what I love about YouTube. Everyone's got an opinion, and we've got to accept that. People are allowed to have an opinion.
Oh, she did put one of her comments. She put honesty, blimey, a bit of honesty, blimey.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We can all say we're honest, doesn't it? But it doesn't mean we are. It's you never know, do you? If someone's being honest.
Yeah, she's put you read it later anyway.
Yeah, I just think, like I said earlier, what I try and do on YouTube, not always, but I find it very therapeutic actually to just be raw and really honest. And I think it's exhilarating because you're taking a gamble. You're going to be ripped to pieces. Possibly people are going to copy. And I've had a lot of times I've said something and it's been people made a video about it.
To be honest with you, convict, as the night's gone on, you have mellowed out and you've kind of got a bit more reasonable, even though I find you a bit confusing because you'll say something and then I'll say what you said and then you just keep saying, well, you ain't listening. And it's like,
well, it's my opinion. It's my opinion, isn't it? Like
yeah,
you've got
your opinion, but if I've said something that you've said, and then you go, you ain't been listening. It's like, well, how can you say that if I've just said exactly what you said?
Because you only heard part of what I said. You didn't hear the whole thing. You didn't hear the whole point that I was making.
So, look, I'm going now anyway because I need to go to bed because I need to get up and do stuff tomorrow. I might be taking my boat down to the tap tomorrow, so I need to get a lot of things ready to be able to come off of my mooring. Because when you live on the boat, and you've got your own mooring, you kind of there's a lot more things you have to do to get ready.
Yeah,
but if I do, I'm going to do a little live on it.
Yeah.
And
I've got a final word to say. Yeah.
Yeah, go on, crack on.
This is my final word. It's not about putting one over on somebody. It's not about trying to humiliate somebody or to make somebody look silly. It's about trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. And I think when YouTube's about that, about give and take, and about not trying to hurt somebody or embarrass somebody or get somebody all tied up in knots, then we can start going places. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of YouTube has been squabbling and fighting and bullying as you
No.
know. And
Yeah.
that's all I'm trying to say, is that not everybody's full of shit, basically.
I think everyone goes through different phases on here, and it normally starts with listening, then it starts with getting involved, then it starts with arguing, and then it starts with being attacked, and then it starts with backing off, and then it goes on, and then you come out the other end and you start to try and listen and understand. But there are some people that I just won't even give the time of day, because when you go through all them phases, there's certain people that are just not worth knowing or interacting with.
That's right. And also, on top of that, to add to the confusion, and I think also is like I alluded to earlier, a lot of people on YouTube do meet up and have private interactions, and when that occurs, a lot of emotions get involved, and then that spills over onto YouTube. Like, the amount of times I've been told that I can't talk to certain people on YouTube by the person that I'm talking to privately, then it gets ridiculous, because
Yeah, well, I've never had that.
well, that's what I had, you see, and that's why it
So
became.
I've only, how many people have I met since I've been on YouTube? I don't know, 3, 4, 5, maybe. One person, no, hang on. Is it one person? God, oh, I can't even think now. Well, I know one person like really well that I met on YouTube, and I'm friends with him to this day, and that's been 6 years. We're
That's
good
good.
friends. We're really good friends, and
Good.
I can say that about one person, but I don't try and chat people up on here. I might have a laugh. I'm not really keen on meeting people. Not interested really.
But that's when it gets complex, you see, because then it blurs into your real life, and then it's very difficult to switch off when you're talking to that person on YouTube. It becomes messy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's all different, isn't it? Every single person on YouTube is capable of saying something or whatever. It's just life. And people say it's not real life. I disagree. I think YouTube is real life, because we're real people, aren't we?
Yeah,
I don't get what.
it is real life, but a lot of
Yeah,
people do say stuff on YouTube that they wouldn't say to someone's face. That's
yeah,
what
that's
I
true.
think they mean when they say it's not
Yeah,
real life. It
that's
is
true.
real life, but a lot of people do just like say stuff they would never dream of saying to
Yeah,
someone's face, because
totally. Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
kind of a coward thing, isn't it? I suppose.
But
You
that's a
know.
mistake also, because I think when you do that, you're kind of missing out. Because I've got to the stage now where I think it's good to have a laugh and take the piss, but ultimately I think we can all get a lot out of YouTube, because it's an opportunity. Like, every time somebody puts up a stream where you can press the link and talk, that's an
Yeah.
opportunity to learn
Yeah.
about yourself.
It can be very educational, YouTube, but a lot of people get trapped, and YouTube is quite an addiction as well. It's a very bad
Oh yeah,
addiction to
definitely.
certain people. I mean, I found that I got wrapped up in YouTube, and I had to go on there every day and see what was going on with the group I was in and the people that were
Yeah,
talking about it. And in the end, I just thought, you know what? No, it's not for me. Fuck off.
because
I done,
people.
I done, I done my apprentice. Let's move on.
Yeah, you start to panic and worry about what people are saying about you, and has someone made a video about me, and
Yeah.
then this and what they're saying, and it's just an endless.
Well, people come in my channel and they go, "Oh, so and so's talking about you over on so
Yeah.
and so," and I go, "Oh, good luck to them." Whereas
Well,
before,
I phoned Matt and left a message and said, Tony and Paris are talking about you.
yeah,
Yeah. Good, isn't it?
yeah.
Listen, I'm not your enemy, and I think we've had a good chat tonight, and I think we learned a lot about each other.
Yeah, we're probably just better off not talking about Matt when we talk, because like you obviously are a Matt supporter and I'm not, and like why should we let that get in the way of our conversation?
my main issue was Tony Harris. Just
Yeah, but I haven't got an issue with Tony. That's
know you
your
haven't.
issue, not mine.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
I say issue. Maybe that's the wrong word. It's just I just feel that he's very aggressive, and I don't really see the need for it, because he should. If he's in love, then, and that's why you think that I'm bitter. I'm not. If you're in love, then surely nothing else matters, does it? Fuck's
Yeah,
sake.
but
Why
at the
should
end of
anything
the
else
day, you can
matter?
look at it from the other side of the coin, Convid. If he's in love, he's gonna stick up for the woman that he's with, and if he feels that you've done her wrong, he's not going to look at you in a good light, is he? It's that simple.
The problem, but the problem is he doesn't know the full story, and he never will. And there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, but if everyone's true character comes in the end, I always say that everyone's true character comes out after 2 years of knowing them.
Well, guess what? I've come back on because I thought, I wasn't happy with the way I'd left it, because I was taking the piss earlier and just being silly. And I thought, no, I'll come back and give Paris a bit of me. And I thought, I'll share it.
Yeah.
That's why I came back on.
Yeah.
Because there's more to me than just taking the piss. I am. We all are. We've all got different layers.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, if I'd have let you stay on earlier and you took the piss and we all joined in, it would have ended up like the Jupiter show or the Matt Taylor show.
And I knew that. Don't you think I knew that?
I don't want that. I don't want.
Don't you think I knew that? Don't you think I knew that? I was surprised you kept on letting me back on, Paris.
Well, why not? It's content.
Yeah, but for the very reason you just said, that I was agreeing with you. I didn't mind. And he was taking great pleasure in saying, oh, he's fucked off, he's run away. And I thought, well, okay, you can have your little victory. I don't mind. I'm in a good place.
I'll just let everyone say what they want to say. But when it gets too nasty, I'm just not interested in that.
And that's what's good, that you have the ability to do that.
If you want to argue with Tony, you go and talk to Tony on his channel.
I don't argue with it. I just wind him.
That's a good way of looking at it.
I don't have a problem with.
If they want to argue with someone else, go on their channel and argue with them. Don't bring that shit
he blocked me ages ago. He blocked me ages ago. He blocked me ages ago, Paris. I wasn't allowed to speak a long time ago, and that I wasn't allowed to defend myself and have my point of view. That's what used to frustrate me. Hey?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to call it I'm going to call it a night, Convid, or morning or whatever, because I need to get beauty sleep because I've neglected it lately.
It's been good. It's been good. I'm glad I came back on. I'm glad that you let me back on.
Yeah. We've had a good chat tonight. I appreciate that.
I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy, but I understand there's ground rules, and I get that. I understand.
Yeah.
I'll just take the piss, and if I overstep the mark, just get rid of me.
Yeah, the only time I'll go into one is when I get one of my enemy coming here trying to give it large to me. But other than that, I like to just try and come on here and have a chat and talk chew fat with people. It's nothing.
But that's why I brought up the wasp. That's why I mentioned the wasp, because I know you've had an intense experience, and I wasn't mocking that or making light of it. I was aware of it,
Yeah, well, it's a shame because I would have liked him to have left this world on a good note, but it just seemed to me, I mean, it might be an horrible thing to say or not, I don't know. It just seemed to me he tried to make peace with people on YouTube before he left this world because he knew he was dying and he knew what a fucking shit show he left behind.
Well, hopefully
got no sympathy for the guy because he left it too late. I only spoke the truth. I exaggerated a little bit on some things, but I was basically right in everything I said.
Well, who knows where he is now, and who knows what's going on there now? Maybe we're going to find out. Maybe it'll be our turn.
Who gives a fuck, really? I don't.
Who knows, then? Who knows what's going on?
Who knows. Anyway,
It's been good.
I think
Yeah, it's been good.
thank you for coming
Take
on
care.
and giving your input into your life and everyone else's. And
Well, who
I
gives
thank
a
all
shit,
the
really?
chat. Eve, Charlie's girl, can we flick through this chat? Oh, no,
Charlie's
I
girl, that's one.
You know what? I keep touching my telly, right? Because I had a touch screen on my laptop, and it
Yeah.
because I punched it and broke it, I have to use my telly as the monitor. And I keep touching the telly and it fucking just don't work. You've got to keep using the mouse. Anyway.
I don't have a computer. See you later then.
Yeah, see you later. Cheers, convid.
Bye people. Bye people in the chat.
Right, yeah, good night, Gabby, Eve. Who else we got? Am I going the right way now? Eve. Good night. Yeah, who else? Who was that? Was that a woo or something? Eve, woo. Oh, I don't know. It's going too fast with the mouse. Eve, Gabby. Oh, there was more people. I'll keep flicking past them too quick. Oh, sorry, I can't say bye to everyone because my mouse is just winding me up. It's a pad as well. It's not like a mouse, it's a pad. Anyway, guys, thank you all for coming on. Have a blissful sleep. And if I do go out on the boat tomorrow, I will do a live. So bless you all and good night. Let's kick you out so that I don't leave you in here when I go. There we go. Have I done that right? Ban, kick, ban from no, kick studio. Yes, kicker, sorry. Kick charm. Alright, that's it. I'm off. Alright, good night, everybody. Sweet dreams. Let me just put that down there. God, what am I like? I'm fucking useless, aren't I? Alright, night night.